Luo Feng, are you okay? An anxious and tearful female voice sounded in his ears, like a soft hammer, making his chaotic consciousness buzz. Suffocating softness and warmth enveloped his entire head, and his nostrils were filled with a faint fragrance, mixed with the unique body odor of a mature woman, which almost melted his soul. Luo Feng's consciousness struggled to emerge from the darkness, his eyelids heavy as iron. He wanted to struggle, but found himself resting on a thrilling arc. The incredible elasticity and scale made even this veteran who had seen countless women in his previous life tremble with fear. So big and so soft. Luo Feng suddenly opened his eyes. What caught my eye was a charming face that was very close to me. The fine crow's feet at the corners of her eyes not only did not detract from her beauty, but instead added a touch of mature charm. At this moment, this face was full of anxiety and worry, tears wet the long eyelashes and were sliding down silently. My gaze moved downwards, and in the broken vision, I saw the snow-white depth in which I was buried. He is being held tightly in the arms of a charming and beautiful mature woman. As soon as this thought came to mind, Luo Feng's brain seemed to be detonated by a bomb, and countless fragments of memories that did not belong to him surged in like a flood bursting through a dam. The woman holding him was named Lu Yen, and Lu Yen who had adopted him for more than 10 years. And the world now is completely different from the blue planet where he lived before. Or another parallel world. High martial arts world. There are more girls than boys. Abyssal cracks appeared between the skyscrapers, hideous and terrifying beasts roared out from them, and the city fell in flames. Later, people called it the Black Domain. Then, humans obtained awakening stones by killing strange beasts, awakening various professions, such as warriors, mages, archers, and assistants. A magnificent counterattack has begun. The war was won, but at a heavy cost. Most of the male professions are melee professions that charge into the front, and the casualty rate is frighteningly high. According to statistics after the war, the male-to-female ratio was an astonishing 1:10. From then on, men became the world's most precious strategic resource. Luo Feng is a boy who just awakened to the warrior profession at the 18-year-old profession awakening ceremony. In the early days after the war, male warriors were not even allowed to enter the Black Domain. There are few men in the first place, and they are too precious. In addition, the casualty rate of soldiers in close combat is too high. Therefore, the country does not allow male soldiers to go to the battlefield. Their only mission is to conceive and have children with multiple women as quickly as possible and contribute to the continuation of the human race. Later, after 10 years of male boxing, men's choices were respected and they were no longer forced to breed, but could choose. However, if male warriors want to enter the Black Domain, they will no longer have the support and resources provided by the country, and the country will no longer invest any resources in training male warriors. You don't have to get married and have children, and you can enter the dangerous Black Zone, but you have to take responsibility for everything yourself. And Luo Feng's predecessor in this parallel world was such a male warrior. The predecessor was unwilling to become a tool for reproduction, so he begged Aunt Lu Yen to take out all her savings so that he could buy the awakening stone, undergo a deep awakening, truly awaken his profession, and win a chance. Lu Yen gave it to her. It was the 100,000 yuan she had saved over the past 10 years. But after the predecessor got the money, he found that 100,000 was only enough to buy a lowest level awakening stone, and could not even afford a set of barely passing blue equipment. Driven by desire and unwillingness, he actually borrowed another 400,000 yuan and invested all the money in the recently skyrocketing stock market. The target he chose was none other than the most sought-after King of Cold. The internet is flooded with rumors that the military's orders are already piling up, and now it's just a small increase of 50%. It will continue to soar in the future. The stock price is about to skyrocket. 100% is just the starting point. 1000% is the sea of stars. My predecessor was so carried away that he invested all his money. As a result, it dropped 30% in just 3 days. 500,000 directly became 350,000. The 100,000 yuan that Aunt Lu Yen gave him was all gone, and he even owed the bank 50,000 yuan. The dream was completely shattered. The front body couldn't catch its breath and its heart stopped beating in such a miserable way. Then, died. Even Luo Feng felt ashamed when he saw this memory. Damn, isn't this heaven? You don't know how to enjoy this wonderful world, so I'm helping you enjoy it. A second ago, Luo Feng was still holding the soft and slender waist of a university beauty and wiping the shiny floor-to-ceiling window glass. The next second, he traveled to a world where there are more women than men and the country provides wives. At this moment, a cold mechanical voice sounded in his mind. A major change in the host world's background has been detected. The many children, many blessings system begins global adaptation. Adaptation completed. System restart. Chapter 002 Aunt Lu Yen. A system light screen that only Luo Feng could see unfolded before his eyes. Host, Luo Feng. Level, First Order. Occupation, Warrior Level 0 not yet changed, Progress 5%. Skills, Normal Attack LV2, Charged Heavy Attack LV1. Talent Aura, Pregnancy Aura LV101. Aura Effect 1, increases the target's chance of pregnancy by 100%. Aura Effect 2, gain skill points equal to the pregnancy target level, cooldown period 7 days. Newbie mission, successfully make the first woman pregnant. Task reward, get a chance to draw a SSS level skill. Luo Feng's pupils suddenly contracted. The system also came along. And it became even more powerful. In his previous life, his system was to reward 100 million for each child born, which was simple and crude. And now, it has been adapted to this advanced martial arts world and turned into a reward for skill points. There are also SSS level skills. In this world where power is paramount, this is 10,000 times more precious than money. At this time, Luo Feng felt himself being held tighter in the soft embrace. Luo Feng? You, don't scare Auntie. Aunt Lu Yan's voice pulled Luo Feng back from the shock of the system panel. He could clearly feel that the plump body holding him was trembling slightly, which was a kind of fear and dread that came from the heart. As the memory fragments continued to merge, Luo Feng gained a deeper understanding of this aunt named Lu Yan. It wasn't as if his predecessor didn't feel Aunt Lu Yan's affection for him. That care had already surpassed that of an ordinary adoptive mother and child, carrying a kind of cautious care and a tenderness that bordered on obsessiveness. He probably understood that an 18-year-old girl, in that era when male resources were extremely scarce, was under tremendous pressure to adopt a little boy, and deep down she must have been thinking about becoming a child bride. Aunt Lu Yan is investing in her own future and supporting a future husband. However, his predecessor, a male boxer who was in his rebellious middle school period, was extremely resistant to this in his heart. In Luo Feng's opinion, the reasons for resistance were simply ridiculous. He thinks Aunt Lu Yan is an old woman and doesn't like her? Luo Feng was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. It's true that when you are young, you don't know how helpful an aunt is, and you mistakenly treat a young girl as a treasure. In his previous life, he had a system of having many children and good fortune. What kind of women had he not seen? The spirited young girl has her youthfulness and liveliness, and the mature aunt has her intellectuality and understanding. Each has its own merits. Only children make choices, but he wants them all. Besides, Aunt Lu Yan in front of me is only 35 years old this year. How is this old? This is clearly the most splendid age in a woman's life, like a ripe peach, juicy and sweet. The charm accumulated over the years is something that an 18-year-old girl can never imitate. I don't know what went wrong with this little handsome guy in his previous life. Did he have a brain short circuit? He actually looked down upon Aunt Lu Yan, who was as charming as a blooming peony. What lingered at the tip of my nose was her unique warm body fragrance, and what I could hear was her rapid heartbeat due to worry. This is not a shackle, this is clearly a paradise on earth. Instead of having such a top-notch mature woman, he chose to invest in stocks for the sake of bullshit male dignity, and ended up killing himself with stupidity. It's such a waste of God's gift. As if she felt the subtle changes in the body in her arms, Lu Yan loosened her arms slightly, and her pair of misty phoenix eyes stared down at him with endless concern. Luo Feng, you're awake? You're really awake. Seeing Luo Feng open his eyes, Lu Yan's face instantly burst into ecstasy. The joy that came from the heart made the few fine crow's feet at the corners of her eyes seem to be dyed with a moving glow. You just scared me to death, she said, the fear in her voice making the tail end of her tone tremble, and tears welled up in her eyes again. Looking at her pretty face that was glowing with ecstasy, Luo Feng's heart was inexplicably touched. This is a pure concern without any interest involved. Aunt Lu Yan. He spoke hoarsely, his voice a little dry due to being unconscious for a long time. I'm fine. He raised his hand and wiped the tears from her face. From now on, Luo Feng looked into her eyes and promised solemnly, word by word, I won't make you worry anymore. Luo Feng's fingers were still on Lu Yan's cheek. Her skin was delicate and warm, with the elasticity and warmth unique to mature women, and it felt amazing to the touch. He clearly saw a touching blush, centered on his fingertips, spreading rapidly, staining her snow-white cheeks, and then quietly climbing up her neck. Even her small, delicate, crystal clear earlobes had turned an alluring pink, resembling fine agate under the light. Lu Yan's body suddenly stiffened, as if struck by an electric current. This was the first time Luo Feng touched her so intimately. In the past, he always kept his distance deliberately, with alienation and rebellion in his eyes. At this moment, the warmth from his fingertips was like a stone thrown into a calm lake, causing ripples in her heart. She subconsciously wanted to let go of his arm, but she was reluctant, and her movements became stiff and clumsy. You. She was a little incoherent, her long eyelashes fluttering like frightened butterflies, not daring to look Luo Feng in the eye again. Are you really okay? Are you still dizzy? Do you want Auntie to pour you a glass of water? She hurriedly changed the subject, trying to escape from the ambiguous atmosphere that made her heart beat faster. Looking at her shy and concerned look, Luo Feng smiled secretly in his heart. This is a ripe fruit, a light touch will make the honey overflow. That fool in my previous life really didn't know how to appreciate the good things he had. He considerately withdrew his hand, allowing her tense body to relax. He sat up from her arms and looked around. This is his bedroom. It is simply furnished but spotless. The air is filled with the same faint fragrance as Aunt Lu Yan's. It is obvious that she comes in often to clean. I'm fine, Auntie. I'm fine. He looked at Lu Yan's dodging eyes, his tone more calm and serious than ever before, about the money. I'm sorry, I was bewildered. After hearing this apology, Lu Yan froze completely, as if she had been cast under a spell. She had prepared a lot of words, including reproaches and worries, and even thought about how to comfort him who might become more extreme after the failure. But she never expected that what she would receive was such a sincere "I'm sorry." These words, like a warm current, instantly broke down all her inner defenses. How much pressure has she been under these days? The uneasiness when handing over the hard-earned money saved for more than 10 years, the anxiety when I couldn't contact him, the fear when I saw him fall, and the grievance that he always refused to accept my feelings and would rather bang his head against the wall than rely on me. All the accumulated emotions burst out at this moment. Woo! Lu Yan could no longer control herself. The huge grievance that inexplicably surged in her heart made her rush forward. She couldn't help but hug Luo Feng's neck tightly, burying her face in his shoulder, and cried in a suppressed and heartbreaking way. The warm tears soon soaked the clothes on Luo Feng's shoulders. Feeling the delicate body in his arms trembling violently, Luo Feng did not dodge nor was he impatient. He simply reached out his hand and patted her soft back gently, even a little clumsily, silently comforting her. Lu Yan's crying gradually subsided and turned into soft sobs. She seemed to realize her own loss of composure and slowly raised her head. Her pretty face, as red as the sunset glow in the sky due to excitement and embarrassment, was so red. Luo Feng raised his hand and gently wiped the tears from her cheek with his thumb. The two were so close that they could hear each other's breathing. When Luo Feng's warm fingertips brushed across the corners of her moist eyes, Lu Yan's crying stopped abruptly. Her body froze again, and her watery eyes, with traces of lingering tears, stared blankly at Luo Feng in front of her. Their eyes met. The air seemed to freeze at this moment. Boom! 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 Lu Yan could clearly hear the beating of her own heart, which was like a drum. Each beat was louder and more rapid than the last, making her eardrums buzz. An indescribable heat surged from her heart to her limbs, making her feel like she had a fever all over. The Luo Feng in front of her no longer had the alienated and rebellious look of the past, but instead had a deep and gentle calmness that she had never seen before, as if it could absorb her soul. And Luo Feng looked at the pretty face so close to him. The eyes washed by tears were clear and bright, with a hint of panic and helplessness in the blur, like a frightened deer. The lips, slightly swollen from crying, were plump and moist, shining with crystal water, revealing a fatal temptation. The atmosphere has become so tense, and if you still don't take the initiative, are you still a man? This thought flashed through Luo Feng's mind. He almost obeyed his body's instinct, lowered his head and gently kissed those tempting lips. Soft, warm, and with a hint of salty tears. However, he didn't know that in this parallel world where the ratio of men to women is seriously unbalanced, a man's initiative has the same power as a nuclear explosion for a woman. Chapter 003, Young but I don't know how good my aunt is. The moment Luo Feng's lips gently touched hers, time seemed to be paused. Lu Yan's entire world was silent in an instant. Her brain completely shut down in an instant, turning into a blank where she couldn't think. What's this? Luo Feng is kissing me? This thought exploded like a thunder in her chaotic consciousness, and was followed by an overwhelming and indescribable torrent of emotions. For the women in this world, especially women like Lu Yen who place all their hopes on a man, being kissed by the man they like is as shocking as a spiritual nuclear explosion. In this world, men are precious resources who need to be carefully cared for, pursued, and flattered. They are used to giving, used to waiting, and used to testing cautiously, for fear of accidentally scaring away the already rare ones. Taking the initiative is women's privilege, but also their helplessness. Being passive is a natural attitude for men. Lu Yen had spent the past decade raising Luo Feng from a tender child to a tall and strong young man, giving him her best years, all her tenderness and patience. She fantasized that one day, Luo Feng would understand her feelings and accept them. Even a nod, a glance that showed no resistance, would be enough to make her ecstatic. She never expected Luo Feng to take the initiative. This was completely beyond her understanding and overturned all the common sense she had learned over the past decade. So, the moment Luo Feng's warm lips with a masculine scent pressed against her, all her reserve, all her grievances, and all her defenses collapsed in an instant. An electric current so strong that it made her tremble instantly spread from her lips to her limbs and bones, causing her to completely lose control of her body. She instinctively wanted to retreat, but her body was as soft as a pool of spring water and she couldn't muster any strength at all. She clutched the corner of Luo Feng's clothes tightly, her knuckles turning white from excessive force, revealing the turmoil in her heart. Luo Feng's kiss was just a light test at first. He could feel the stiffness and trembling of the woman in his arms, a violent reaction mixed with shock, shyness, and helplessness. He thought Lu Yen might push him away. However, she didn't. This silent acquiescence is like the strongest catalyst. Luo Feng became bolder. He was no longer satisfied with just a quick taste, but kissed her hard with an almost overbearing tenderness. The tip of his tongue, with an irresistible gesture, pried open her tightly guarded teeth. Lu Yen let out a soft, almost inaudible moan from her throat, like a young animal caught by a predator, helpless but resigned to its fate. The unfamiliar, masculine scent instantly filled her entire mouth with unprecedented force, conquering her and leaving her powerless to resist. She had never experienced anything like this before. This feeling made her feel scared, but at the same time, she inexplicably gave rise to a secret anticipation that made her blush and her heart beat fast. Her heart, which was already beating wildly, was about to jump out of her chest. Reason told her that she should push him away. It was too fast and too sudden. However, the desire that surged from deep within her body made her feel weak all over, and her legs could hardly support her weight. She could only hold on to Luo Feng's clothes even tighter, like a drowning person grabbing a piece of driftwood, and let herself sink in this sudden, dizzying wave. Slowly, Lu Yan's consciousness gradually returned in the extreme dizziness. Then, an intense feeling of shame that made her feel ashamed swept over her body like a tide. No. It shouldn't be like this. In this world's deeply rooted concept, the dominant power in intimate relationships should be in the hands of women. Women should be the enthusiastic and proactive ones, the guides and the conquerors. They will try their best to please men, wrap them with tenderness and strength, and let them immerse themselves in their love. But what about now? What's going on with me now? I was like a rabbit completely controlled by the hunter. I had no power to fight back under his attack, and I couldn't even offer the most basic resistance. Her body's reaction was so honest that it made her feel ashamed. The uncontrollable trembling, the increasingly rapid breathing, the softness that came from the bones, each one clearly told her that she was addicted, she had surrendered. Instead of taking the lead, she was completely dominated. How did I become like this? Lu Yen was screaming in her heart, and the temperature on her cheeks was incredibly hot, as if it could ignite the air. She wanted to take back the initiative, to be the host as the textbooks taught her, to respond with her enthusiasm and to guide this young boy. But she couldn't do it. Luo Feng's kiss carried a unique aggression and control that she had never experienced before, which was not something a man should have. It was not rude and brutal, but a gentle strength that made her feel a little offended and panicked, but she couldn't help but feel a sinful and indescribable pleasure in this feeling of being conquered. Her body seemed to no longer belong to her. Every cell in his body vibrated with pleasure at this strange, overbearing kiss. This feeling made her extremely ashamed, but also made her extremely obsessed. In the end, all the struggles turned into an inaudible whimper. Her fingers, which were tightly gripping the corner of Luo Feng's clothes, loosened unconsciously, and then, as if accepting her fate, she slowly and tentatively wrapped her arms around his neck. This action exhausted all her strength and courage. The moonlight outside the window had become exceptionally bright at some point, casting a ray of silver light through the gap in the curtains, stretching the figures of the two people entangled in the room. There seemed to be a sweet yet dangerous smell in the air. Luo Feng clearly felt the changes in Lu Yan's body. Her action of putting her arms around his neck was hesitant and tentative at first, with a slight tremor as if she accepted her fate. But soon, those soft arms tightened, no longer passively enduring, but becoming an active hug filled with dependence and desire. In Luo Feng's view, this subtle change was not only a signal that her last psychological defense line had completely collapsed, but also a silent declaration that she was giving herself up completely and without reservation. Just when Luo Feng was about to press on with his victory and completely melt this warm and soft jade in his arms, Lu Yan suddenly pushed him away a little bit with force. A small gap opened between the two of them, enough for them to see each other's faces clearly. Luo Feng was slightly stunned, a hint of doubt flashed through his mind, but he saw a beautiful face that made his heart sway. Lu Yan's cheeks were so red that they seemed to be bleeding. Her charm and maturity intertwined together could stir a man's heart more than any aphrodisiac. Her breathing was rapid and disordered, her chest heaving violently, and her pair of sparkling phoenix eyes stared at Luo Feng infatuatedly, filled with shame and obsession. She tried hard to suppress the weak feeling that made her almost unable to stand, and placed her hands on Luo Feng's chest, as if this could give her a little bit of strength to support herself. Luo Feng had no idea that his previous action, which was considered treasonous in this world, had already set off a subversive storm in Lu Yan's heart. This subversive experience made her feel deeply ashamed of her passivity and decadence just now. In the worldview she had built over 30 years, this was simply a great humiliation. The man was so proactive, and even led the whole process with a strong attitude that she had never imagined. But she, as a mature woman who should be in control of everything, was like a little girl who had just fallen in love. She was dizzy from the kiss and had no power to fight back. What is this? She couldn't help but think of the teasing her best friends would have during their get-togethers. Xiaoyan, your Luo Feng has grown up. When will you take him down? You have to be more proactive. Men are so precious nowadays. Don't let him be seduced away by some little witch out there. Remember, you must keep the initiative firmly in your own hands. Initiative. Yes. Initiative. How could he have had any initiative at all? He was completely pinned to the ground. If my best friends knew about this, my face would be thrown into the abyss of darkness. No. Absolutely not. A strong sense of unwillingness and determination suddenly burned from the ashes of shame. She can't go on like this. She wants to take back the dignity and dominance that belongs to women. This thought, like a bolt of lightning, split the chaos in her mind. The hand Lu Yan pressed on Luo Feng's chest was no longer a weak support, but carried a hint of unquestionable strength. She raised her eyes, and in those eyes, which were originally blurred and flustered, a burning flame with strong possessiveness was now burning. She stared into Luo Feng's slightly surprised eyes, as if she wanted to imprint his entire being in the depths of her soul. Then, she declared word by word, in a trembling yet incomparably firm voice. Luo Feng, I love you. This is more than just a confession. This is more like a declaration, a pre-war declaration of an impending general offensive. Before he finished speaking, and before Luo Feng could react, Lu Yan's body moved. She bit her lower lip, which was swollen from being kissed, a hint of shyness flashed in her eyes, and under Luo Feng's surprised gaze, she took the initiative to slowly climb up and pressed him under her. Chapter 004 Lu Yan is pregnant. Luo Feng, I love you. Lu Yan had repeated this in her heart countless times, but she never thought that she would say it out loud in such a situation. Before she finished speaking, and without waiting for Luo Feng to react, a shy yet extremely determined light flashed in Lu Yan's eyes. As she spoke, she bit her beautiful red lips, exerted force with her arms, and took the initiative to sit astride with a slightly clumsy yet extremely determined posture. In an instant, the positions between the two were completely reversed. The soft weight and the amazing curve fit tightly together, and the impact was so strong that even Luo Feng, a veteran, couldn't breathe. He finally, belatedly realized that something was wrong. The women in this world seem a little too proactive? Since the beautiful mature woman in front of him was so proactive, Luo Feng was naturally happy to enjoy it. Having seen countless women in his past life, what kind of scene had he not seen? He relaxed, leisurely admiring the vivid scene before him, preparing for a hearty conquest. However, as the process progressed, the satisfaction on Luo Feng's face was gradually replaced by a hint of surprise. Something is wrong. Something is very wrong. Lu Yan's movements seemed awkward, but they had a strange rhythm. Every rise and fall of her body, every breath she took, resonated wonderfully with his body. Is this some kind of yoga? Auntie really has something. Luo Feng felt like he was about to be sucked in by her. The following words are omitted. After a long time, the storm subsided. The only sounds in the room were the two people's intertwined, heavy and satisfied breathing. Lu Yan lay weakly on Luo Feng's solid chest, her hair sticking to her forehead soaked with sweat. The blush on her charming face lingered for a long time, and the corners of her eyes and eyebrows were stained with a layer of intoxicating laziness and satisfaction. She could feel Luo Feng's strong heartbeat beneath her, but she could also sense that he seemed to be thinking about something. Lu Yan propped herself up slightly and saw Luo Feng looking at her with an inquiring and doubtful look. Her heart skipped a beat, and the blush that had just faded away spread again with even greater force, covering her snow-white neck and ears. She knew what he was wondering. Lu Yan shyly buried her face in his chest, her voice as thin as a mosquito, carrying a scalding temperature. This is something every woman needs to practice since adulthood. She paused, as if embarrassed to speak, but added in a lower voice. Especially for pregnancy and childbirth health exercises. When Luo Feng heard the words health exercises, he almost burst out laughing. Health exercises? Is this the health care for healthcare? I really like this world more and more. He thought about it and checked the system. As expected, there was no new prompt on the system interface, indicating that Lu Yan had not yet successfully conceived. That's right, it's not that easy to get it right in one try. Luo Feng understood. In this world where there are more women than men, Aunt Lu Yan's deep affection for me and her greatest wish are probably to marry me, have children, and build a complete family. Although they are not married yet and such an intimate thing happened, Luo Feng does not feel the slightest bit of shame or burden in his heart. My aunt loves me, and I naturally love this charming aunt. However, since he came into this world with the many children, many blessings system, it was destined that he could not have only one woman. But Luo Feng is not an irresponsible man. Since my aunt is following me, she will get pregnant soon. When the time comes, I will definitely give her the most grand and satisfying wedding. The thought made his heart burn. Looking at Lu Yan, who still had a lazy and charming look, Luo Feng licked his dry lips and asked deliberately with a slightly hoarse voice, Aunt Lu Yan, then, do the health exercises again? Are you still okay? This sentence, which was obviously provocative, was like a needle that instantly pierced the most sensitive part of Lu Yan's heart. Boom! A feeling of shame even stronger than before rushed straight to the top of my head. I was actually looked down upon by a little boy who had just reached adulthood. He actually questioned his own abilities. In this world, how can a woman say she is not good enough? Especially in this kind of thing. Especially in front of the man she loves. This is simply a matter of dignity. Lu Yan suddenly raised her head, and her pretty face, which was red as if it was about to bleed, was full of stubbornness and unwillingness to admit defeat. She took a deep breath, as if to suppress all her shyness, leaving only the pride and competitiveness that belonged to a woman. Her phoenix eyes, filled with mist, were now ablaze with fighting spirit. She stared straight at Luo Feng and said through gritted teeth, "Of course." As soon as she finished speaking, as if to prove herself, she straightened her beautiful body again and declared with her actions, "Come." The following words are omitted. The second health exercise was equally intense and engaging, but the system remained silent. Obviously, pregnancy isn't a sure thing. Luo Feng was full of vigor and vitality, and he was addicted to the taste. Looking at Lu Yan, who was panting and looking seductive in his arms, he felt a surge of blood rushing to his head again. He wanted to press on and attack her for the third time. However, just as he made a move, a soft and warm little hand gently covered his mouth. No, Lu Yan's voice was a little hoarse, but full of unquestionable doting and concern. You can't do this, it will hurt your body. You need to get enough rest. In this world, the male body is a treasure more precious than gold, and any excessive consumption is not allowed. Luo Feng saw the genuine concern in her eyes, and his heart warmed, so he obediently stopped his actions. Lu Yan breathed a sigh of relief, but she didn't seem to want to loosen her arms around Luo Feng. She hesitated for a moment, her cheeks flushed again, and she asked in a soft, almost pleading voice, Can I sleep here tonight? As if she was afraid that Luo Feng would misunderstand, she quickly added, I promise I won't do anything. Looking at her cute look of being cautious and afraid of being rejected, Luo Feng felt amused and nodded vigorously. It's late at night and everyone is asleep. Luo Feng gently hugged Lu Yan from behind. Her soft and plump body fit his chest perfectly. The charming fragrance of her hair and body lingered around his nose, making him a little distracted. Finally, he couldn't help it. The pair of hands that had been at peace began to wander dishonestly on her breathtaking curves. Lu Yan's body froze instantly, like a frightened cat. She turned her head, and in the darkness, only her bright eyes, filled with shame and anger, could be seen. "You, what are you doing?" She lowered her voice, her tone full of anger. Luo Feng did not answer, but put his lips to her sensitive earlobe, blew a breath of hot air gently, and whispered in her ear with a voice full of deadly magnetism. "I want you." These 4 words were like the last spark that ignited the powder keg, instantly detonating all the rationality and reserve in Lu Yan's body. An uncontrollable anger suddenly burst out from her lower abdomen and instantly burned all over her limbs. She took a deep breath, trying to calm the heat that was almost making her lose control, but found that it was of no use. In the darkness, her eyes were surprisingly bright, filled with desire that was almost overflowing. "My little Luo Feng." Her voice became low and hoarse, with a hint of dangerous charm. "If you are like this, you can't blame your aunt. You're welcome." Before she finished speaking, she suddenly turned over and pressed Luo Feng under her again with irresistible strength. The following words are omitted. The following words are omitted. The following words are omitted. 3 hours later, Luo Feng leaned against the wall and felt okay. It's good to be young. 7 times a night, no problem at all. Sour and refreshing. Incredibly sour and refreshing. He grinned with an uncontrollable smile of ecstasy on his face. Because just now, that cold mechanical voice finally sounded in his mind again. Detected that the host successfully impregnated the target Lu Yan. Chapter 005 SSS Level 1 Punchman. Pregnancy target level is 10, gain 10 skill points. Pregnancy Aura Upgrade. Talent Aura, Pregnancy Aura LV2010. Aura Effect, increases the target's chance of pregnancy by 200%. Aura Effect 2, gain skill points equal to the pregnancy target level 2. Novice Mission completed. Task Reward, 1 chance to draw at SSS level skill lottery, has been distributed to the system space. The host can draw it at any time. Done. Luo Feng roared in his heart. This arduous struggle finally yielded the fruits of victory. And the pregnancy aura was directly upgraded. Double the effect. The chance of pregnancy is 200%. You can also get 2 times the skill points of your level. Cool. So cool, so cool, so cool. On the other side, Lu Yan was curled up on the bed, covering her head with the quilt, leaving only the back of her red head exposed. Her shoulders were still twitching slightly, as if she was crying silently. Hearing Luo Feng's suppressed laughter, she suddenly poked her head out from under the quilt, her pretty face full of mournful expression, with crystal tears hanging in the corners of her eyes, and she glared at him angrily. "You're still laughing. You're still laughing." She grabbed the pillow beside her and threw it at him softly. "You little succubus. You're tempting me like this. Are you still okay?" Her voice was nasal and tearful, full of regret and self-blame. From childhood to adulthood, she was taught to care for men and not overexploit their bodies. Men are treasures that need to be carefully cared for. They are the hope for the continuation of mankind, and we must never demand too much from them. But what did she do tonight? She felt like a sinner. Especially, this little Luo Feng is so unsportsmanlike. At the beginning, she was still the one in charge, but later on, she was almost out of strength, and this unsportsmanlike little scoundrel actually took over. The intensely aggressive masculinity, which she had never experienced before, completely destroyed her sanity, causing her to sink again and again, completely forgetting what moderation was. Luo Feng looked at her cute expression of annoyance and worry, climbed back onto the bed with a smile, and hugged her in the quilt in his arms. "Auntie, I'm fine. Look, I'm fine." "You're lying." Lu Yan didn't believe it at all and was extremely nervous. "Don't force yourself. If you feel any discomfort, you must tell me." Looking at her anxious expression, Luo Feng felt both amused and touched. "Woo-woo. It's all my fault. It's all my fault that I couldn't control myself." As she spoke, Lu Yan started crying again in grievance. Luo Feng held the soft and delicate body in his arms, feeling her regret and worry, and felt both amused and touched. He gently stroked her soft long hair and said in a soothing tone, "Auntie, I'm really fine, don't cry. After all, I'm also an unawakened warrior, my body is not that fragile. Even a soldier can't do that." Lu Yan raised her head from his arms and retorted with tears in her eyes. Her stubborn concern made her look particularly adorable. "You men's bodies are built differently from ours. You can't overexert yourself. You must rest well. As she spoke, she made up her mind and broke free from Luo Feng's arms. She said firmly, as for that money, if it's gone, it's gone. Don't worry about it. Auntie is still young. She can earn it back quickly after a few trips to the Black Territory. The most important thing for you now is to sleep and have a good rest. She paused, her eyes somewhat evasive, not daring to look Luo Feng in the eye, and added in an inaudible voice, Auntie can't sleep with you anymore. I'm going back to my room. After saying this, as if to prove her determination, she immediately threw back the quilt and stood up swiftly. However, she overestimated herself. As soon as her feet touched the ground, an indescribable feeling of soreness and weakness instantly spread from the center of her legs to her whole body. Her knees suddenly softened and she was about to sit on the ground uncontrollably. Ah! She uttered a short cry of surprise. Just when she thought she was about to fall, a pair of strong arms reached out from behind her in time, held her firmly, and pulled her back into that warm and solid embrace. The familiar breath enveloped her again, her back pressed against his hot chest. Lu Yan felt that the little strength she had just gathered melted away in an instant, and her body became even softer. Luo Feng's deep laughter rang in her ears. Look, you can't even stand steadily, but you're still trying to be brave. Auntie, you should sleep with me. Being held like this by him and hearing his teasing with a smile, Lu Yan's face suddenly flushed with shame and anger. She struggled in his arms, turned around, puffed out her cheeks, and tried to look fierce and aggressive, staring at him and warning, You are not allowed to touch me. However, as soon as these words came out of her mouth, Lu Yan felt a surge of shame in her heart. Oh my God! What on earth are you talking about? As a woman, you actually say to a man, don't touch me. Lu Yan, you are unworthy of being a woman. You are too weak. It's simply a display of incompetence. Her heart was screaming wildly, but the expression on her face seemed even more vivid and charming because of shame and anger. But at the same time, another thought came to her mind. Tomorrow. I have to get up early tomorrow. Go to the market and buy the fattest old hen, add some fine herbs, and make a pot of nourishing soup for little Luo Feng. I must make up for all the money he spent tonight. Double it. Luo Feng hugged the warm and soft body in his arms from behind, feeling the softness and warmth of her body, as well as her unreserved dependence, and felt a sense of peace and satisfaction in his heart. But beneath this tranquility lies the grandeur of another world. He muttered to himself and opened the system space. A purple treasure chest emitting 7-color light is quietly floating in the virtual space. SSS level. Lottery. As Luo Feng's mind moved, the treasure chest opened with a bang, and thousands of feet of golden light burst out from it. An incomparably gorgeous golden roulette wheel spun rapidly, with countless mysterious runes flowing on the disc. Finally, the pointer stopped on a dazzling SSS level light. S-level skill, One Punch Man LV1. Effect, normal attack damage plus 10,000%, 100% chance to ignore defense when activated, 100% chance to ignore debuffs. All skills targeting a single enemy also grant additional normal attack damage. Restrictions, only bare-handed or fist-type weapons are allowed. The flow of information slowly subsided, but Luo Feng's heart began to beat wildly as if it was hit by a heavy hammer. One Punch Man. SSS level. It's really SSS level. Normal attack is the most basic and least noticeable skill of all professions. But it is also the skill with the lowest cost and the fastest cooldown. Cooling time is attack speed. And this One Punch Man directly turned this most basic skill into a powerful weapon with unlimited potential. Damage directly 10,000%. Directly 100 times. Is this SSS level? It can also ignore defense, ignore negative status, and trigger combos. What's even more perverted is the last one, all attack skills, all skills against single enemies will add additional normal attack damage. What does that mean? This means that any warrior skills he learns in the future will be much more powerful than others. There are still 10 skill points. Luo Feng looked at the 10 skill points on his attribute panel without hesitation. Good steel should be used on the blade. System, add all 10 skill points to One Punch Man. Consume 10 skill points, equivalent to 10 years of hard training, and increase the skill level of One Punch Man. Current level is LV2. SSS level skills, One Punch Man LV2. Effect, normal attack damage plus 20,000%, 100% chance to ignore defense when activated, 100% chance to ignore debuffs. All skills targeting a single enemy also grant additional normal attack damage. Restrictions, only bare-handed or fist-type weapons are allowed. Hiss. Just by upgrading one level, all effects are doubled. Normal attack damage increased by 200 times. This is simply invincible. TSK. 10 skill points is equivalent to 10 years of hard training. So this is what skill points mean. Soon, Luo Feng calmed down from his ecstasy and noticed a key problem. It took a full 10 skill points, equivalent to 10 years of hard training, to upgrade this SSS level skill by one level. He suddenly discovered that the more powerful the skill, the harder it was to improve. This is the price of SSS level skills. A thought suddenly flashed through his mind like lightning. Etc. The skill One Punch Man is essentially a super amplification of normal attack, and its basis is normal attack. Since it is so difficult to improve SSS level skills, what about the normal attack skill, which is the most basic skill for all professions? Luo Feng suddenly thought that he should improve the basic attack first. Basic attack, as the most basic skill, may be the easiest to improve. If I first raise the level of normal attack to multiply the base damage several times, and then apply a 200-fold amplification to One Punch Man, wouldn't the final damage be devastating? Damn, I was impulsive. It's a pity that Aunt Lu Yan is already pregnant. Unless it's her second pregnancy. This must be the next target. Luo Feng thought about it and opened the system. Host, Luo Feng. Level, First Order. Occupation, Warrior level 0 not yet changed, progress 5%. Skills, Normal Attack LV2, Charged Heavy Attack LV1, One Punch Man LV2 SSS level. Talent Aura, Pregnancy Aura LV2010. Aura Effect 1, increases the target's chance of pregnancy by 200%. Aura Effect 2, gains skill points equal to the pregnancy target level 2. Partner, Lu Yin Favorability, 85. Advanced Mission 1 Double Kill, successfully make 2 women pregnant within 1 day. Task Reward, get a chance to draw SSS level skill. Chapter 006 Lu Yin, I'm pregnant. Luo Feng's gaze fell on the last line of the system panel. Advanced Mission 1 Double Kill, successfully make 2 women pregnant within 1 day. Task Reward, get a chance to draw SSS level skill. Wow, a double kill? The system is really simple and crude. Luo Feng took a look at this advanced task, analyzed it calmly, and soon realized that the difficulty of this task was not as simple as it seemed. This task cannot be forced in a short period of time. There are 2 core difficulties in successfully making 2 women pregnant within 1 day. First, they need to find 2 women who are willing to prepare for pregnancy on the same day. In a world where men are extremely scarce, getting a woman to accept that she has another woman may not be difficult, but getting them to calmly accept the idea of trying to conceive at the same time within the same 24-hour period is more difficult than just 1 + 1 = 2. Secondly, there is the issue of pregnancy chi. Even though he now possesses the LV2 pregnancy aura, which increases the chance of pregnancy by 200%, it is still a matter of probability, not an inevitable event. He and Aunt Lu Yan fought for a whole night before finally receiving a system prompt. It takes a lot of luck to get 2 women pregnant successfully on the same day. Therefore, this task can only be left to chance and treated as a long-term goal. Right now, he has more important and urgent things to deal with. That is awakening. The many children, more blessings system on him is adapted to this high-level martial arts world, and the system rewards directly become heaven-defying SSS skills like One Punch Man. As he has more and more children in the future, powerful SSS level skills like this will only continue to emerge. This is his biggest trump card. On the one hand, you have to enter the black domain, kill strange beasts, and obtain various precious resources for career upgrades and level upgrades. On the one hand, you have to conquer more women, make them pregnant and give birth to children, and gain a massive amount of skill points and more powerful SSS level skills. We have to do both. Both hands must be strong. Besides, the difficulty of the primary black domain is not very high. Aunt Lu Yan is just a D-level professional, but she has been able to work in it for more than 10 years. There is no reason why I, a warrior with SSS level skills, cannot do it. In this world where power is paramount, only absolute power in one's own hands can bring a true sense of security. Like an ostrich, burying your head in the sand and hiding in a woman's comfort zone, it seems safe, but in fact it is like a frog in boiling water, waiting to die slowly. If one day, a real disaster strikes and I die miserably because of my lack of strength, that would be a huge joke. I feel sorry for the system, and even more sorry for myself who has lived a new life. The next morning, when the first ray of sunlight filtered through the gap in the curtains and turned into a streak of golden light dancing in the air, Luo Feng was awakened by the rich aroma of chicken soup. It was a rich aroma mixed with medicinal herbs and old hen soup, which penetrated into his nasal cavity and seduced his dormant taste buds. He subconsciously reached out his hand and touched his side, but only felt a slightly cold emptiness. Luo Feng wiped his sleepy eyes and sat up. Aunt Lu Yan was no longer in his arms, but her unique faint fragrance still lingered in the air, on the pillow, and even on his body. The madness and beauty of last night flashed through his mind like a movie scene, causing Luo Feng to involuntarily raise the corners of his mouth slightly. He threw back the quilt and got out of bed, following the increasingly strong fragrance, and walked out of the bedroom. In the living room, he happened to see Aunt Lu Yan wearing an apron and carefully carrying a casserole that was still bubbling and steaming, walking out of the kitchen. The morning light shone on her, giving her a soft halo. She had no makeup on, and her long hair was simply tied behind her head with a hairband, revealing her smooth, full forehead and white, slender neck. After a night of nourishment, her face was flushed and her skin was white and rosy, like a ripe peach, emitting an amazing glow. The mature charm blends perfectly with the homely gentleness of the moment, forming a charm that touches people's hearts. When she saw Luo Feng standing at the bedroom door, she was stunned for a moment, and then her beautiful phoenix eyes lit up instantly, like stars lit in the dark night, filled with pure joy and love. Feng, wake up! When she spoke, her voice was clear and pleasant, with a hint of joy, and her name had changed from Luo Feng to the more intimate Feng. Lu Yan placed the casserole steadily on the dining table and opened the lid. An even richer aroma instantly filled the entire living room. Hurry, go brush your teeth and wash your face, then come and sit down, she said as she swiftly walked into the kitchen and took out a bowl and spoon. Auntie made you some soup all morning. Drink it while it's hot. It'll nourish your body. Her tone was natural, full of a wife's concern for her husband, as if everything that happened last night had set a new tone for their relationship. When Luo Feng sat down at the dining table, a bowl of steaming, golden chicken soup was already placed in front of him. Lu Yan sat opposite him, her chin supported by her hands, her bright eyes watching him drink soup without blinking, a smile full of pampering and satisfaction on her face. That look was so gentle that it seemed as if water could drip out of it. Luo Feng took a sip. The chicken soup was rich and delicious, warm in the mouth. The warmth instantly flowed from his stomach to every part of his body. He felt indescribably comfortable. At this moment, a quick phone call suddenly rang, breaking the warm and peaceful atmosphere. The ringtone came from the cell phone that Lu Yan placed on the table. She picked up the phone, and when she saw the name displayed on the screen, the doting smile on her face froze instantly, replaced by a hint of obvious panic. "Oh, I forgot," she exclaimed, a trace of regret and anxiety flashed across her face. She quickly stood up with her phone in hand, walked quickly into her room, slammed the door shut, and then pressed the answer button. As soon as the call was connected, a slightly impatient woman's voice came from the other end. "Lu Yan, where have you been? Why haven't you arrived at the meeting point yet?" I'm sorry. I overslept and forgot." Lu Yan quickly lowered her voice and apologized, her tone full of apology. "I'll be there now, wait for me." "Hurry up. You're the only one missing, the target is about to be refreshed," the woman named E urged. "Immediately. We'll be there right away," Lu Yan quickly assured. After saying that, she hung up the phone in a hurry. Without any hesitation, she immediately took out a set of black armor that shone with cold light from the closet and put it on quickly. After a moment, the door opened again. When Luo Feng saw Lu Yan coming out, he was stunned. She had put on a heroic black battle armor that outlined her breathtakingly perfect curves. She wore a high-tech tactical helmet on her head, held a heavy alloy shield in her left hand, and an alloy spear in her right hand. She was fully armed, with a stern and murderous look on her face, completely different from the gentle and homely beautiful woman just now. "Are you going to the Black Domain?" Luo Feng frowned. "Yes." Lu Yan nodded, walked up to him, and said gently, "You should rest well at home these few days and don't run around. I'll be back soon after completing a mission. The mission is very simple, just clearing out a few lone fog wolves on the periphery. Wait for me." However, before she could finish her words, Luo Feng stopped her. "Auntie, wait a moment." Luo Feng's expression turned serious. According to national regulations, women are prohibited from entering the Black Domain to perform any missions during the confirmed pregnancy period. Not only that, the state also provides high childbirth subsidies. When Lu Yan heard this, her face immediately turned red, and she said in a low voice with some embarrassment, "How can it be so easy to get pregnant?" Having said that, her mind uncontrollably recalled the madness of last night. "Is it, really?" Seeing the flicker of hesitation on her face, Luo Feng pressed the issue. "You did it 7 times last night, so the chances of being successful are very high. How about this? I'll go out with you. We'll pass by the community's public health center. The tester there only takes 10 minutes to check once and get the result. The testing equipment here is very advanced and can determine the results within a day. It's okay, actually. This mission is really simple, and my teammates are waiting for me." Lu Yen was still a little hesitant, not wanting to delay the team's mission. "No matter how simple it is, it's not as important as your safety." Luo Feng held her hand, his tone gentle but firm. Hearing Luo Feng's heartfelt concern, Lu Yen felt as if a warm current was injected into her heart, and all her hesitations and concerns disappeared in an instant. She looked at Luo Feng's serious eyes and finally nodded obediently. Then, Luo Feng took her hand and walked downstairs towards the community medical center. Luo Feng was wearing a refreshing casual outfit, but he was holding a fully armed and heroic female warrior in his hand. Lu Yan's black armor with smooth lines reflected a cold and hard luster in the sunlight, and the round shield and spear in his hands were full of murderous aura. Such a contrasting picture immediately attracted the curious gazes of their neighbors as soon as they entered the elevator. As I walked out of the residential building, passers-by looked at me along the way. There is envy and jealousy. After all, Luo Feng is so young and pretty, it seems that this female warrior has strong strength. Otherwise, it would be impossible to enjoy such a young and handsome boy. When the two arrived at the community medical station, the young nurse sitting at the front desk also showed the same reaction. Her gaze first lingered on Lu Yan's sophisticated armor for a moment, and then fell on Luo Feng's handsome face, and a hint of tenderness involuntarily appeared in her eyes. When she learned that Luo Feng had brought Lu Yan here for a pregnancy test, the admiration and tenderness on the receptionist's face instantly turned into an undisguised contempt. This look was directed at Lu Yan. She curled her lips and snorted in her heart. Here we go again. Over the years, there have always been some women who have no sense of responsibility at all. In order to avoid going to the black zone and to evade her responsibilities, she always finds ways to lie, and the most common excuse she uses is that she is pregnant. She thought that this way she could avoid the danger of entering the black zone and still be able to accompany the man with peace of mind. This is such a disgrace for women. And this woman in front of me, who looks quite old, must be one of this kind. You are not young anymore, how can you be so shameless? It's shameful that they used such low-level means to evade the mission. Look at the man next to her. He is so young and handsome. At first glance, he is the kind of boy who is inexperienced in the world and easily deceived. Thinking of this, the receptionist looked at Luo Feng with eyes suddenly filled with sympathy and love. She puffed out her well-developed chest and said to Luo Feng in a voice that she thought was the sweetest and most righteous. "Mr. Luo, don't worry. Our medical center will definitely give you the most fair and accurate result." 10 minutes later, the test results came out. The lady at the front desk assisted Luo Feng in typing out the report on the machine. With a hint of disdain, she secretly glanced at the results on the report. She could almost foresee that it would say "not pregnant" in large letters. By then, she will definitely expose the old woman's lies. However, when her eyes fell on the eye-catching diagnosis at the bottom of the report, the expression on her face froze instantly. Diagnosis: confirmed pregnancy, early pregnancy, good embryonic activity. Has confirmed pregnancy? The receptionist's eyes suddenly widened and she looked again in disbelief. It's written in black and white, very clear. Could it be that I misunderstood? She thought secretly in her heart, and the look in her eyes when she looked at Lu Yan unconsciously became less contemptuous and more complicated. Before she could figure it out, Luo Feng's face was already filled with joy. Look! He excitedly handed the report to Lu Yan, his tone filled with uncontrollable joy. I already told you you're pregnant. Now, you absolutely cannot go to the black territory again, understand? Lu Yan took the report in a daze, her eyes falling on the words confirmed pregnancy. Her body trembled slightly uncontrollably. The next second, huge, indescribable ecstasy swept over her like a tsunami, instantly destroying all her rationality. Tears welled up in my eyes without any warning. But these were no longer tears of regret and grievance, but tears of joy and happiness. I'm pregnant. She murmured to herself, her voice trembling and crying, clutching the report tightly, as if it were the most precious treasure in the world. She is pregnant. Her and a Feng's child. She was finally going to have a home that truly belonged to them. Thinking of this, Lu Yan couldn't help but hug Luo Feng tightly. Chapter 007, The Envy and Jealousy of Linyi, My Best Friend. Looking at the scene of people crying with joy, the nurse at the front desk next to her finally understood that she had completely misunderstood. It turns out that this woman didn't want to evade responsibility. But it was the man next to her who was worried about her safety. It was him who insisted on bringing her in for a checkup. It was he who, after seeing the pregnancy result, the first thing he thought of was to prevent her from going to the black domain again. For a moment, the look in the receptionist's eyes when she looked at Luo Feng became more gentle and passionate than ever before. Oh my God! This little boy, how could he be so nice? So gentle. In this world, most men hope that their women can go to the black domain to earn more resources to support the family, but he actually took the initiative to ask his woman not to take risks. Why? Why can't I meet such a good man? Just as Lu Yan was still immersed in great joy and excitement, the cell phone in her pocket rang again at an inopportune time. On the screen, the 3 words Linyi were still flashing. Looking at the caller ID, a hint of hesitation flashed across Lu Yan's face. But in the end, she took a deep breath and pressed the answer button. As soon as the call was connected, Linyi's anxious and angry voice came from the other end. Lu Yan. Where have you been? We've been waiting for you for ages. At the same time, on the east side of Feishan City, at the entrance of the huge and hideous crack in the 13th Black Domain, a well-equipped team is gathering here. In the team, 8 female professionals wearing various types of armor surrounded a young man with a tall figure and handsome face. The man was dressed in a gorgeous wizard robe, holding a staff with a blue gem on top, and there was a hint of arrogance on his face that was hard to conceal. He is the only male in the team and also the core of the team, a noble male mage. At this moment, a female archer in the team, wearing leather armor and carrying a longbow, was holding up a mobile phone and questioning angrily into the microphone. She is Linyi. Lu Yan, what's wrong with you? Are you kidding us? We agreed to go on a mission together, and now you're nowhere to be found. However, what came from the other end of the phone was not an apology, but a voice with obvious trembling and crying. The sound was not loud, but it was clearly transmitted to Linyi's ears through the mobile phone. "AE. I'm pregnant." What? When Linyi heard the words coming from the other end of the phone, she was completely stunned and her first reaction was disbelief. Lu Yan was lying to her. Are you pregnant? What a joke. It's only been a few days since we last met, how could she be pregnant? She knew her best friend Lu Yan's situation very well. The little boy that Lu Yan had raised with great difficulty for more than 10 years, the boy named Luo Feng, was in his rebellious period and was also a boxing boy. That guy was only thinking about proving himself, and it was obvious that he looked down on Lu Yan, a D-level professional who could only work on the periphery. A man who doesn't even look at you can make you pregnant? You're kidding me. Linyi's face darkened instantly, and the anger in her heart suddenly rose up. How much effort did she put in to convince the captain to let the mediocre Lu Yan join the team and enter this game? What is it for? One reason is to make money. After all, following a powerful male wizard into the black domain will bring much higher income than forming a team on their own. Secondly, and most importantly, they hope that the 2 sisters can build a good relationship with the only male in the team, this promising young male mage. Even if I can't become his legal wife, as long as he likes me and I get pregnant with his child, I'll have someone to rely on for the rest of my life. In this world where there are more women than men, this is the most realistic and helpless way for these low-income women to change their fate. Linyi thought so too, and she also hoped that her best friend could seize this opportunity. But she never expected that Lu Yan would escape at such a critical moment. And she's using the lame excuse of pregnancy to fool herself. Are you treating her like a fool? Linyi's chest heaved with rage. She lowered her voice and angrily shouted into the phone, Lu Yan, don't joke with me like that. Do you think I'm stupid? Can that thing in your family make you pregnant? You're dreaming. Are you coming or not? Linyi's voice was filled with anger like an ultimatum. Lu Yan, who was on the other end of the phone, was also at a loss whether to laugh or cry when she heard her best friend's roar. She knew that Linyi didn't believe it, and if it were her previous self before yesterday, she probably wouldn't believe it either. But the facts are right in front of us, She was about to explain a few more words when the phone in her hand was gently snatched away by a warm big hand. Luo Feng put the phone to his ear and said in a calm but clear voice, Sister E, this is Luo Feng.
Sister Lu Yan is really pregnant with my child.
So, she can't go on this mission.
I'm sorry.
His voice was steady and powerful, with an unquestionable certainty. When Lu Yan heard him admit it without hesitation, she was stunned for a moment, then glared at him. However, there was no blame in her eyes, only full of unbreakable pampering and sweetness.
This man.
He was different from any other man she had ever met. Other men always feel shy when talking about this kind of thing, and feel that they are being taken advantage of by women.
But he declared his sovereignty so calmly and domineeringly. I like it. I like this feeling so much.
On the other end of the phone, at the entrance to the black zone. When Lin Yi heard an unfamiliar male voice suddenly coming from the phone, she was stunned and stood there in a daze.
Man? A man's voice? And, what did he say? Is Lu Yan really pregnant? Or is it his child? Lin Yi's brain crashed for a full 3 seconds before it started working again. What did he call me just now? Sister Yi? This voice sounds very young. No way?
An astonishing, almost impossible thought suddenly popped into her mind.
Could it be that this is really the child bride Lu Yan raised? That kid named Luo Feng? Doesn't he look down on Lu Yan? Isn't he a boxer? What's going on? The plot shouldn't be like this.
The huge shock and disbelief made Lin Yi scream in her heart.
Lu Yan. You're eating something so good?
At this time, Luo Feng's voice came from the phone again.
Sister Yi, that's it for now. Wait.
Before Lin Yi could finish speaking, the phone was hung up. Lin Yi looked at the words call ended on the phone screen, her face still full of disbelief.
Lu Yan is really pregnant? Was that voice just now Luo Feng? That rebellious, contemptuous boy actually made Lu Yan pregnant?
This thought kept lingering in her mind, bringing with it an extremely complicated emotion. There was shock and confusion, but more than that, there was a kind of jealousy that even she herself was unwilling to admit.
Pregnant.
That means that Lu Yan no longer has to live in fear every day like them and risk her life in the black domain. Not only that, in order to encourage childbirth, the government also provides pregnant women with a subsidy of 6,000 yuan every month. From the time the pregnancy is confirmed, it will be paid until the child is 3 years old. For nearly 4 years, Lu Yan and her children were essentially being supported by the state. 6,000 yuan a month, although it cannot make you rich, is enough to ensure the normal life of an ordinary family.
And what about them?
These professionals fight with strange beasts in the black domain every day, hanging their heads on their belts. After working hard for a month, after deducting the equipment maintenance and medicine consumption, they get less than 10,000 yuan.
In this era, women are consumables.
Thinking of this, Lin Yi felt as if her heart was blocked by something, and she felt extremely sour. But soon, she comforted herself in her heart.
So what if I get pregnant?
She had seen that boy named Luo Feng before. He was thin and weak, and it was obvious that he didn't have much future. From now on, Lu Yan will probably have to raise the child alone and support that useless man. After thinking about it this way, she felt a little more balanced.
This is probably what a true best friend is like.
I'm afraid that you're having a hard life, and I'm also afraid that you're driving a Land Rover.
Lin Yi.
A cold voice interrupted her thoughts.
Female team leader Zhou Chang walked over with a frown on her face. Seeing her dazed look, she asked impatiently, "What did your best friend say? Are you coming or not?"
Lin Yi came back to her senses and shook her head in disappointment. "Captain, she just found out she's pregnant and can't come."
Pregnant?
As soon as these words were spoken, the other female team members around immediately showed envious expressions and whispered to each other.
"Oh my god, I'm pregnant. I'm so lucky."
Yes, to be favored by a man and to become pregnant is a great fortune.
I really envy her. Exactly.
How many women have never even touched a man's hand in their entire lives, and in the end, they can only helplessly undergo IVF? Listening to the team members' discussions, female Captain Zhou Qing's face became even uglier. She glared at Lin Yi angrily and scolded her, "I told you a long time ago not to look for such an unreliable person."
Getting pregnant? It's not that easy.
I think she's just trying to find an excuse to escape. Lin Yi lowered her head after being scolded and dared not speak anymore. At this moment, the male wizard who had been surrounded by everyone finally spoke impatiently.
"Since there's one person missing, forget it. Let's go and stop wasting time."
He glanced at the women indifferently, a trace of disdain flashing through his mind. A bunch of old women, really disgusting. She couldn't even put together a team of 10 people, yet she was still fantasizing about having some kind of relationship with him all day long.
It seems that it's time to replace the female team members next time. Chapter 008, Lu Yan's Acceptance of Fate.
At the checkpoint, after confirming the news of the pregnancy, Luo Feng pulled Lu Yan, who was still immersed in great joy, and prepared to leave. Lu Yan tightly grasped the thin report in her hand, with tears still on her face, but the corners of her mouth couldn't help but rise, and her whole body exuded a maternal glow and happiness. The lady at the front desk looked at Luo Feng's tall and straight figure from behind, which made her feel jealous.
Envious. Envy. When will I be able to meet such a good man?
She held her cheek, and Luo Feng's gentle yet domineering appearance just now kept replaying in her mind, and her girlish heart was beating wildly. Oops. She suddenly remembered something, her cheeks flushed slightly, and she muttered to herself a little embarrassedly. Just now, when Luo Feng turned around to help Lu Yan, she took the opportunity to secretly slip one of her personal business cards into the report file bag he placed at the front desk. It has her private contact number on it.
I wonder, will he find out? If he finds out, will he contact me?
The receptionist's heart suddenly felt like there was a little rabbit in her chest, her heart was beating fast, and she was full of anxiety and anticipation. As soon as he got home, Luo Feng said softly, "Okay, don't think about anything now, just have a good rest." However, Lu Yan, who had just sat down, hugged him tightly again like a koala. She raised her pretty face, which was still flushed and had traces of tears, and looked at Luo Feng with her watery eyes. She slightly pouted her plump and moist red lips and took the initiative to ask for a kiss. At this moment, her heart is filled with endless love and happiness, and she just wants to express it in the most direct way. Luo Feng looked at her charming appearance and his heart was also burning, but he still smiled, stretched out his finger, and gently touched her lips to stop her action. "No," he said in a doting tone, "the doctor said you can't get too excited during the early stages of pregnancy, my Aunt Lu Yan." When there are no outsiders around, Luo Feng still likes to call her Aunt Lu Yan. These 4 words, with a strange sense of guilt, gave him a special and indescribable excitement. When Lu Yan heard the familiar voice of Auntie, her body trembled violently and her cheeks suddenly felt hot. Obviously, they already had the closest relationship and even had a child, but when this name came out of his mouth, she still felt extremely taboo and shy. This feeling is so exciting. She was too embarrassed to look at Luo Feng again. She could only lower her head, nodded, and said in a voice as thin as a mosquito, "Well, I will apply for pregnancy subsidy now." She paused, as if mustering great courage, and raised her head again, looking at Luo Feng with burning and determined eyes, and said word by word, "A Feng, I love you. Will you marry me?" In this world, this is the most solemn proposal a woman can make to a man. My allowance, and all my savings, will all be given to you to manage. All my money is yours." She gave everything she had, without reservation. However, Luo Feng shook his head, smiled and said, "Auntie, I don't want your money." Hearing this, the light in Lu Yan's eyes dimmed instantly. He still doesn't want to? A feeling of bitterness and grievance surged in my heart. Luo Feng noticed her loss, gently stroked her cheek, and gently comforted her, "Auntie, I love you, you don't have to doubt it. I can also give you a perfect wedding, give you a status, and let you be my first wife." When she heard the word first wife, a glimmer of hope rekindled in Lu Yan's dim eyes. However, Luo Feng's next words made her stunned. But Luo Feng looked into her eyes, his tone calm and serious, "I am destined to have more than one woman." When Lu Yan heard Luo Feng's words, her brain buzzed and went blank. "I am destined to have more than one woman." These words, like a thunderclap, exploded in Lu Yan's mind. The joy and shyness on her face froze in an instant, replaced by confusion and disbelief. What did she hear? More than one woman? Lu Yan stared at Luo Feng in a daze, her lips moving slightly, but she couldn't say a word. In this world where there are more women than men, it is normal for strong men to have multiple partners and even form large harems. The law allows it and society recognizes it. A capable man surrounded by beautiful women is a symbol of his strength. Lu Yan understands all these principles. She had even prepared herself mentally from the moment she adopted Luo Feng. She knew that one day, Luo Feng would grow up and awaken to become an S-class mage or archer, or even an A-class profession. By then, I will definitely not be the only woman by his side. At that time, as long as she could stay by his side, even if she was just one of many women, as long as she could give birth to a child for him, she would be satisfied. But Luo Feng is a warrior. Entering the black zone will only make you cannon fodder.
The casualty rate is high. Not favored.
The country no longer invests any resources in training, there is no support and no preferential treatment.
This means that there is almost no hope for Luo Feng's future.
In Liu Yan's imagination, Luo Feng's future should be to stay at home safely, while she would enter the black domain and make money to support the family. She would use everything she had to support him and give him the best life.
She has even prepared herself to support the entire family for the next few decades. This is a man who is destined to be supported by her. But this man, who in her opinion needed her to give everything to care for and support him, said to her when they just had a child and she proposed to him with joy, "Will he have other women?" Why? This thought emerged uncontrollably from the deepest part of Liu Yan's heart, carrying with it a strong sense of grievance and unwillingness that even she herself felt unfamiliar with. She used her best youth to raise him from a child. She used all her savings to support his unrealistic dream. She had just become pregnant with his child and had given him everything she had without reservation. She thought that she had finally seen the light at the end of the tunnel and that she could finally have all the love of this man. But what is the result? The result is, I am destined to have more than one woman?
In an instant, Liu Yan felt as if a vast green grassland had grown above her head. The huge grievance, like a flood that broke through the dam, instantly flooded her heart and made her feel suffocated and sad.
Her eyes reddened again uncontrollably.
Tears were welling up in her eyes, but she bit her lips stubbornly to prevent them from falling.
She looked at Luo Feng, her voice trembling unnoticed. Why? Why? Hearing Liu Yan's tearful question, Luo Feng answered silently in his heart. Because I have a system for having many children and many blessings. How can you have many children and good fortune if you don't find a few more women?
Thinking back to his previous life in the city, the system rewarded him with 100 million yuan for every child he had. He has so many women and children that they can fill up an entire high-end residential complex. What is more, in today's high-tech world where there are more women than men and the country encourages people to have children.
If we don't branch out more, we will be letting down this system and this era.
Of course, Luo Feng couldn't tell Liu Yan all these words. Having come into contact with all kinds of women in his previous life, he knew very well that reasoning with women would not work, especially when they were emotionally agitated. Seeing Liu Yan's aggrieved look on the verge of tears, Luo Feng did not give any verbal explanation. He simply stretched out his arms and held her tightly and domineeringly in his arms. Sometimes, the comfort of body language is far more powerful than any pale words. He patted her back gently, and when her violent emotions calmed down a little, he whispered in her ear in a low and magnetic voice. I don't want your money, Aunt Liu Yan. I will return the 100,000 yuan to you in a while. You will always be my woman, my first wife. Besides, I will soon be able to support you. Liu Yan was originally sobbing silently in his arms, but when she heard the last sentence, she suddenly raised her head. Her phoenix eyes, dripping with tears, looked at Luo Feng in disbelief. Feng, what did you say? You'll support me? Instead of comforting her, these words seemed to ignite the powder keg of grievance in her heart. At the same time, a strong sense of shame and being looked down upon came over me. Why should he support me? He, a man, said he wanted to support me, a female warrior. Does that mean he looks down on me? Do you think I'm too weak? Is he pitying me? Or are you mocking me? I don't want you to support me. Liu Yan's emotions completely exploded. She shouted angrily and struggled to break free from Luo Feng's arms. Then, without even looking at Luo Feng, she turned around and rushed into her room, slamming the door shut with a bang. Luo Feng was the only one left in the living room, touching his nose helplessly. Only then did he realize that he seemed to have messed up a little bit. Alas, the world has changed, and technology has morphed a bit. In the previous life, this kind of small situation could have been settled with just a few words and some action. He then muttered in his mind and opened the system interface. Partner, Liu Yan favorability, 84. Only fell a little? Luo Feng raised his eyebrows and felt a lot more relaxed. Falling from 85 to 84, it's okay. A favorability of over 80 is already very good. This shows that deep down in Liu Yan's heart, she can actually accept the fact that he has other women. It was just because of his words "I will support you" that she felt embarrassed for a moment and got a little angry. Since it is not a matter of principle, it is easy to deal with. Luo Feng felt relieved. If you want to support me, then support me. I won't refuse. Wait until I make the money back, and then I will show enough strength. By then, let alone one person, even if he wants to start a harem, Aunt Lu Yen will probably rush to help me arrange it. After an unknown amount of time, Luo Feng was awakened again by the familiar smell of rich chicken soup. He opened his eyes and saw Lu Yen placing a bowl of chicken soup on the dining table, wearing an apron. Hearing the noise, she turned around and saw Luo Feng, her eyes suddenly revealing a complex emotion. There is resentment and anger, but more than that, there is concern that cannot be concealed. In the end, all the emotions turned into a gentle sigh. Are you awake? Come and eat. Luo Feng walked over with a smile, stretched out his arms from behind, and gently hugged her soft waist. Eat, eat. He rested his chin on her shoulder and rubbed it affectionately. Being hugged by him so suddenly, Lu Yan's body stiffened at first, and then softened. She could feel his warmth and breath coming from behind her, and that sense of security made all her grievances and temper disappear. She couldn't help but turn her head, a helpless yet sweet smile appeared on her face, and she silently complained in her heart. What an enemy! How can he be so annoying, and yet, so likable? Never mind. There are other women. As long as he has me in his heart, as long as he doesn't use my money to find other women. I admit it. Who made me love him so much? Chapter 009 Secretly Calling Husband. After dinner, Lu Yen was busy cleaning up the dishes in the kitchen, while Luo Feng lay comfortably on the sofa in the living room, feeling the hard-earned warmth and tranquility. His mind was full of thoughts, recalling the fantastic experiences of the past few days, from the system to Aunt Lu Yen, and then to future plans. Suddenly, a name that he had almost forgotten emerged like sediment, King Han. Oh, and there's also the stock that angered my predecessor to death. Luo Feng's heart moved, and he picked up the old mobile phone left by his predecessor. He unlocked it with his fingers a little clumsily and found the stock app. When he clicked on the holdings, the glaring green did not appear. Instead, it was replaced by a bright red that made his pupils suddenly shrink. King of Cold, plus 3.86%. Luo Feng was completely stunned, with a look of being at a loss whether to laugh or cry on his face. It actually went back up? He looked at the timeline carefully. Exactly 4 days have passed since my previous incarnation died. Today is noon on the 5th day. In other words, after its predecessor was angered to death, this stock not only did not continue to fall, but instead it rose back in the past few days, and it even rose by 18.99% this morning. In 4 days, it soared by 50%. It went back up directly. Luo Feng couldn't help but think, this predecessor, if he could hold on for a few more days, would he not be angered to death, but would he be able to turn things around? Fate really plays tricks on people. Luo Feng didn't care about these things. When he was on Blue Star, apart from completing the tasks and stocks given by the system, he didn't understand this stuff at all. Now that he has arrived in this advanced martial arts world, he is even more clueless. Technical adjustments and market manipulation are all bullshit in his opinion. The best way is to lock in profits. I glanced at the time and it was exactly 1 in the afternoon, the market had just opened. Without any hesitation, Luo Feng directly chose to sell all. Just before he clicked confirm and the transaction was successful, the stock price on the screen jumped up again. The selling price was more than 1% higher than what he paid at noon. Buzz. The phone vibrated and a bank text message popped up. Your account ending in XXXX has a deposit of 525,000 yuan. The original capital of 500,000 yuan has now become 525,000 yuan. A net profit of 25,000. Not bad, not bad. As long as there is no loss. Luo Feng couldn't help laughing. Is this the fate of a time traveler? It's so good that I can't say anything about it. Lu Yen had just wiped the last bowl and put it away and took off her apron when she saw Luo Feng leaning on the sofa, staring intently at the screen of his mobile phone. That focused look made her heart skip a beat. She walked over quietly and saw the red, green and yellow stock software on the phone interface. A feeling of heartache and self-blame suddenly surged into my heart. She thought Luo Feng was still brooding over the lost money. Ah Feng, she said, sitting next to Luo Feng, her voice soft and soothing, are you still watching that stock? If you lose money, it's okay. Don't take it to heart. She reached out her hand, wanting to hold Luo Feng's, and continued to comfort him, we'll earn it back slowly in the future. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. In her opinion, the 100,000 yuan was her hard-earned money, but compared with Luo Feng, it was not worth mentioning at all. As long as he can get out of the shadow of failure and stop doing stupid things, that is more important than anything else. In fact, Lu Yan didn't know that her predecessor not only invested her 100,000 yuan, but also frantically borrowed 400,000 yuan, adding 4 times the leverage. However, when Luo Feng heard her words, he looked up from the phone screen. Instead of being depressed, there was a mischievous smile on his face.
Auntie, who said I lost money? Lu Yan was slightly stunned, huh?
Luo Feng smiled and shook his phone, then tapped a few times quickly with his fingers.
Soon, Lu Yan's cell phone rang.
Puzzled, she picked up her phone and saw a bank transfer notification pop up on the screen.
Your account received a transfer from Luo Feng, amount 25,000 yuan.
Lu Yan's eyes widened instantly, her whole body froze, and her face was full of disbelief.
Where did you get the money? Her first reaction was panic. Feng, did you do something stupid again? Stupid thing? Luo Feng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He handed his phone to Lu Yan and pointed at the transaction record on it. Auntie, look carefully, I made money.
Lu Yan took the phone with trembling hands, and the screen clearly displayed the transaction details of King Han, selling price, total transaction amount of 525,000 yuan.
525,000?
Luo Feng shook his head and said, 100,000 of this is a loan from you, and the other 400,000 is a loan. This means I made 25,000 this time. I'll give you the 25,000 I earned first, and I'll lend you the 100,000. After I awaken and enter the black domain to earn money, I'll pay you back.
Making money? Lu Yan's voice was trembling, her mind blank. How is this possible? Wasn't it the limit down a few days ago?
I told you, it's a technical adjustment, Luo Feng said casually as he put his phone away. I figured it was a market maker's shakeout, so I invested everything.
And now, after the shakeout, hasn't the stock price skyrocketed?
He brought out his previous theory and spoke without blushing or beating his heart, as if he were really a stock god. Lu Yan didn't understand any of this, she only knew that Luo Feng had earned an extra 25,000. She looked at the man in front of her with a confident smile, and her eyes changed completely. Auntie, please keep this 25,000 first. Luo Feng looked at her dazed look and smiled. After a brief shock, Lu Yan's watery eyes just stared at Luo Feng tightly without blinking. Feng, her voice was soft, yet trembling with a barely perceptible tremor, are you really going to awaken your profession and enter the black domain? Luo Feng met her worried gaze without dodging and nodded solemnly.
Right. Why? Lu Yan's eyes instantly turned red.
She grabbed Luo Feng's hand, her voice filled with pleading, the casualty rate among the soldiers is too high.
That's no joke. You're rich now, can't we just live a stable life?
I can go to the black territory and make money to support the family, support you, and our children.
I will work hard,
Aunt Lu Yan, Luo Feng interrupted her by holding her cold little hand. He looked into her eyes, which were filled with fear and pleading, and said word by word with incredible clarity, is it really safe to stay at home?
Lu Yan was stunned.
Luo Feng's eyes grew deeper, revealing a calmness and foresight that surpassed his age. There is no such thing as absolute safety in this world.
The black domain can appear anywhere at any time.
I don't want to be left like a piece of trash, hiding behind you when the black domain suddenly appears next to me, watching you fight to protect me, or, dying together, powerless to resist. His voice was not loud, but every word was heart-piercing, causing Lu Yan's body to tremble slightly. To die like that is truly aggrieved.
Auntie, believe me. Luo Feng held Lu Yan's hand tightly. Entering the black territory is the path I must take after careful consideration.
Lu Yan stared at him blankly, seeing the unquestionable determination and confidence in his eyes. She knew she couldn't stop him.
Rather than becoming a stumbling block on his way forward, it is better to. After a long time, Lu Yan finally took a deep breath and nodded heavily.
Okay. After saying that, she stopped talking, picked up her mobile phone, and her fingers quickly operated something on the screen.
Auntie, what are you doing? Luo Feng asked with some confusion.
Lu Yan raised her head and gave him a gentle smile, which was filled with a hint of mystery, nothing. After saying that, she stood up and walked into her room. Soon, the sound of rustling things could be heard from inside.
Luo Feng was completely confused and didn't understand what she was up to.
Not long after, there was a knock on the door. Lu Yan walked out of the room, carrying 2 heavy metal boxes. She opened the door and saw a young woman in uniform standing there with a striking Second Recycling logo printed on the chest. Hello, the woman said, bowing respectfully upon seeing Lu Yan.
I'm a staff member at Second Recycling. Do you have any weapons or equipment you'd like to exchange? Yes. Lu Yen nodded. Auntie, are you going to sell your equipment and weapons? Luo Feng immediately stepped forward and frowned to stop her. It's not a sale, Lu Yen looked at him with a gentle yet determined smile on her face, it's an exchange. She explained softly, anyway, I'm at home preparing for pregnancy, so I won't be able to enter the black domain for a long time. And you're about to enter the black domain, so how can you do that without a decent set of equipment? My women's equipment isn't suitable for you in terms of size and attributes, so I contacted Second Recycling. For my equipment and 50,000 yuan, I can exchange it for a set of 1-star, fine blue men's equipment that's most suitable for your level. Lu Yen said seriously. With this set of equipment, you will be safer when entering the black domain. In this world, equipment levels are clearly divided, from low to high: white equipment, blue equipment, green equipment, purple equipment, gold equipment, dark gold equipment, orange equipment, and red equipment. The 1-star excellent blue equipment is specially made by the forging profession for professionals from level 1 to 9. It has excellent attributes and is enough to deal with most dangers in the primary black domain. For a D-level professional like Lu Yan, the upper limit of the professional level is level 10, and the clothes she wears are also the fine blue clothes of this level. Now, she was using her own equipment, discounted price, and 50,000 yuan in cash to buy a new set of men's equipment for Luo Feng. Hearing these words, Luo Feng felt as if his heart was hit hard by something, and a warm current instantly surged through his body. This woman. She was always like this, silently giving everything for him with the most practical actions. He looked at Lu Yan's eyes that were full of love and expectation, and his heart was filled with mixed emotions. Good. He knew that if he said no at this time, it would be too hypocritical and would hurt her feelings. All he could do was to silently accept this heavy love, and then, be doubly nice to this woman. The staff member who was responsible for recycling the equipment was very efficient. She used professional instruments to quickly check Lu Yan's equipment and weapons. After confirming that there was no problem with the wear and tear and grade, she nodded with satisfaction. Then, she pulled out 2 brand new metal boxes from behind her. The boxes were printed with the Instant Recycling logo and emitted a cold metallic luster. This is the men's 1-star elite grade battle armor and weapon box you exchanged for. Lu Yan was about to confirm the payment when a thought suddenly flashed through her mind. She quickly stopped the staff member who was about to hand in the confirmation form and asked hesitantly, my husband hasn't fully awakened yet, and his class hasn't been finalized. Can I exchange this weapon box when the time comes? She subconsciously glanced at Luo Feng beside her secretly and quickly out of the corner of her eye. I saw that crystal clear, small and exquisite earlobe, uncontrollably dyed with a layer of attractive pink at a speed visible to the naked eye. It's so embarrassing to call me husband. Will he be angry? Do you think I'm too proactive? However, to her surprise, there was no opposition or displeasure on Luo Feng's face, not even a hint of surprise. He just stood there quietly, seemingly unaware. He didn't object. Is this something you are used to? Lu Yan's heart was instantly filled with sweet joy. Very good. This means that he acknowledges our relationship. Lu Yan's heart felt as sweet as if it was filled with honey. She secretly made up her mind to call him that often in the future and to call him that with confidence. At this point, the staff member respectfully explained to the 2 people, Sir, Madam, please rest assured. The seals on these 2 boxes are intact since they're unopened. As long as the seals are intact, you can visit any of our instant recycling offline stores at any time and exchange them for other weapons and equipment of the same level free of charge. Of course, if you need our door-to-door service again, we'll charge a 200 yuan visit fee. After seeing off the recycling staff, the crisp sound of the door closing brought peace back to the living room. 2 brand new metal boxes stood quietly on the floor, reflecting the soft light of the ceiling chandelier, but exuding a cold atmosphere that was incompatible with this warm home. Luo Feng's gaze moved away from the box and fell on Lu Yan's face. She seemed to still be immersed in the shyness and sweetness brought by the word husband just now. The blush on her cheeks had not completely faded, and her eyes were full of unmeltable tenderness. Luo Feng didn't say anything, but just stretched out his hand, gently pulled Lu Yan into his arms, and hugged her tightly. This hug is more powerful than any words. Chapter 010, Exploding Girlfriend's Gold Coins. Lu Yan was startled at first, then she leaned gently on his chest, feeling his strong heartbeat, and her heart was at peace to the extreme. As long as you are safe, all this is worth it. She whispered in his arms in an almost inaudible voice.
Luo Feng gently stroked her soft long hair and secretly made up his mind that he would never let this woman down for everything she had done for him. After a while, Lu Yan reluctantly broke free from his arms.
Husband.
She called out again tentatively.
Seeing that Luo Feng didn't object, she grew bolder and spoke in a more natural tone. Do you want to try this equipment?
Luo Feng shook his head and said, let's go to the career center tomorrow and see what happens.
Okay. Lu Yan nodded.
Then, Lu Yan sighed softly again, and a look of deep self-blame and helplessness appeared on her beautiful face.
She raised her head and looked at Luo Feng, her eyes full of apology. Hubby, I'm sorry. I wish I had more money.
Then I can buy you a set of purple equipment. With it, you won't be able to walk around the black domain with ease, but at least you'll be safe. At this point, her voice dropped. A set of purple equipment with 30% wear and tear would cost 300,000, and a brand new one would cost almost 1 million, which was an astronomical figure that she couldn't even imagine.
Luo Feng looked at Lu Yan's self-blaming expression and felt warm in his heart.
He couldn't help but smile and reached out to pinch her tender cheek.
Silly, what are you thinking? The blue equipment is already very good. It's enough for me. Luo Feng's voice was gentle.
He looked at Lu Yan's self-blaming eyes and continued to explain, I'll be level 10 soon, and then I'll be able to use 2-star equipment. Right now, these 1-star equipment, even if it's purple, is unnecessary.
It's just a transition. Spending 5 or 10 times the price on a set of purple equipment that will soon be obsolete, isn't that a big mistake? Luo Feng's eyes gleamed with confidence. The equipment produced in the black domain is much better than those forged. Besides, look at my luck. Maybe if I just kill a few monsters, I'll get a rare job transfer card. Those hidden jobs are much more powerful than ordinary A-level jobs. In this world, there are 2 main ways to obtain equipment.
One is to have it crafted by a blacksmith, which has stable quality but relatively fixed attributes.
The other type is dropped by killing monsters in the black domain.
The equipment dropped in the black domain, especially the suits, often come with some powerful special effects that are far beyond the reach of ordinary forged equipment. The job transfer card is a special item that has an extremely low probability of dropping in the black domain. It allows professionals to break away from the conventional job system and transfer to a more powerful hidden job with unlimited potential. Although the explosion rate is shockingly low, every professional who successfully changes his job becomes a top-level expert who is famous in the area. Of course, Lu Yan knew that Luo Feng was trying to cheer her up.
Job transfer card? What does that mean?
In the decades since the founding of Feishan City, there have been only a handful of people who have become hidden professions by using job transfer cards, and each of them is a legendary figure. How could such an opportunity, which is even slimmer than winning the lottery jackpot, come so easily? She knew that he said this on purpose because he was afraid that she would think too much and feel burdened. This thoughtfulness and tenderness made her feel both sour and sweet. She suppressed the heat welling up in her eyes, nodded vigorously, and forced a smile that was uglier than crying. Yes. I believe in you. You are so lucky, you will definitely be able to do it. She knew that the man in front of her was no longer the rebellious teenager who needed her care in every way. He had his own ideas, his own responsibilities, and even began to take care of her emotions in return. In this world, which man would be so humble and gently make a woman happy? They are precious resources, treasures that need to be held in the palm of your hand, and they are used to being flattered and obeyed. If I tell this to my girlfriends, they will probably scream with envy. How could Lu Yan deserve to have such a young, handsome, and considerate man? Thinking of this, Lu Yan felt like her whole heart was about to melt and turn into a pool of sweet spring water. She could no longer suppress her inner emotions, and she rushed forward, wrapping her arms tightly around Luo Feng's neck. Husband. Her voice had a wet tremor, filled with endless dependence and love. Luo Feng was stunned by her sudden enthusiasm, and then he felt the warm and soft body in his arms, and his body couldn't help but feel hot. But he still endured it, patted her back gently, and reminded her, "You are just pregnant, you must take care of your body and don't do anything reckless." The tide of desire in Lu Yan's sparkling phoenix eyes was almost overflowing, but Luo Feng's concerned reminder was like a clear spring, which made her sober up instantly. Yes, she is pregnant now, the fruit of their love, and there must be no mistakes. She bit her plump and moist lower lip and forcibly suppressed the heat and impulse in her heart. No, I can't be so rude. What if my husband thinks I'm an unrestrained woman and no longer likes me? Thinking of this, Lu Yan suddenly felt annoyed. She took a deep breath, stepped back from Luo Feng's embrace, lowered her head, and said in a voice full of apology, "Hubby, I'm sorry, I can't serve you now." She paused for a moment, as if she had made a great decision, then raised her head and asked tentatively, "How about
I introduce my best friend Linny to you?"
When Luo Feng heard Lu Yan's words, he was stunned. He originally looked at Lu Yan's eyes full of spring water and thought that she would suggest other ways to help him solve the problem. But she never expected that the other method she proposed was to simply replace him with someone else. She had actually brought it up on her own initiative. The women in this world are too virtuous, aren't they? Luo Feng didn't react for a moment, he just stared at her blankly without saying a word. But to Lu Yan, his silence was like the calm before the storm. She suddenly panicked, thinking that she had said something wrong and angered him.
"Hubby, I didn't mean it. I said the wrong thing.
Lu Yan hurriedly hugged Luo Feng again, trying to explain incoherently. She was so anxious that she didn't know what words to say to apologize. In a panic, she raised her hand to slap herself in the face. The next second, her wrist was firmly grasped by a strong hand.
Luo Feng looked at her with confusion, frowned and asked, "What are you doing?" "Husband, you are not angry?" Lu Yan asked fearfully, looking at his calm expression. "Why should I be angry?" Luo Feng was even more puzzled.
Lu Yan carefully observed the changes in Luo Feng's expression and found that he really didn't show any sign of anger. The big stone in her heart finally fell to the ground. She was really scared just now. She thought what she said was too absurd. She thought Luo Feng would misunderstand her and think that he was a fickle man, so she took the initiative to introduce women to him. Luo Feng had no idea that Lu Yan had already been playing out a big drama in her mind.
He simply knocked on the table and asked, "Are you really willing?"
At that moment, he had a lot of thoughts in his mind. Since it was Lu Yan who brought it up, it was naturally the best option, saving him a lot of trouble. He also had an impression of the woman named Linny. Searching through the memories of the previous life, Linny and Lu Yan are of similar age, but have completely different styles. Lu Yan is the plump and full-bodied type, while Linny looks more petite and delicate, a cute homegirl. Maybe they are both home buddies, otherwise they wouldn't be such good friends. Seeing that Luo Feng was indeed not angry, Lu Yan grew bolder and continued, "Hubby, there's absolutely no problem.
Although he always says she's disgusted, she's actually very sultry inside.
She's already 35 years old this year, and she's never even held a man's hand." She paused and said, "If you don't like her, if you hate her, I will immediately break up with her. If you think it's acceptable, I will help you negotiate and give her a lot of gold coins." She's been saving money since she graduated from high school at 18. Because she's a D-rank archer, her contribution to the team is twice as high as mine, and her equipment consumption is much lower than mine. Over the past 10 years, she saved a full 300,000 yuan. This is for her to marry a husband in the future, as a betrothal gift. When Luo Feng heard this, he immediately became interested and said curiously, "This is Auntie's betrothal money, so I can't marry her." When Lu Yan heard Luo Feng say the word marry, she always felt something was strange. In this world, it is the women who marry and the men who marry. But she didn't correct him. She just curled her lips and said, "She's dreaming.
She wants to marry a man home with 300,000 yuan?
What a beautiful dream." After saying this, she glanced at Luo Feng in front of her again, a look of immense pride on her face, and added, "Of course, without feelings, 300,000 is definitely not enough." What he meant was that Luo Feng had genuine feelings for her. "Husband, if you don't mind her, just treat her as a temporary lover."
"I think 300,000 is not enough. After all, my husband is so outstanding."
Lu Yan became more and more excited as she spoke, and had already started to think about how to help Luo Feng empty her best friend's wallet.
Chapter 011 Awakening.
As his thoughts raced, Luo Feng became more adapted to the rhythm of this world. In the lower classes of this world, the extreme ratio of more women than men has led to a peculiar phenomenon of male superiority and female inferiority. Men become precious because of their scarcity and have absolute right of choice and dominance. In order to gain the favor of men and continue their offspring, women have to be proactive and humble, and even push their best friends in front of their beloved men. Lu Yan's performance is the most true portrayal of this cruel social reality. Luo Feng is not a pretentious person. He first reached out his hand, took Lu Yan back into his arms, kissed her smooth forehead gently, and soothed her in the most gentle voice, "Auntie, in my heart, you will always be the first, and this will never change." Feeling cherished by Luo Feng, Lu Yan's heart instantly calmed down and a happy and satisfied smile appeared on her face. After calming Lu Yan down, Luo Feng changed the subject and continued, "As for Auntie, since she's your best friend, that's fine. He looked at Lu Yan, his tone becoming serious. However, since we want to establish a relationship, I will not treat her unfairly.
This won't be a temporary lover.
I will make her pregnant and let her have her own child.
What?
When Lu Yan heard this, she suddenly raised her head from his arms, her face full of shock and disbelief.
Honey, there's really no need to do this. She waved her hands quickly and said anxiously.
And in her heart, she was screaming madly.
What a joke! Pregnant with husband's child? Just relying on Lin Yi's mere savings of 300,000 yuan?
How could she be qualified to be pregnant with my husband's child?
That's the seed of my Lu Yan's man. Want to exchange a child for 300,000? Dream. This is such an insult to my husband.
Luo Feng looked at Lu Yan's excited expression of "you've lost a lot" and felt funny and warm in his heart. He knew that Lu Yan took him too seriously and was afraid that he would suffer the slightest loss. All right, Luo Feng smiled and ruffled her hair, like soothing a livid kitten.
I know what's going on.
He paused, then said in an unquestionable tone, "It's settled. Please help me make an appointment with her." Seeing that Luo Feng had made up his mind, Lu Yan didn't say anything more. I just feel depressed because my best friend Lin Yi has made a fortune. Then, another thought quietly emerged in her heart. Although I think Lin Yi made a huge profit by spending only 300,000 yuan to get pregnant with her husband's child, she is her best friend after all, so it doesn't matter who takes advantage of her.
During the early stages of my pregnancy, having someone to help take care of my husband seems not bad, right? What's more, that person is her best friend. Knowing someone's background is much better than dealing with those wild women who appear out of nowhere.
Thinking of this, the imbalance in Lu Yan's heart immediately dissipated. She nodded and replied obediently, "Hubby, I'll talk to her when she comes back from the Black Territory."
With her 300,000, you can at least buy a green suit, or even a purple suit. Lu Yan was still worried about her beloved husband entering the black domain.
Luo Feng smiled and said, all right, I know what I'm doing. 300,000 is not too much, but not too little either.
It is not worth spending it on one-star equipment.
In Luo Feng's case, without the government subsidies, there are also many other expenses for entering and exiting the black zone.
There are many places to use 300,000 yuan.
Lu Yan sighed and said, okay, tomorrow we'll go to the career center building to awaken. After saying that, she added with a sly smile, but don't worry, husband. No matter what, the 300,000 must be revealed.
The next morning, just after dawn, Luo Feng and Lu Yan set out for the career center building in the city center.
As a city with a population of 1 million, Feishan City's career center building is a well-deserved landmark building. It soars into the clouds and is full of the beauty of technology and power.
When the two arrived, there was already a huge crowd in front of the building, as densely packed as a hospital. This is the heart of the entire city's professionals.
Every day, countless people come here with different purposes, to handle team procedures, transfer or get promoted, awaken their profession, or accept issued missions. Each floor of the building carries out different functions and witnesses the ups and downs of countless people's destinies. Luo Feng, holding Lu Yan's hand, had just walked to the front door of the first floor when he ran into a group of acquaintances.
Luo Feng?
A slightly surprised voice sounded. Luo Feng looked in the direction of the voice and saw two male classmates surrounded by a group of beautiful female classmates like stars surrounding the moon. He knew both boys, they were Li Haoren and Wang Zizha, who were in the same class with him. He also had some impression of the girls around them who were trying their best to please him and smiling sweetly.
There were classmates and students from the next class.
Each of them was young and beautiful, exuding confidence. They seemed to be the proud daughters of heaven who had awakened to a B-level or above profession. At the initial awakening ceremony at high school graduation, among the 3 boys in their class, only Luo Feng was a warrior. Li Hao and Wang Zhou awakened as a mage and an assistant respectively. These 2 lucky guys were provided with awakening stones free of charge by the country for deep awakening as soon as they awakened, and their future is promising. Even if they have only awakened a C-level profession, as long as they are not a warrior type, they will be the hotcakes that all combat teams will compete for. Luo Feng, who was initially awakened and confirmed to be a warrior, was naturally classified into the category of having no future and was recommended to be used as a reproductive tool. At this moment, when this group of men and women saw Luo Feng, especially when they saw the mature and charming Lu Yan beside him, they all showed surprise on their faces.
Luo Feng, you are here too?
Li Hao spoke first, with a barely perceptible sense of superiority in his tone. A tall female archer beside him looked Luo Feng up and down, then looked at Lu Yan with a scrutinizing gaze and asked uncertainly, I remember, you are a melee fighter, right?
What are you doing here? Who is this?
Being stared at by so many young and beautiful ladies, especially when their gazes fell on her, Lu Yan's eyes suddenly became evasive. Looking at these young girls full of vigor and promising futures, and then looking at myself, a 35-year-old D-class female warrior. A strong sense of inferiority surged into my heart like a tide. However, just when she subconsciously wanted to step back and hide, a warm and powerful hand held her hand tightly. That calm strength instantly dispelled the panic and inferiority in her heart. Luo Feng held Lu Yan's hand in his palm, with a calm smile on his face, and introduced her to everyone. This is my first wife, you can call her Sister Lu.
Sister Lu?
As soon as these words were spoken, the surroundings suddenly became silent.
Everyone's eyes became strange, looking back and forth between Luo Feng and Lu Yan. An 18-year-old boy calls a woman who looks to be in her 30s wife? Is this being kept by a rich woman?
But looking at the way this woman is dressed, she looks ordinary and doesn't look like a rich person at all. Being stared at by everyone with inquiring, contemptuous, and even a hint of sympathy eyes, Lu Yan felt her cheeks burning hot and she wished she could find a hole in the ground to crawl into immediately. If I had known it would be like this, I wouldn't have accompanied Luo Feng here.
So embarrassing. Li Haoran looked at Luo Feng, with a barely perceptible hint of sarcasm on the corner of his mouth.
He pretended to be concerned on the surface, but in fact he was eager to see Luo Feng make a fool of himself.
Why? There are 3 boys in the class.
Li Haoran and Wang Zizha look similar and are about the same. But this Luo Feng, although he has an ordinary appearance and his family background is adopted, there are always girls secretly looking at him in school. Now, after awakening, he has become the most useless warrior and deserves to be sent home to be used as a reproductive tool.
Why are you even coming to the career center? Are you asking for trouble? Luo Feng, why are you here? Li Haoran asked knowingly, deliberately lengthening his tone.
Luo Feng, however, seemed not to hear the malice in his words and replied calmly, well, I am here to awaken.
Ah? You're awakening? Li Haoran widened his eyes in mock surprise, a look of sudden enlightenment on his face. Did you awaken the mage or the archer?
As soon as he said this, Wang Zizha and the female classmates around him burst into suppressed laughter. Luo Feng looked at Li Haoran's clumsy performance, chuckled, waved his hand and said, your memory is really not very good. A few days ago, we lined up together for the initial awakening, and you've forgotten it in just a few days? It seems like you really need to go to the hospital to see a brain doctor. After saying that, he ignored Li Haoran, whose face turned ashen in an instant, and directly took Lu Yan's hand and walked into the gate of the career center. Lu Yan was pulled by Luo Feng and walked quickly through the crowd, her heart still pounding. Of course she could see that Li Haoran was making things difficult for her, but in that situation, she was surrounded by so many girls with strong auras, all of whom were B-level or even A-level professionals. She didn't dare to say a word. Now that she was being protected by Luo Feng like this, she felt a hint of sweetness in her heart, but also a strong sense of shame. I am really useless. A woman was actually protected by a man. Lu Yan, you have been living in a doghouse for the past 35 years. Outside the door, Li Haoran was so angry that he laughed. This guy. It's bad enough that she stole his limelight in school, but now she has become a useless soldier. What qualifications does she have to talk to him in such a tone? Court death. Haoran, don't be angry. Why would you be angry with that kind of person? That's right, he's completely ignorant. He's just a soldier. He's not from the same world as us. Yeah, ignore him, he's a piece of trash. Seeing this, the girls nearby immediately started to comfort him. Being surrounded by people like the moon surrounded by stars, and listening to these gentle or cute voices of comfort, the anger in Li Haoran's heart was quickly replaced by pride. He straightened his one-star green wizard robe and put a confident smile on his face again. That's right, why bother with a loser? What's the use of a warrior even if he is deeply awakened? Without any national resource subsidies and no team willing to take him, he has to rely on himself? Don't even think about getting out of the first level of the Black Domain in your lifetime. Chapter 012 D-Class Warrior. However, the more Li Haoran thought about it, the angrier he became. Why did Luo Feng, a useless soldier, dare to speak to him with that look and tone? How could a reproductive tool destined to be kept by a woman have the qualifications to act arrogantly in front of him, the future powerful wizard? No, I can't swallow this. An idea suddenly struck him, and a sinister smile curled up at the corner of his mouth. He said loudly to the female classmates surrounding him, "Come on, let's go in and see what amazing profession our old classmate Luo Feng has awakened. We're classmates after all, so we should at least show some concern for each other.
Maybe we can even have some interactions in the future."
The girls around him immediately understood what he meant and agreed with him with sweet smiles.
Exactly, we're curious too. Maybe he has awakened an A-rank warrior, ha. Let's go, and take a look. A group of people followed in and took the special elevator straight to the Awakening Hall on the 3rd floor.
The Awakening Hall is spacious and bright, full of a sense of technology.
In the center is a huge circular magic circle, surrounded by circles of audience seats.
Li Haorun immediately saw Luo Feng, who was queuing, and the charming young woman who was sitting alone in the corner, looking a little uneasy.
He sneered, deliberately raised his voice, and shouted in the direction of the magic circle, "Luo Feng, come on. We are all watching you."
Luo Feng turned around when he heard the sound, glanced at them lightly, then laughed and ignored them.
Just a clown. I am about to enter the black domain. With SSS level skills, my upgrade speed and strength improvement will be unimaginable to these flowers in the greenhouse. Soon, they won't even be able to see their own backs. It's a waste of time to fight with them now.
Soon, it was Luo Feng's turn. Under the guidance of the staff, he walked into the center of the awakening circle. He tightly held the awakening stone that he had bought for 100,000. In an instant, the awakening stone transformed into a pure and mysterious energy, which penetrated into his body through his palm and resonated with the warrior power hidden in his blood.
Buzz! A brilliant white light shot up into the sky.
Above Luo Feng's head, the shadow of a tall warrior holding a huge sword and wearing heavy armor flashed by.
Although it was brief, it carried a domineering aura that looked down on the world.
A hint of surprise flashed in the eyes of the guiding staff nearby. Most of the boys who come here for deep awakening are mages, archers, and supports.
Warrior?
This was the first time he had seen it this month. Looking at the audience, the little wizard in green clothes seemed to be his classmate, shouting, "Come on."
Could it be that this is the legitimate son of some big family?
Only the children of top families who have no worries about resources can be so willful and choose the most difficult path.
However, rules are rules.
Although he caught a glimpse of the warrior's shadow, according to the standard set by the career center, although the white light was dazzling, the shadow was not solid and large enough, and the duration was too short.
After comprehensive assessment, it was the lowest level D. So, he cleared his throat and announced loudly, "Luo Feng, awakening profession D-level warrior."
As soon as he finished speaking, Li Haorun in the audience could no longer hold back and burst into exaggerated and shrill laughter.
Ha 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 ha. D-class warrior.
I thought it was some powerful profession, but it turns out to be just trash.
The female classmates around him also burst into undisguised laughter, and looked at Luo Feng with eyes full of contempt and pity.
At this moment, an angry female voice exploded like thunder amid the laughter.
"What did you say? Say it again."
Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and saw that the charming young woman in the corner had stood up at some point, her face full of anger, and her phoenix eyes staring at Li Haorun.
Li Haorun was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that this seemingly weak young woman would dare to speak to him in such a tone.
He felt offended and his face darkened instantly. Before he could say anything, several of his female classmates who were the best at reading people's expressions had already stood up and were about to attack Lu Yan.
However, before they could say anything, a figure suddenly inserted itself between them and Lu Yan.
The girls were startled and quickly took a few steps back. Only then did they see clearly that the person coming was Luo Feng, who had just awakened.
Luo Feng didn't look at them. His cold eyes locked onto Li Haorun like an eagle. "Who's the loser?"
He spoke slowly, his voice quiet but filled with a chilling chill.
"Let's go to the dueling arena and try it out.
Let's have a life or death duel and see if I can kill you with one punch."
Li Haorun was frightened by Luo Feng's fierce eyes and words, and his heart shrank.
He subconsciously took half a step back.
A life and death duel? Is he crazy? At this time, the female classmates around him finally reacted and immediately stood up to defend Li Haorun. "Luo Feng, are you being unreasonable?
We're all at level 1 and haven't leveled up yet, so of course you, as a warrior, have the advantage."
"That's right. A cannon fodder soldier, what's there to be proud of? After a while, when we Haorun level up a few levels, we can completely defeat you with just a flick of our fingers." How shameless. Luo Feng ignored these chattering women. His eyes were always fixed on Li Haorun, who was protected behind him, and a mocking arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. Li Haoren, do you really like being protected by women?
Li Haoren's face flushed red as he felt the pain. He stiffened his neck and argued, so many classmates are on my side, which means I'm right.
You're just a piece of shit.
Seeing Li Haoren's behavior, Luo Feng suddenly felt bored.
Alas, the men in this world are so spoiled that they don't behave like men at all. It's boring.
Luo Feng shook his head, waved his hand, then took Lu Yan's hand and prepared to leave. However, as soon as they turned around, they were blocked by two girls. Luo Feng looked closely and saw that one was Zhou Wenya, the beauty of their class, and the other was Sun Xiaoqian, the beauty of the class next door.
Luo Feng narrowed his eyes and asked coldly, "What's the matter? Li Haoren doesn't have the courage to duel, and you want to stand up for him?"
He moved his wrist and the joint made a crackling sound. "If a woman provokes me, I will beat her. It's just right, you can try out the power of my one-punch man." Zhou Wenya and Sun Xiaoqian were frightened by Luo Feng's cold and ruthless eyes.
Their hearts trembled, their bodies shivered instinctively, and they quickly made way.
Luo Feng snorted coldly. Without even looking at them, he took Lu Yan's hand and left. When Luo Feng pulled Lu Yan out of the awakening hall, Lu Yan's beautiful eyes were filled with heartache and self-blame.
"Hubby, I'm sorry. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have."
She thought it was her impulsiveness that caused the conflict between Luo Feng and Li Haoren, causing him to suffer even greater humiliation. Luo Feng looked at her, about to cry, and reached out his hand to gently wipe away the tears from the corners of her eyes.
He said softly, "Silly girl, what does this have to do with you? They're just a bunch of clowns. I don't take them seriously at all."
After saying that, he couldn't wait to recite it in his mind and opened the system panel.
Occupation, D-Class Warrior 110.
It was originally level 0, but after fully awakening, it became level 1. After that, you need to enter the black domain to level up.
D-level profession, the level cap is only 10.
In this world, the initial rating of a profession almost determines a person's ceiling. The upper limit of D-level professions is level 10, C level is level 20, B level is level 30, A level is level 40, and S level is as high as level 50. Although you can transfer to a second job through a job transfer task after reaching the level cap and unlock a new level cap, the attribute growth and skill potential brought by the initial job rating will be inherited forever. Therefore, even if a D-class profession has the luck to complete the second transformation, its overall strength is far from comparable to that of a strong S-class profession after the second transformation. It can be said that Class D is indeed congenitally deficient, and the ceiling has been pressing down on its head from the very beginning. If Luo Feng didn't have the system, his life trajectory would have been almost determined based on his D-level warrior profession alone. But after having the system, the rating of this D-level profession is completely irrelevant. His true strength comes from the incredible skills rewarded by the system. His gaze continued to move downwards, landing on the skill bar. Skills: Normal Attack LV2, Charged Heavy Attack LV1, One Punch Man LV2 SSS level, Charge LV1 C level. When awakening a profession, you will randomly gain an initial skill. Luo Feng's luck seemed to be just average, as he only awakened a C-level skill. However, when Luo Feng saw the skill introduction clearly, the calmness on his face was instantly replaced by ecstasy. Charge LV1C, movement speed increases by 10%, allowing you to quickly approach targets within a 10-meter radius. If you successfully launch a normal attack within 0.1 seconds of reaching the target, the damage is increased by 50%. This skill is perfectly matched with normal attacks, which means it's very suitable for One Punch Man. At the moment of charging close, a normal attack with terrifying One Punch Man damage is launched, increasing the damage by 50% on top of the original 3 times. Lu Yan's face was full of worry. A D-level warrior was just like her. She had been in the first level of the Black Domain for 10 years, always playing the role of cannon fodder. Because she is afraid of death, she only hangs out on the outermost edge of the first floor. Over the past 10 years, after deducting living expenses, maintenance costs of equipment and weapons, and various miscellaneous expenses, the only money saved was 100,000 yuan. If Luo Feng had not descended upon us like a god, Lu Yan's fate would probably be that she would not be able to find a man after she turned 40 and would have to accept her fate and undergo IVF. Lu Yan sighed, but was stunned when she saw Luo Feng still smiling confidently. "Husband, you can still laugh?" she asked in some confusion. A D-class warrior, this is practically a death sentence for his career, so how come he doesn't seem to care at all? As Luo Feng walked, he hugged her soft waist and said confidently, "It's just a D-rank job, just my starting point. Auntie, just wait and see." Soon, I will make all those who laugh at us shut up.
Lu Yan froze all over because of Luo Feng's sudden intimate behavior.
They were walking in the elevator on the third floor of the career center. People were coming and going, and they were surrounded by young, beautiful, and powerful female professionals. Luo Feng's strong and powerful arm wrapped around her softest waist as if no one was around, holding half of her body in his arms. In an instant, the gazes of all the women around were cast over like iron filings attracted by a magnet. Those eyes were mixed with surprise and inquiry, but more of them were undisguised envy and jealousy. Those gazes were like thin needles piercing Lu Yan's body, stirring up waves of softness and vanity that made her scalp tingle. In this world, for a woman, being claimed so domineeringly in public by a young and handsome man is simply the highest level of honor. Buzz. Lu Yan felt that her brain went blank in an instant, leaving only a buzzing sound. A stream of scorching heat rushed from the soles of her feet to the top of her head, making her whole body go limp. She almost couldn't stand steadily and could only lean all her weight on Luo Feng's strong arms. Too shy. What is a Feng saying? It seems like you are comforting me? I didn't hear clearly. I can't hear it clearly at all. Her heart was beating like a drum, her cheeks were hot enough to fry an egg, and the whole world seemed to be reduced to the warmth of the big hand on her waist and the masculine scent from him that made her feel at ease and infatuated. Never mind what he's saying. No matter what, a Feng is still my man. My husband. It's just a D-class, right? What are you afraid of? At worst, I will raise him from now on. I, Lu Yan, will risk my life. I will work in the black domain with all my might to earn enough money for him. If it really doesn't work, I'll just get to know more girlfriends. Develop them all into my good sisters, and then introduce them to a Feng one by one. Let them also get gold coins for a Feng. Take all their money and buy the best equipment and the best skill books for my husband so that he can live the best life. Thinking of this, Lu Yan's heart, which was originally confused by self-blame and worry, instantly calmed down. She leaned in Luo Feng's arms, and her phoenix eyes, which were filled with mist, were now sparkling with an unprecedented brilliance. Chapter 13, Broken Bones and Fury. Lu Yan was still immersed in the dizziness mixed with shyness and sweetness. She leaned limply on Luo Feng and was almost half carried by him into the elevator. She was confused and let Luo Feng press the floor button until the elevator made a soft ding sound, the door slowly slid open, and a heavy and iron-blooded atmosphere hit her in the face. Only then did she suddenly wake up. In front of me is a wider hall. Various hideous specimens of strange beast heads were hung on the walls, and swords, axes, and hammers flashing with cold light were displayed on the weapon racks. The air seemed to be filled with a faint smell of blood and gunpowder. The holographic projections kept changing in the air, demonstrating the fierce and domineering skills of each warrior. The interweaving of light and shadow showed the aesthetics of violence. This is the fourth floor of the career center, the Warrior Skill Hall. Lu Yan belatedly realized that she had already left the awakening hall. She raised her pretty face, still blushing with shyness, and looked at Luo Feng with some confusion. Feng, we came here. Are you here to buy skills? Yeah. Luo Feng nodded, his expression calm, but there was a thoughtful glint in his eyes. Ever since he acquired the SSS level skill, One Punch Man, he began to carefully plan his skill combination. In the warrior forums on the internet, there are countless theoretical articles from various schools about the skill combinations of first-level warriors, both mainstream and non-mainstream. Luo Feng spent a lot of time researching, and combining his core of One Punch Man, he quickly determined his direction. First of all, the skills that suit him best must be those related to normal attacks. However, among the regular skills that a first-level warrior can learn, whether they are C-level or D-level, there are not many that can form an effective linkage with ordinary attacks. For example, the most popular bleeding system currently has core skills of Tier and Severe Injury Strike, which pursues continuous damage, which is not in line with his One Punch Man idea. The shield combat system is directly excluded. One Punch Man is limited to bare hands or fist-type weapons. If he is asked to hold a shield, he will be useless. The battle cry system is an auxiliary flow, which uses various battle cries to buff teammates or taunt the enemy. This is not very useful for Luo Feng of One Punch Man. After much thought, only a few scattered skills remain. In the bleeding system, there's a C-rank skill, Hamstring, that can be learned at level 1. It's pretty good. While it doesn't directly increase damage, it can temporarily disable enemies, slowing them down and creating a better environment for your own output, making it marginally usable. The critical strike system's Fury is a double-edged sword. Rage enters a 30-second rage state, increasing strength and speed by 20%. Pain perception is significantly reduced, and the mind is dominated by rage, potentially losing precise control of one's actions. After the rage state ends, the player enters a 30-minute hunger state. If energy is not replenished promptly, the player will fall into a persistent dejected state, with all attributes declining. This skill can be perfectly combined with normal attacks to cause astonishing damage. The negative effect of uncontrollable seems fatal, but in fact it is useful for Luo Feng now. Luo Feng has never actually been on the battlefield. If he really gets stage fright, using rage would be just the right thing to do. Sometimes anger can truly inspire a man's strength. Therefore, Luo Feng's plan was very simple: buy half hamstring as a regular control skill, and then buy fury as a backup. While Luo Feng was thinking about it, Lu Yan, who was standing beside him, had already begun to earnestly impart to him her more than 10 years of valuable experience as a person who had been through it. Feng, let me tell you, for us warriors, the war cry system is actually the safest. She took Luo Feng's hand and spoke earnestly. For more than 10 years, I've always been the second war cry warrior in the team. Most of the time, you just need to stand in the middle of the team and shout a few buffs to your teammates. Only in rare cases, such as when the main tank's aggro is messed up, do you need to use the taunt skill to pull the monster over. It's very safe. Luo Feng felt warm in his heart as he listened to her nagging concern. He nodded seriously. Yes, Auntie, you are right. I think so too. However, as he said this, he turned around and walked straight to the other side, to the area with a critical strike warrior sign. Lu Yan's voice stopped abruptly. She stared blankly at Luo Feng's back, and said doubtfully, Feng, you've gone the wrong way, that's. She was halfway through her words when she realized what was happening. Luo Feng, are you going to buy the critical strike warrior's skills? A thought struck her brain like lightning, causing her to tremble all over. Critical strike warrior. Like the bleeding warrior, it is the most dangerous and craziest branch of the warrior profession. The fighters of these two schools are real meat grinders. They need to rush to the front line for a long time and engage in the most primitive and bloody close combat with the ferocious beasts. There is no retreat in their dictionary, only attack. This fighting style is far more dangerous than the steady shield battle, and is countless times more dangerous than a warrior like her who shouts slogans in the back row. Lu Yan's face turned pale in an instant. Feng. No. She rushed forward and grabbed Luo Feng's arm tightly. You can't choose a critical attack warrior. It's too dangerous. Luo Feng didn't seem to notice the fear on her face. He just turned around and gave her a reassuring smile. Auntie, don't be nervous. I just need to buy one skill. After saying that, he ignored Lu Yan's attempts to stop him and walked straight to the sales counter in the critical strike warrior area. He said calmly to a young sales lady inside, Hello, give me a rage. The sales lady behind the counter was sorting out skill cards out of boredom. When she heard the voice and looked up, she was stunned when she saw Luo Feng's young and handsome face. Boy? A boy actually came to her counter that specializes in selling critical hit skills? She has been working here for almost 3 years and has received thousands of female warriors, but for a male, this is definitely the first time. After a brief moment of distraction, she immediately came to her senses. A sweet, professional smile instantly appeared on her face, and her tone became exceptionally enthusiastic. Okay. Sir, please wait a moment. On the other side, Lu Yan was still anxiously persuading. She clutched Luo Feng's hand tightly and quickly explained the drawbacks of fury. Feng, listen to me, you really can't use fury casually. That hunger state is very troublesome. The types of food we can bring into the black domain are not many, and most of them are compressed dried vegetables. That stuff can only temporarily solve the problem of hunger and can't replenish much energy at all. If you can't find a safe place to eat after the battle, it will be very dangerous. Luo Feng listened carefully and nodded continuously. Yeah, Auntie, you are right. I bought it as a spare and will not use it carelessly. Even a backup won't work. Seeing his perfunctory attitude, Lu Yan became even more anxious and wanted to continue warning him, but Luo Feng held her cold little hand in his backhand and looked at her seriously with his deep eyes. Auntie, his voice was low and magnetic, with an irresistible persuasiveness. I understand. I will definitely pay attention. Trust me. Lu Yan looked at his eyes that were full of confidence and tenderness, and felt like she was about to melt. All her worries and anxieties were instantly drowned by love. She opened her mouth and wanted to say something, but found that she couldn't utter a word. Never mind. Since he said so, just believe him. Whatever Luo Feng says is what it is. At this time, the sales lady had already taken out a card that was glittering and handed it over. The card is dark red in color, and on the front is a violent warrior with bulging muscles and red eyes, roaring to the sky, full of primitive violent beauty. She handed the card to Luo Feng, but her heart was full of doubts. Why would such a young and handsome boy be so desperate to become a soldier? It's still the most dangerous critical strike. Isn't it good to stay at home peacefully and be a young master spoiled by women? She was standing next to them just now and roughly heard the conversation between the two. It is obvious that this young man insisted on buying it. But her gaze unconsciously drifted towards Lu Yan beside Luo Feng, and a hint of hostility flashed in her eyes. As his woman, you indulge him like this? Let him do whatever he wants. Isn't that harming him? I really don't know how to discipline a man. If you don't know how to discipline, just give it to me. I know how to discipline him. I'll make sure he's well taken care of and never allowed to set foot in the dark realm. The sales lady was furious inside, but she still maintained a flawless professional smile on her face. She didn't want to be caught by her supervisor and have her salary deducted for violating work regulations. It's hard to find a job in this world these days. It is not easy to avoid entering the black zone and have a stable job. She must cherish it. Sir, the Fury skill card costs $50,000. How would you like to pay? She asked sweetly. Luo Feng took the card and asked directly without even glancing at it, can I apply for a 12-month interest-free installment plan? Yes, sir. Then please help me arrange for 12 interest-free installments. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Yan beside him immediately took out her cell phone. Honey, I have money. I'll pay. Luo Feng reached out and held her hand, stopping her from moving. He smiled and said, keep this money for now. It's interest-free for 12 installments. This is a great advantage for the country. It would be a waste if you don't use it. The sales lady next to her instantly lit up her eyes, and her heart was in turmoil. Oh my God. This little brother is not only handsome, but also so virtuous. Where can I find such a virtuous and family-oriented little brother? I want one too. Just like that, under the complex gaze of the sales lady that was filled with envy, jealousy, and a hint of resentment, Luo Feng took Lu Yan's hand and left the counter of the critical strike warrior in a chic manner. The sales lady held her chin, looked at the two people leaving, and couldn't help but let out a long sigh. How come all the good cabbages have been eaten by pigs? Although that woman still looks charming, her age is there. How can she be worthy of such a top-notch boy? Luo Feng pulled Lu Yan and walked without stopping. Soon they came to the bloody warrior area and stopped in front of another counter. Hello, hamstring. Same process, same price. Half hamstring and Fury are both C-level skills, and the price is also 50,000. Fortunately, the warrior skill hall has a state-supported interest-free policy. Luo Feng chose the 12-period interest-free installment plan without hesitation and easily acquired the second skill. Seeing that Luo Feng had another skill card in his hand, Lu Yan felt even more depressed. She felt like her heart was about to break. She used the valuable experience she had accumulated over more than 10 years, summed up with blood and tears, and earnestly told Luo Feng that the Warcry warrior was the most reliable and safest choice. But what is the result? He didn't hear a word. Muscle break, rage. When these two skills are combined, the intention is obvious to rush forward and fight head-on with the monster. Why? Why couldn't he just stay quietly at the back, shout slogans and paddle? Lu Yan finally couldn't help it. She grabbed Luo Feng's arm, her beautiful eyes filled with deep worry and confusion, and her voice carried a hint of pleading. Hubby, she practically begged, listen to me, you really don't need to fight like this. Even if you do nothing but learn a war cry and stand at the back of the team, there will be countless women rushing to protect you and fight for you. You really don't need to do this. Luo Feng stopped when he heard this. He turned around and looked at Lu Yan's pretty face, which was filled with anxiety and pleading, and suddenly smiled. He reached out his hand and gently scratched the tip of her upturned nose, his tone hinting at playfulness. Well, I think it's okay. Lu Yan's eyes lit up instantly. Did he listen? A huge feeling of joy and relief surged in her heart, and she excitedly grabbed Luo Feng's arm. Really? Husband, have you really figured it out? You were right to listen to me. Warcry warrior. However, before she finished her words, she heard Luo Feng slowly continue the second half of the sentence. Yeah, I should find a woman with a battle cry to help me increase my attack power.
Chapter 014, The Many Children and Many Blessings Team. Lu Yan followed behind Luo Feng, unable to stop expressing her worries and exhortations. A Feng, the critical strike warrior's casualty rate is truly the highest of all classes, bar none. I used to have a critical strike warrior in my squad. She was surrounded by 3 mist wolves on her 3rd trip into the Black Domain. We had no time to support her, and she was instantly besieged and killed. If she were a Warcry warrior like me, she wouldn't have been surrounded. Also, the strange beasts in the Black Domain are really not as simple as you think. Sometimes all kinds of unexpected situations will occur. At this time, it is extremely dangerous for you to go deep into the danger zone. It is impossible to guard against them at all. She tried to shake Luo Feng by using the various horrific incidents she had seen and heard over the past decade. However, Luo Feng seemed to turn a deaf ear. He just held Lu Yan's hand tightly, with a calm and confident smile on his face, and pulled her into the elevator again. Bite. This time, the elevator went all the way up and finally stopped on the 10th floor. The elevator door slowly slid open, revealing a scene completely different from the one downstairs. There is neither the iron-bloodedness and solemnity of the Warrior's Skill Hall nor the solemnity of the Awakening Hall. The hall was brightly lit and the atmosphere was relatively relaxed. Groups of people gathered together, chatting quietly, forming distinct small groups and queuing in an orderly manner in front of the various counters. Recruitment information and mission assignments for various teams were scrolling on the holographic screen. This is the 10th floor of the Career Center, the small team management hall. All combat teams of 10 or fewer will go through registration, changes, mission acceptance, and other related procedures here. A Feng, you want to form a team? Soon, a look of relief and approval appeared on Lu Yan's face. It's fine to form a team, she said softly, her tone becoming firmer. We'll form our own team and not join anyone else's team. Lu Yan's mind couldn't help but recall the arrogant and star-studded appearance of Li Haoran and Wang Zizhe in the Awakening Hall just now. Her Feng is a male warrior. In this world, male mages, male archers, and male supports are all treasures and will be praised wherever they go. But male warriors are an embarrassing existence. If a Feng joined someone else's team, especially one with other men, with his status as a D-class soldier, he would definitely be treated as cannon fodder, but he would still be looked down upon and treated with disdain. Lu Yan's heart was in a knot when she thought that her man might suffer such injustice. No. Absolutely not. How can my man tolerate other people's anger? This thought, like a fire, instantly ignited the strong desire to protect in her heart. She looked at Luo Feng with a look that became extremely resolute. All her previous opposition and worries now turned into motivation for full support. Hubby. She held Luo Feng's hand tightly and said seriously, this is our first time entering the Black Territory, so safety must be our top priority. I'll find a few trustworthy senior professionals to accompany us, and I'll pay for it. Although the conversation between the two was not loud, it was still clearly heard by several professionals in front and behind in the relatively quiet queue environment. The women in front of them were discussing the mission rewards in a low voice, but when they heard this conversation, they subconsciously pricked up their ears. At first, when they heard Lu Yan's concerned nagging, they thought they were an elder and a younger person. But when the sweet voice of husband came out, everyone's expression became interesting. It turned out to be a young husband and an old wife? Their eyes swept across Luo Feng's handsome face and Lu Yan's well-maintained but still mature charm, and they immediately understood. Although this young woman was dressed in ordinary clothes and looked unremarkable, but from her bold tone just now, I'll pay for it, she might be a wealthy woman hiding her true self. At this moment, a tall woman standing right in front of them slowly turned around. She had short, sleek hair and eyes as sharp as an eagle. She looked at Luo Feng and Lu Yan with scrutiny. You too, she said in a cold and crisp voice, are you looking to hire experienced professionals? Luo Feng's gaze met the tall woman. Her neat short hair was trimmed just right, revealing a smooth forehead and a pair of sharp eyes like an eagle. Behind her stood 2 other women, one with a sturdy build and the other with a slender figure. They had 2 daggers hanging from their waists and their eyes were smart and alert. It looks like a combat team. Facing the other party's scrutinizing gaze, Luo Feng was not at all embarrassed. He just smiled faintly and was about to speak. Lu Yan, who was beside him, had already taken the lead and protected him behind her. She looked at the powerful woman in front of her. Although she was a little scared, she mustered up all her courage when she thought about protecting her man. Yes, Lu Yan said with a hint of caution, we'd like to hire an experienced team to escort my husband on his first trip into the Black Territory. May I ask, what is your team's rating? The tall woman did not answer immediately.
Her gaze passed over Lu Yan's shoulder and still fell on Luo Feng, as if she was evaluating the true weight of this high-value target. After a long pause, she slowly spoke, her voice cold and crisp, without a trace of superfluous emotion. Our team is a 2-star bronze team, with a record of over 500 Black Domain missions, including over 100 entries into the second floor of the Black Domain. I'm a support, she's a shield warrior, and she's a battle cry warrior.
We will definitely give our employer a 5-star experience.
The tall woman took out a business card with a simple design and a cold texture from her pocket and handed it to Lu Yan.
Would you mind adding me as a friend? She said succinctly. Let's chat on Weibo. Lu Yan nodded subconsciously, took the business card awkwardly, and added the woman as a friend on her phone.
This woman should be the captain of this 2-star bronze medal team. She must be above 2 stars, very likely 3 stars.
The captain of Lu Yan's original team was just a 2-star Karami. Thinking of this, Lu Yan couldn't help but feel a little nervous. Can I really afford it?
Several team leaders who were originally watching immediately reacted and came forward, enthusiastically handing Lu Yan their business cards or directly showing their friend QR codes.
Ma'am, sir, please add us too. We are also a 2-star team, and our safety is absolutely guaranteed.
Our prices are fair, and we can sign long-term security contracts with discounts. They all know that it is women who make the real decisions and pay the money. They all saw that Luo Feng was Lu Yan's man, so they naturally wouldn't be stupid enough to go past her and add Luo Feng as their friend, as that would be an insult to the female sponsor. For a time, Lu Yan became the focus of everyone's attention. Luo Feng, on the other hand, stood quietly by from beginning to end, without interrupting, just observing with interest. He could see clearly that those who took the initiative to move forward were all, without exception, mainly combinations of support, battle cry warriors, and shield warriors. Their business model is very clear, which is to provide meticulous nanny-like services to employers who are not well off but wealthy.
Auxiliary profession can provide various buff states such as treatment and purification.
Warcry warrior can improve the morale and attack power of the whole team. The shield warrior is the most solid barrier, standing at the front, absorbing all damage and holding all hatred. For a newcomer with no combat experience, these professions are indeed the most stable and secure nanny car configuration.
At this moment, Lu Yan's phone began to vibrate.
On the screen, messages from friends verifying and asking about the details of the task came one after another, making her feel a little helpless and increasingly nervous. Luo Feng reached out and gently held Lu Yan's hand, which was a little cold due to nervousness, and whispered in her ear, "Don't worry, let's go back and discuss it slowly." His warm palm and steady voice were like a warm current, instantly calming Lu Yan's inner panic. In fact, Luo Feng didn't plan to hire any guards at all.
His team was destined to help his future women upgrade and fly.
As for these detailed plans, I'll wait until I get home and explain them slowly to Lu Yan. He knew that Lu Yan's heart was filled with worry about his first entry into the Black Domain, and no matter how much he said, she would not listen. The team moved forward slowly, and soon it was their turn. Luo Feng let go of Lu Yan's hand, walked forward alone, and said to the service staff behind the counter in a calm and clear voice,
"Hello, I want to form a team of 10.
The service staff behind the counter was a middle-aged woman wearing gold-rimmed glasses and with a capable temperament. Hearing this, she raised her head skillfully and her gaze lingered on Luo Feng's young face for a moment.
So handsome.
A hint of subtle surprise flashed across her eyes, but was quickly replaced by a professional smile.
Yes, sir. She picked up a holographic operation panel and tapped it lightly with her fingers. Please provide your professional ID card.
Luo Feng handed over his ID card. The service staff swiped the card lightly on the reader, and with a beep, Luo Feng's personal information was displayed on the screen in front of her.
Name, Luo Feng. Occupation, D-Class Warrior Level 1. Professional rating, 1 star.
Looking at the words D-Level Warrior on the screen, the waiter's eyes flashed with surprise again.
A D-Class male warrior? It seems that he is the willful little man of some female boss? Is that the young woman behind you? He doesn't look like a big shot.
Although she was confused, her professionalism prevented her from asking further questions. She simply asked in a formal manner, "Sir, please name your team."
Luo Feng said without hesitation, "Many children, many blessings." Many children, many blessings?
The service staff paused with the pen tip in his hand, almost scratching a mark on the operating panel. She raised her head and looked at Luo Feng with a strange look, as if to confirm whether she had heard it wrong. Even Lu Yan, who was standing behind Luo Feng, couldn't help but blush when she heard the name and lowered her head in embarrassment.
This name is too straightforward.
Luofeng seemed not to notice the strange expressions on their faces and nodded calmly. Yes, it's called Many Children, Many Blessings.
Okay.
The service staff suppressed their quirkiness and entered the bizarre name into the system.
Team Duozi Duofu, Captain Luofeng, 10 members. Registration successful.
According to regulations, newly registered teams have one free opportunity to post their recruitment information.
Do you want to post now? Publish. Luofeng said concisely. Okay, what are your requirements for team members? For example, occupation, level, gender, etc.
Luofeng pondered for a moment and said slowly, there is no limit on level or profession.
The service staff nodded as they took notes.
These were all routine requirements. However, Luofeng's next two words made her stunned again.
Female only. Female only? The service staff confirmed again.
Yes, we only recruit female team members.
Luofeng's tone left no room for doubt.
The service staff took a deep breath and felt that he had encountered more strange things today than in the past year. She glanced at Luofeng, then at the mature woman with a shy face behind him, and she probably understood something. This is probably a little boy who is doted on by his entire family, but is seriously influenced by male boxing and wants to form a harem team. The waiter snorted inwardly.
So what?
A spoiled male fighter, and a D-class fighter with the least prospects.
Who would be interested in him if he was a woman with a little ability and ambition?
I guess only a phoenix girl like the one behind him, who doesn't have any special abilities, would approach him for money.
That's just for money. How could there be a woman who really likes a D-class male warrior who needs to be supported?
In recent years, the trend of male boxing has become more and more serious. It's ridiculous that these men think they can do whatever they want just because they are a rare gender.
Chapter 015: The Sour Taste of a Girlfriend.
Although her heart was filled with disdain, she maintained a professional smile and continued, okay, sir.
So, regarding salary and spoils distribution, do you have any specific plans? This is the most important part of the recruitment information.
Upon hearing this, Luofeng just smiled and tapped rhythmically on the cold countertop with his slender index finger.
Salary and benefits are easy to talk about.
He paused, his eyes swept over the service staff, his tone calm but with an unquestionable confidence. That's what the recruitment information says, salary over 10,000 yuan, to be discussed in person.
Buzz.
Lu Yan felt as if someone had hit her head hard with a hammer, and her mind went blank for a moment.
10,000? More than 10,000 yuan?
She was completely dumbfounded and subconsciously wanted to go forward and grab Luofeng to stop his crazy decision. But when her eyes fell on the people around her who were looking sideways and showing astonishment because of Luofeng's words, her outstretched hand stopped abruptly in mid-air.
No. With so many people watching, I can't let a phone lose face.
She forced herself to suppress the turmoil in her heart and could only anxiously calculate in her mind.
Go home. When I get home, I must persuade my husband. You absolutely can't really spend money like this. She really doesn't have that much money.
The service staff behind the counter have a clear mind.
Really?
The opening price is over 10,000 yuan, which is definitely not something an ordinary person can afford.
I was right in my guess.
This little boy didn't look like someone being kept by an old woman.
He looked more like a rich second generation whose family was extremely wealthy.
There are little men like this, and their number has increased in recent years.
Who cares? Anyway, it's the grandmother who has money.
As long as the client's request does not violate any laws or regulations, she will just follow the rules.
Okay, sir. The service staff quickly entered the recruitment information into the system.
The recruitment information has been published. The publishing platform is the Career Center's official website and major partners' social media platforms.
I hope you can recruit the team members you want soon.
She handed the ID card and a printed team registration certificate back to Luo Gao. Throughout the whole process, she always had an impeccable smile on her face, but deep in her eyes, there was a hint of deep contempt.
So what if I have money?
He is not a man with a clear mind.
Just wait, there will be a time for you to cry.
After completing all the formalities, Luofeng took the still somewhat distraught Lu Yan's hand and left the small team management hall.
Lu Yan's heart was in a mess, like a tangled ball of hemp rope. A salary of more than 10,000 yuan. This number, like an invisible mountain, weighed heavily on her heart.
She knew that in Feishan City, the average monthly income of an ordinary two-star professional team was between 8,000 and 12,000 yuan, and this was when the mission went smoothly and the rewards were good. Luo Feng directly offered a basic salary of more than 10,000 yuan, which is definitely a very competitive and generous condition.
But where does the money come from?
She herself no longer had much money. The bride price that Lin Yi may contribute in the future is at most more than 300,000 yuan. This amount of money is barely enough to buy equipment, skills, and cover daily expenses, let alone pay the high salaries of 9 team members.
Feng is still too young and takes things for granted. Wait. Feng isn't thinking of entering the stock market again.
The more Lu Yan thought about it, the more worried she became. She remained silent all the way with a frown on her face. Luo Feng naturally noticed her mood change. He didn't rush to explain, but just held her hand tightly and took her home in silence. Today, the awakening ceremony was completed, the key skills were purchased, and the team registration was completed. Everything that needed to be done has been done, and it's time to move on to the next step. As soon as she returned home, the warm and familiar furnishings in the living room made Lu Yan's tense nerves relax a little, but the heavy worry still lingered in her heart, making her restless.
Luo Feng ignored all this.
He walked straight to the center of the living room and took out the 2 skill cards he had just purchased. He first opened the card of Half Hamstring. There was a slight click sound, and the card shattered, turning into countless tiny points of light, which rushed into Luo Feng's body like living fireflies. In an instant, an extremely clear little man appeared in Luo Feng's mind. The little man was demonstrating the force generation technique, attack angle, and energy flow path of the skill, Half Hamstring, over and over again in slow motion. Every detail was engraved deep in his memory like a brand.
System prompt: successfully learned skill Hamstring LV1.
Then, he opened the Fury card.
This time, the light was a violent dark red.
The moment it flooded his mind, he felt as if a cold, dangerous switch had been installed deep within his consciousness. He knew clearly that as long as he flipped the switch with a thought, the surging rage would instantly devour his rationality and make him enter a violent state of fearlessness and death.
Lu Yan just sat quietly on the sofa, watching Luo Feng close his eyes and learn skills.
She didn't make a sound to interrupt him, but just stared at him without blinking with her phoenix eyes filled with complex emotions. It was not until Luo Feng slowly opened his eyes and completely settled the insights brought by the 2 new skills that Lu Yan finally couldn't help but speak softly.
Luo Feng, what exactly do you think of that team? Lu Yan's tone was filled with unconcealable anxiety and powerlessness.
Her phone kept vibrating, and the sound of friend requests and message notifications almost filled the screen. Several more female professionals added her as a friend, all of whom came to her after seeing the recruitment information. And the few female professionals who were added to the management center today.
They were all asking on Weibo about the specific treatment of the Many Children, Many Blessings team.
How could she afford to hire these 2-star professionals?
For the first mission, I'll hire 2 or 3 2-star veterans to guide us. It'll cost me 20,000 to 30,000 yuan.
I can still scrape it together if I grit my teeth. Lu Yan's voice trembled slightly. But, recruiting 9 team members for a long time, each with a monthly salary of over 10,000 yuan, how can we afford that kind of money? Luo Feng walked over to her and sat down, holding her cold hand. He soothed her in a gentle tone, "Auntie, don't be anxious.
Listen to me. I'm posting a recruitment notice, but I'm not saying I'm hiring right away." After hearing this, Lu Yan's tense heartstrings relaxed a little.
Real? Of course it's true.
Luo Feng smiled. We have no money and no reputation right now, so how can we possibly recruit people?
This is just a long-term plan.
When we have the conditions in the future, we can slowly recruit people.
Lu Yan nodded half-believingly, but the big stone in her heart finally fell to the ground temporarily.
However, another problem arises.
She raised her head, and her watery eyes, filled with resentment and helplessness, stared at Luo Feng.
Then, what does the name Duozi Duafu mean?
Luo Feng looked at her expression like a young wife and couldn't help wanting to laugh, but he suppressed it and replied seriously, "That's exactly what it means."
Lu Yan was completely speechless.
Really? He is still that brat with his head full of male chauvinism.
Not changed at all. A feeling of powerlessness that was both infuriating and funny came over me.
She really wanted to grab his ears, have a good talk with him, and tell him how cruel reality was.
What does it mean to have many children and be blessed? As a D-class male warrior, is he qualified?
However, looking at the young face in front of her that was about to step into the dark realm and embark on a journey where life and death were uncertain, all her reproach and anger turned into a helpless sigh.
Never mind. He is about to go to such a dangerous place, how can I still be angry with him? At this moment, buzz. Lu Yan's phone rang again. She picked up the phone irritably and wanted to hang up, but she saw a video call request from her best friend Linny pop up on the screen. Lu Yan's expression changed slightly. She stood up with her cell phone in hand, walked quickly into her room, and gently closed the door. In the room. As soon as Lu Yan closed the door, she immediately pressed the answer button. On the phone screen, the dusty face of my best friend Linny immediately popped up. She seemed to have just returned from the dark territory, with her somewhat messy little apartment in the background. He hadn't had time to completely remove the black leather armor on his body, and a few strands of sweaty hair were stuck to his forehead in a messy manner. There was still a trace of fatigue after the battle on his face, but his eyes were surprisingly bright, filled with a blazing fire of gossip. As soon as the video was connected, without waiting for Lu Yan to speak, Linny bombarded her with questions. Lu Yan, tell me the truth. What's going on? What do you mean by pregnant? When did you get it? Was it that guy? Isn't he a douchebag? Doesn't he look down on you? What seductive tricks did you use to win him over? While she was still fighting the strange beast in the black area, this matter was always circling in her mind. When Linny thought of Lu Yan's tearful boast of happiness coming from the phone, and that young and steady male voice, she felt as if her heart was being scratched by 100 cat claws. It was so itchy and sore. Now, as soon as she came out of the portal in the black domain, she didn't even have time to take a shower. The first thing she did was to open the video and ask Lu Yan everything clearly. How come this damn best friend of mine suddenly eats so well? Raising a child bride, and actually raising her as a husband? The more Linny thought about it, the more depressed she became. She was so angry that she couldn't help but punch her chest with her fist. She felt that even if she punched her chest until it was dented, it would not be able to relieve the bitterness in her heart. She is Linny, and she is 35 years old this year. In the past 35 years, let alone a man's body, she has never even held a man's hand properly. Isn't it just so that you can marry a man and take him home one day that you fight for your life in the underworld and save money so hard every day? What's the result? I was still struggling, but this guy Lu Yan graduated without a sound. What a failure. Life is such a failure. Looking at the exaggerated look of her best friend in the video, beating her chest and stamping her feet with envy, jealousy and hatred, Lu Yan's previously accumulated anxiety and depression miraculously dissipated for the most part. Instead, there is an indescribable sweetness and satisfaction with a hint of ostentation. She cleared her throat, deliberately controlled her posture, and said in a nonchalant tone, "Oh, what kind of coquettish tricks are there? It's just a normal emotional development." She turned slightly to allow the camera to scan the neat and warm layout of the room behind her, and couldn't help but smile. He's grown up and become sensible, so naturally, it will all work out. It just happened naturally? Linny's voice instantly rose an octave. She couldn't believe her ears. It's that simple? Lu Yan, don't lie to me. Didn't he piss you off to death a few days ago, saying he was going to prove himself by investing in the stock market? It's only been a few days, and you've become sensible already? Lu Yan's cheeks couldn't help but feel slightly hot when she heard her best friend's doubts, and the madness and beauty of that night flashed through her mind uncontrollably. What do you mean by sensible? It was clearly that the unsportsmanlike little scoundrel had pushed him back in the most direct and overbearing way. How embarrassing. As a woman, I was pushed back. Thinking of this, her heart was filled with a mixture of shyness and sweetness. She coughed lightly to cover up her gaffe and changed the subject. Let's not talk about this. How was your mission this time? Did it go smoothly? Don't try to change the subject. Linny saw through her intentions immediately and pressed on the other end of the video. Tell me. What's going on? Was he the one who took the initiative, or were you? No, it must have been you. I told you, you little slut, you've been plotting against him for a long time. Lu Yan's face suddenly became hot and red enough to bleed. She was embarrassed and annoyed, and yelled into the phone, Linny. What nonsense are you talking about? What are you plotting against us? We truly love each other. Oh my, you're really in love. Linny rolled her eyes in the video, but the sourness in her tone couldn't be concealed. Okay, you're awesome. What exactly is going on? Chapter 016, Keep the Wealth Within the Family. Lu Yan looked at her best friend's eagerness for knowledge, and her vanity was greatly satisfied. She hesitated for a moment and decided to reveal a few details to satisfy her best friend's curiosity and maintain her face as the leader.
She lowered her voice and whispered into the phone in a mysterious and somewhat shy tone, "Actually, it's nothing. It's just, he failed in the stock market that day and was a bit hit." Then, I comforted him. Comfort? Lin Yi's eyes widened instantly, and her gossip radar buzzed to full power. How do you comfort me? You didn't force yourself on me, did you? No. Lu Yan was embarrassed and anxious by what she said, and she quickly refuted, I just hugged him, and then he might have been too fragile, so I just went with the flow. Her words were vague and ambiguous, deliberately creating an ambiguous atmosphere as if she was the one taking the initiative to comfort and Luo Feng was half-hearted. In this way, she appears to be in control of the entire process without appearing too rough, perfectly maintaining her dignity as a woman. Lin Yi was stunned when she heard this. Although she felt that the plot development was a bit too smooth, looking at Lu Yan's shy and sweet look, she couldn't help but believe it a little. "You're amazing, Lu Yan!" she exclaimed in amazement. "You usually seem so weak and timid, but I didn't expect you to be so decisive at the critical moment. You took advantage of the opportunity and took it down in one fell swoop. Brilliant! Truly brilliant!" Lu Yan was delighted by her bestie's compliment, but she had to pretend to be angry on her face. "Hey, stop talking nonsense." The two of them gossiped playfully for a while before Lin Yi finally remembered the serious matter. "By the way, you're pregnant now. What are your plans for the future? Are you planning to stay home and take care of the baby?" Hearing this question, the smile on Lu Yan's face faded slightly, and her expression became a little complicated. "Yeah," Lin Yi said, her tone filled with undisguised envy as she looked at the complicated expression on Lu Yan's face. "You're a key protected person now, and you no longer have to fight in the black territory. The monthly state subsidy for your pregnancy is almost more than what I, an archer who risked my life for the sake of my life, earn. It's really frustrating to compare yourself to others." Lu Yan listened to her best friend's complaints, but she didn't feel relieved at all. She was silent for a moment, raised her eyes, looked at Lin Yi seriously through the small screen of her mobile phone, and suddenly asked a question that the other party was unexpected. What do you think of Luo Feng?" When Lin Yi heard this question, she was stunned at first, then she curled her lips and started complaining without any hesitation. "Him? I'm telling you the truth, don't be angry." She paused, organizing her words. "In my opinion, he's just a typical and possibly handsome guy. Look, he was so obsessed with proving himself before, doing some male boxing, but ended up speculating in the stock market and losing all your hard-earned money, right? Now, after getting you pregnant, he's content to let you support him. Let me tell you, the little blue book is full of complaints from guys like him now. It's almost become a social nuisance." She was talking excitedly when she suddenly realized that Lu Yan on the other end of the video did not look like she expected, showing either approval or helplessness. On the contrary, Lu Yan's expression was very strange. Lin Yi's next words were stuck in her throat. A bad feeling ran through her spine like an electric current. Etc. When Lu Yan asked this, it seemed that she didn't want to hear her complain? So what she meant by asking this is. Lin Yi's cheeks turned red in an instant, as if she had been caught with some bad thoughts. She looked at Lu Yan's phoenix eyes in the video that seemed to be able to see through people's hearts, and her tone suddenly became stammering. "Hey! Lu Yan, what do you mean by asking this?" Lu Yan looked at her best friend's expression in the video, which instantly became flustered and embarrassed, and laughed in her heart. This guy, while belittling a Feng as worthless, must have been sour on him in his heart. She did not directly answer Lin Yi's question, but slowly dropped a bombshell. Afeng went to deep awakening today. Awakened? Lin Yi's attention was instantly diverted. How is it? What profession? What level? She knew that class level was directly related to a man's future potential. If Luo Feng could awaken a ranged class above B level, then Lu Yan would have truly found a treasure. However, Lu Yan sighed softly and shook her head. Still a warrior, she lowered her voice, a hint of disappointment barely concealed, and only a D rank. D class warrior? When Lin Yi heard the result, she was completely stunned and didn't react for a long time. D class fighter? Isn't that the same as Lu Yan? No, even worse than Lu Yan. Lu Yan was a female warrior after all, and could serve as a secondary tank or battle cry support in the team. But she was a male warrior, and the lowest rank D. Treat him like a treasure, he doesn't deserve it. Let's use him as cannon fodder, but I can't bear to let him go.
It's so useless. A man like this can only be a house husband. In Lin Yi's heart, she instantly sentenced Luo Feng's future to death. The look she gave Lu Yan immediately changed from envy and jealousy to deep sympathy and pity. Yan. She spoke carefully, even her address becoming gentle. You shouldn't be too sad. D-level is D-level, you're pregnant now anyway, so at worst, you'll have to work harder in the future, and you'll be the one supporting the family. As a man, as long as he can give birth to a child, other things aren't that important. Lu Yan listened to her best friend's consolation, which was obviously filled with pity, and felt both angry and amused. Her face showed just the right amount of sadness and helplessness, and she said quietly, "Yes, you're right. As long as I can have a child, that's all I need." But she changed the subject, and her voice carried a hint of unspeakable distress. "But, am I not pregnant now? The doctor said that during the early stages of pregnancy, you can't do that anymore." As she spoke, she revealed a hint of shyness and embarrassment at just the right amount. He's still young, full of vigor and vitality. These long 10 months, he's been unable to use his strength. What should we do? On the other side of the video, Lin Yi was stunned after listening to Lu Yan's words, which were full of information. She swallowed subconsciously and felt her throat was so dry that it was about to smoke. Strong, but unable to use it? What kind of vicious words are these? What on earth does Lu Yan want to say? An extremely absurd, yet fatally tempting thought emerged uncontrollably from the deepest part of Lin Yi's heart. Yen. Lin Yi's voice was trembling. She felt her heartbeat was so fast that it seemed like it was about to jump out of her chest. You are telling me all this? What exactly? What do you mean? Lu Yan looked at her best friend's expression in the video, which was both shocked and filled with a hint of secret anticipation, and knew that the time was almost right. She lowered her head, her fingers unconsciously twisting the corners of her clothes, looking embarrassed and helpless, her voice as thin as a mosquito. Aren't we the best sisters? Yes. Lin Yi felt that her brain was about to stop working and could only answer instinctively. Then, can you help me? Help you? Yes. Lu Yan nodded seriously. Then, she took a deep breath, as if mustering up great courage, and said word by word, I know you've always wanted to find a man. A Feng, although he's only a D-class warrior, he's not bad looking, and he's not a bad person. Most importantly, he's in good health. When she said the last 4 words, her cheeks flushed uncontrollably and her eyes were a little evasive, as if she was recalling something that made her blush. This shy and nostalgic look, in Lin Yi's eyes, is more convincing and impactful than any fancy words. Lin Yi felt that all the blood in her body rushed to her head in an instant. Boom! Her brain was completely blown. Lu Yan, she actually wanted to give her man to herself? This thought was like a thunderbolt from the sky, which struck her so hard that her outside was burnt and her inside was tender, and her 3 views were completely shattered. This is simply pie in the sky. No! It's like a husband falling from the sky. Lin Yi opened her mouth wide, but couldn't utter a word. She could clearly hear her own heartbeat like a drum, each beat louder and faster than the last, making her eardrums buzz. An indescribable heat surged from her heart to her limbs, making her feel like she had a fever all over. Reason told her that this was ridiculous. But the desire that surged from deep within her body was like a beast breaking out of the ground, instantly tearing apart all her reserve and rationality. Man! That's a real man! He is also a young man who is certified by his best friend as being in good health. She must be in good health, otherwise how could Lu Yan get pregnant so quickly? Lin Yi, who had been searching for her dream for 35 years without even touching a man's hand, was this going to be realized in such a dramatic way? Looking at the expression on her best friend's face on the other end of the video, which looked like she was stunned by the huge prize, Lu Yan breathed a sigh of relief in her heart. She knew that Lin Yi, who was tough on the outside but soft on the inside, would never be able to resist such temptation. How's it going, E? Lu Yan continued, striking while the iron was hot, in a tone of tentative inquiry and negotiation. Feng has awakened now, and he'll definitely enter the black domain in the future. But he's only a D-rank warrior after all, and I really don't feel comfortable leaving him alone. When she said this, her voice became low again, her eyes were slightly red, and she looked pitiful, worried about her husband's future. So, I was thinking, if you could stay with him, you two could team up and go into the black territory together. You're an experienced archer, and I'd feel more at ease with you by his side looking after him.
These words were sincere and reasonable. They not only solved Luo Feng's physiological need of having strength but nowhere to use it, but also perfectly solved Luo Feng's safety problem when entering the black domain. It's like killing two birds with one stone, perfect. Lin Yi was still immersed in the huge shock and ecstasy, her mind was in a mess. She only heard half of Lu Yan's words, but she grasped the core meaning Lu Yan needed her, and Luo Feng also needed her. I. Lin Yi's lips trembled, and she was so excited that she couldn't speak coherently. Yan, are you really willing? Of course I do. Lu Yan said firmly, her tone filled with the selfless devotion of best friends. We're best sisters, after all. Your business is my business. Besides, instead of letting him get seduced by some random woman who shows up out of nowhere, I might as well let you have the advantage. I know everything about him, so I can rest assured. This last sentence completely shattered the last bit of hesitation in Lin Yi's heart. Yes. Keep the wealth within the family. Lu Yan is absolutely right. But Lu Yan suddenly changed the subject, a shrewd look appearing on her face. Chapter 017 Lin Yi was moved to tears. But what? Lin Yi's heart instantly rose to her throat, fearing that Lu Yan would regret it the next second. Lu Yan looked at her nervous appearance, laughed in her heart, but showed a very embarrassed expression on her face. She sighed softly and said in a quiet voice, It's not that I don't want to help you. It's just, Offing, he has a very strong sense of self-esteem. Yeah. Lin Yi nodded frantically like a chick pecking at rice. Didn't he just try to prove himself by investing in the stock market a few days ago? He didn't lose anything in the end, he actually made a lot of money. He invested 100,000 yuan and actually made 25,000 yuan. Lin Yi said in surprise, Really? Of course it's true. I can show you the transaction records on the stock market app. It can't be fake. Lu Yan continued to lay the groundwork, her expression becoming increasingly serious. But his mind has changed again. He wants to rely on his own strength to enter the black domain and make money. When Lu Yan said this, she paused at the right moment, giving Lin Yi enough time to digest what she had said. Lin Yi was confused by what she heard, but she vaguely felt that what Lu Yan was going to say next was the real point. As expected, Lu Yan's tone became even more embarrassed. He's just a D-rank warrior with no government subsidies. How can he make it in the black territory easily? Forget about anything else. How much would a decent set of equipment cost? Is he crazy? A D-level warrior wants to enter the black domain to make a lot of money? Lin Yi was so shocked that her eyes almost popped out. She worked hard in the black domain, but at the end of the month, after deducting various expenses, her net income was only a little over 6,000 yuan. It is considered high among one-star professionals. Also because she is an archer. If there were warriors like Lu Yan, there would be less than 4,000 of them. What kind of dream is Luo Feng, a D-class warrior who just awakened? Are you crazy? Yeah. Lu Yan nodded heavily, with a look of disappointment at a man who has failed to live up to his potential. No matter how much I try to persuade him, he won't listen. He's just determined to make his own way and won't listen to anyone. There's nothing I can do about it. I know you've been frugal over the years and saved a lot of money. Do you think, can we just treat it as an investment? When Lin Yi heard the word investment, her head buzzed and she became more awake in an instant. What is sisterly love? What is so powerful that you have nowhere to use it? After all this time, it turns out he was waiting for her here. She and Lu Yan are after her money. A strong, deceived anger erupted from Lin Yi's heart like a volcano. She felt like a fool who was being fooled. I, Lin Yi, may not have a man, but I am not brainless. In the video, Lin Yi's face instantly darkened. Her face, which was originally flushed and full of anticipation, was now covered with a layer of frost. Lu Yan keenly noticed the change in her best friend's mood. She knew that she had to speak clearly and settle the accounts at this critical juncture. Otherwise, not only would today's matter fail, but the sisterhood between her and Lin Yi that had lasted for more than 10 years might also be broken. Hey! Don't be angry. Just listen to what I have to say. Lu Yan's tone became anxious and serious. She stared at Lin Yi's furious eyes in the video and said word by word, think about it first. How much money did I spend on Afeng? I've raised him for over a decade. How much effort and savings did I put into him? In the end, did I get any results? Besides, think about it.
He used your money. How could he not feel a sense of gratitude and guilt towards you? From now on, even if he treats you, that would be perfectly natural and justified. How can this be compared to those transactions that are purely for money?
This money isn't for him to spend recklessly. It's for him to actually spend on his equipment and improve his strength.
Just think of it as an investment in his team and write it into the contract. If there's any profit, you can get a share.
I'm telling you, I spent so much money, but I don't even have a single share. Lin Yi was originally furious, but after Lu Yan's clear and logical analysis, her anger miraculously subsided a little.
If you think about it carefully, it seems that there is some truth to it.
Using money to build guilt and bonds, this operation seems like a high-end game. However, the anger in her heart still hadn't completely subsided.
My money is what I worked so hard to save up.
I'm going to use it as a betrothal gift to marry a man. She stiffened her neck and said angrily, I'm not going to spend it on your man.
How can you share your man with me? Who do you think I am?
Lu Yan looked at her hard-mouthed but soft-hearted appearance, took a deep breath, and decided to take the final drastic measure.
Lin Yi, stop lying to yourself. Lu Yan's voice suddenly rose, carrying a hint of disappointment. You're a D-level professional, and you've painstakingly saved up 300,000, and you want to use it as a betrothal gift to marry a strange man who appeared out of nowhere? Do you dare? Are you sure? Don't you know what's happening in this world these days? Male chauvinism is rampant. The law now unconditionally favors men.
If you give a betrothal gift before marriage, and he later sues you for rape, you won't have any defense. When you're in jail, you'll lose your man and your money, leaving you penniless.
You won't even have a place to cry. We know Afong very well.
I watched him grow up, so his character is absolutely guaranteed.
We two sisters work together, how could he turn the tables?
Besides, although Afong is a little bit chauvinistic, he's not a bad person at heart.
He's still a good person. And he's also very virtuous. Having said that, Lu Yan also completely let go.
She felt like the queen who was worrying about the future of her family and was trying hard to persuade a key figure to join her camp. She let out a long sigh, as if she had taken off all her disguises, and her tone became more frank and tired than ever before.
Let me tell you the truth.
Her voice lowered, with a barely perceptible hint of vulnerability.
I'm pregnant, and my body isn't working properly.
I can't take care of Afong as wholeheartedly as before.
And the women out there. I don't trust any of them. Not a single word of what I just told you was a lie. It's all from my heart. As for your money.
Lu Yan shook her head, a wry smile on her face.
At first, I really didn't think of taking your money.
I'm pregnant now, and the government gives me a subsidy every month. If I spend it frugally, it's enough for my daily expenses, and I can even give Afong some pocket money.
It's just.
Afong is now determined to enter the black domain, and I really am worried. After thinking it over, I think that the only person in this world I can trust the most and entrust my life to is you, Yi.
Her eyes looked through the screen and looked deeply at Lin Yi.
Her eyes were full of sincerity, dependence, and a hint of request.
If you think I have bad intentions and that I'm plotting against you, then forget it.
Lu Yan's shoulders slumped slightly, as if all her strength had been exhausted.
Just pretend I didn't say anything today. I'll have a good talk with Luo Feng later.
After saying that, she fell silent and said no more.
She gave all the choices to Lin Yi.
On the other end of the video, Lin Yi fell into complete silence.
Lin Yi's brain was like an overloaded computer at this moment, frantically processing the massive amount of information that Lu Yan had just thrown out.
Anger, shock, temptation, suspicion, emotion, countless emotions intertwined and collided in her heart, making her feel like her head was about to explode.
Man.
She dreams of having a man of her own, a man she can rely on and fight for. To this end, she lived frugally and spent every penny carefully. She ignored the danger and stepped into the black domain again and again, fighting for her life with the ferocious beasts. The 300,000 was her youth, her blood and sweat, and her only hope for the future.
Lu Yan was right.
Using this money to marry a complete stranger was a big gamble.
If you win the bet, you may be able to get a family. If you lose the bet, you will be doomed.
She had seen too many sisters who took out their life savings, but ended up meeting the wrong person, being cheated out of all their money and even getting into lawsuits. Men in this era are too precious and too dangerous.
And what about Luo Feng? Know everything about someone.
This is his greatest advantage. Although he is only a D-class warrior and has no great prospects, as Lu Yen said, at least his character is guaranteed. The most important thing is, she doesn't need to give all the betrothal gifts at once. Although it is called investment, it can be divided into many periods.
Moreover, Lu Yen was right.
If this money was included in the contract, it would be possible to get a return. Although she had no hope for the future of a D-class warrior, Lu Yan's words, "I spent so much money and don't even have a tiny share," hit her deeply. Yes, Lu Yen paid so much and finally got Luo Feng.
If I also contribute, can I also get a share? Be it people or money. Let us meet and talk first. As long as Lu Yen is willing to share. Maybe we can try love first? As soon as this thought came to mind, Lin Yi's face became very hot. It's so shameful. But, it's so tempting.
She looked at Lu Yen on the phone screen. The friendship between best friends for more than 10 years should not be fake. Just when Lin Yi was torn between her conscience and her desires and was almost overwhelmed by the chaotic thoughts in her mind, Lu Yen on the other end of the video suddenly smiled. That smile was like a ray of sunshine that dispelled the heavy fog, warm and with a hint of enlightenment. Her voice was soft, but with a tenderness that could not be rejected. Don't think too much.
Come to my house for dinner tonight.
As night falls, the lights come on. Luo Feng sat at the dining table at home with a strange expression on his face. The table was filled with sumptuous dishes, which were fragrant and obviously prepared by Lu Yen. Lu Yen was sitting next to him, with a meaningful, charming smile that was a bit cunning and complacent on her face. Her pair of affectionate eyes would occasionally move back and forth between him and the guest opposite.
And opposite them, sitting upright, was Lin Yi.
At this moment, Lin Yi is no longer the dusty and carefree tomboy in the video. She was obviously dressed up. Her neat short hair fell softly against her cheeks, and her face was made up with delicate light makeup, which made her already delicate features even more gentle. She even changed into a slightly tight white sweater that she would never wear on a normal day, which outlined her exquisite figure. However, this well-dressed guest seemed extremely uncomfortable from the moment he sat down at the table. Her cheeks were red like ripe apples, and her eyes were wandering, not daring to look Luo Feng in the face. Her hands were nervously placed on her knees, and she sat upright like a new recruit about to be inspected.
Her whole body exuded an uneasy aura of "I'm very nervous and I'm about to explode." The atmosphere of this meal is really too weird.
Luo Feng looked at Lin Yi, who looked uncomfortable from head to toe, and then looked at Lu Yen, who was smiling like a cat that had stolen some fish. He probably guessed about 70% of the situation.
It seems Aunt Lu Yan's best friend strategy is going quite smoothly.
Of course, Luo Feng would not be so hypocritical as to reject this beautiful favor. He showed a gentle smile on his face and took the initiative to break the somewhat awkward silence.
Sister Yi, you're welcome. Try this. Sister Lu Yen has been stewing this soup for the whole afternoon.
It tastes really good. As he spoke, he stood up and personally served Lin Yi a bowl of steaming hot chicken soup and placed it steadily in front of her. His movements were natural and his tone was kind and gentle, without any frivolity or deliberateness, as if he was treating an ordinary friend. This sudden concern from the opposite sex made Lin Yi stiffen and she subconsciously wanted to refuse. But when she raised her head and met Luo Feng's clear eyes with a kind smile, all the words of refusal were stuck in her throat. She lowered her head in a panic, looking at the golden and rich chicken soup in the bowl. The mellow aroma lingered at the tip of her nose, and an unfamiliar warm current that she had never felt before flowed silently into her heart.
Thank you, thank you.
Her voice was as thin as a mosquito, and the blush on her cheeks deepened.
With this beginning, the atmosphere at the dinner table gradually became relaxed.
Luo Feng would take care of Lin Yi from time to time, pick up food for her, or chat about some light topics. Slowly, Lin Yi also began to relax. She was reserved and uneasy at first, but later she could occasionally raise her head and respond to Luo Feng with a word or two, and later, she even dared to look him straight in the face.
But Luo Feng didn't show any disgust at all.
Every contact caused her impression of this young man to change subtly.
He seems to be different from the little fairy boy in my imagination.
He will take the initiative to take care of others, observe people's words and expressions, and resolve awkwardness in a gentle way. His smile was pure and his eyes were clear, without the arrogance and self-righteousness of those spoiled men. While eating and chatting, Lin Yi's eyes became moist unconsciously. A strong, indescribable feeling of bitterness and grievance suddenly surged into her heart without warning.
She suddenly felt like crying.
I've grown up so much, 35 years. Never has a man treated her as well as he did today. Those arrogant men would only look at her with critical eyes and take her efforts for granted. And the female colleagues around her were always full of calculation and flattery when talking about men. For the first time, she truly felt the pure respect and tenderness from a man, without any conditions attached. At this moment, she finally understood why Lu Yen said that. Lu Yen was right, Luo Feng was really different from those men. Chapter 018 Backflip Cat. After the meal, the table was littered with cups and plates. Lu Yen stood up and began to clean up the dishes quickly, with a knowing smile still on her face. As she cleaned up, she said casually, "Oh, I'm so full." "Ah Feng, why don't you take Yi for a walk to help digest the food?" "Ah." Lin Yi jumped up from her seat like a frightened rabbit when she heard that, and waved her hands quickly. No need. I'll help you wash the dishes." As she said this, she was about to reach out to grab the dishes from Lu Yen's hands. Lu Yen deftly moved aside, dodging her hand. She said in an unquestionable tone, "All right, stop trying to snatch it from me. I'm pregnant, so I need to stretch my legs. You two should hurry up. The jasmine and albizia flowers in the garden downstairs are blooming. It's a great time to go and smell them." When Lin Yi heard the 3 words albizia julibrisson, she blushed immediately. "This albizia julibrisson is too unhealthy." Lu Yen gave Luo Feng a look that said, "You know what I mean." Luo Feng understood what he meant, stood up with a smile, and extended an invitation to Lin Yi, who was still a little at a loss. "Let's go, Sister A. Sister Lu Yen is right. It's a good time to go out for a walk." Lin Yi looked at Lu Yan's resolute attitude and then at Luo Feng's gentle smile, and felt that she had no room for refusal. Her heart began to beat wildly again. Taking a walk, alone? And, with a man? Oh my god. Isn't this progressing too fast? The night is like water, with a gentle breeze. The community garden was filled with a faint floral fragrance, and the light from the street lamps cast a soft glow, stretching the shadows of the 2 people behind them, sometimes intersecting, sometimes separating. Luo Feng and Lin Yi walked side by side on the cobblestone path. The surroundings were so quiet that only the chirping of insects and the light footsteps of the 2 could be heard. Before coming here, she had searched online for tips on what to talk about when you're alone with a boy for the first time and memorized all the highly rated answers. But now, why can't I remember any of those techniques, such as starting with interests and hobbies, chatting about recent hot topics, and sharing interesting experiences? My mind went blank, like a machine that suddenly jammed. Lin Yi felt like there were 100 little rabbits in her heart, jumping up and down in panic. Fine beads of sweat appeared on the palms of her hands, her fingers were curled up nervously, and even her walking posture became a little stiff. This was the first time in her life that she walked alone with a man in the garden at night. This feeling was even more tense and exciting than the first time she faced the ferocious mist wolf alone. She could clearly hear the boom, boom, boom sound of her own heartbeat, and could also smell the faint, pleasant scent of soapberries coming from the man beside her. The scent drifted into her nostrils with the breeze, making her feel a little dizzy. She wanted to say something several times to break the silence that was suffocating her, but when the words came to her lips, she swallowed them back nervously. Just when she was so entangled that she was about to tear the corners of her clothes, a soft call suddenly came from the side. "Sister E." The voice was low and magnetic, and it was particularly clear in the quiet night. "Ah." Lin Yi trembled violently like a spring with a switch pressed, and responded subconsciously. Luo Feng looked at her cute appearance like a frightened deer, couldn't help but smile, and slowed down his pace. "Sister E, it's getting late. Where do you live? Let me take you home." "Ah. No need." Lin Yi waved her hands repeatedly, almost as a conditioned reflex, shaking her head like a rattle. "What a joke. A boy offered to take me home?" Lin Yi felt like her feet were about to leave the ground, and her whole body felt light, as if she was walking on clouds. This feeling is so unreal. Never had a man said this to her. Her thoughts instantly drifted back to her high school days. It was an equally quiet night. She mustered up all her courage and stammered, "Do you want me to take you home?" to a boy she had been secretly in love with for a long time. In the end, what she got in return was the merciless ridicule from the class beauty who was laughing so hard beside the boy. "Lin Yi, you want to send a boy home? Do you have the qualifications?" From then on, the word initiative was like a shackle that locked her courage tightly and made her never dare to step out of line again. And now, Luo Feng's casual words, "I'll take you home," were like a key that instantly opened the shackles that had been sealed for a long time. It turns out, I can also be cared for. An intense, indescribable excitement and joy, like a flood bursting through a dam, instantly broke through all her defenses. Linny felt the blood in her body warm up, and she felt like she was revived. At this moment, a light bulb went off in her head, and she suddenly remembered a classic dirty talk tutorial she saw while surfing the internet. That thought, like an uncontrollable spark, instantly ignited her girlish heart that had been suppressed for 35 years.
Do you want to try it?
As soon as this crazy idea came to her mind, the words slipped out of her mouth uncontrollably. Luo Feng, her voice stuttered a little due to nervousness, and her eyes were erratic.
My cat can do backflips. Do you want to go and see it? As soon as the words came out of her mouth, Linny wished she could find a hole in the ground to crawl into. Ah! Linny, you pervert! What nonsense are you talking about? How could you say such old-fashioned and perverted words? It's over, it's over. This must have scared little Luo Feng away.
Her face flushed with shame, and she wished she could disappear on the spot. However, the expected disgust and avoidance did not appear. She only heard a soft laugh from beside her. Luo Feng's expression was indeed a little strange, but within that strangeness, there was more of a smile that he couldn't help laughing.
Damn it!
Thinking back to his previous life, he used this excuse to successfully invite more than 100 women to his house. Unexpectedly, the situation changed, and when he was reborn, he was invited by a woman. This feeling is really wonderful. Luo Feng suppressed his laughter as he looked at the woman in front of him, who was almost combusting with shame.
He pretended to be very interested and asked with sparkling eyes, "Really? A cat that can do backflips? Can I really go and see it?"
Linny felt like her eyes were about to pop out.
He agreed? He actually agreed? Is she dreaming? Someone come and slap me to wake me up. Linny felt like she was completely living in a dream and was so happy that she almost fainted.
Luo Feng looked at her cute face that looked a little dazed because of the huge surprise, and smiled in his heart. He reached out and gently touched Linny's arm.
"Sister E?"
The warm touch made Linny tremble all over, as if she had been electrocuted, and she was instantly awakened from the unrealistic dream. She suddenly came back to her senses and met Luo Feng's inquiring gaze with a smile. The temperature on her cheeks suddenly rose several degrees.
I.
She spoke incoherently, her mind in a mess.
My home is just up ahead, not far.
Okay, let's go. Luo Feng's tone was natural, as if going to see a cat that could do a backflip was the most normal thing.
He took the first step and walked towards the direction Linny pointed.
Linny stared at his back in a daze. After several seconds, she woke up from a dream and jogged to catch up with him. Along the way, the two did not speak again. But this time, the silence wasn't awkward. The air was filled with a subtle, ambiguous atmosphere with a hint of sweetness and anticipation. Linny lowered her head and followed Luo Feng closely, secretly glancing at him out of the corner of her eye. The light from the street lamp passed by his tall figure, outlining smooth and powerful lines. Linny's heart beat faster and faster. She began to imagine uncontrollably what would happen when she got to her small apartment that belonged only to her. Could it be that he really just wanted to see cats? Or... One after another, bold and embarrassing thoughts popped up from the bottom of her heart like mushrooms after rain, making her feel scared, but also vaguely gave rise to a hint of anticipation that she herself was unwilling to admit.
Linny's apartment is not far away.
10 minutes later, the two stood in front of a slightly old security door. Linny stood at the door of her house and took out the key from her pocket. However, the hand that had just been able to draw the bow steadily in the dark area was now shaking violently. She took several deep breaths and tried several times, but the jingling key just couldn't be inserted accurately into the small keyhole.
I'll do it.
A gentle voice came from behind. Linny felt her cheeks starting to get hot uncontrollably again. She silently took a step back and handed over the bunch of keys that were out of control, not daring to look up at Luo Feng the whole time.
Luo Feng took the key.
His fingers were long and strong. Without any hesitation, there was a light click and the door opened. As the door opened, the scene inside the room appeared before the two of them. Linny looked at the scene in front of her, her brain buzzed and went blank in an instant.
It's over. In the small living room, leather armor and combat underwear were casually thrown on the floor.
On the coffee table lay bottles of unwashed energy drinks. In the corner, a large basin used for soaking and washing equipment took up half the space, with her beloved longbow leaning against it. The whole room was filled with the unkempt and messy feeling that is unique to single professionals. How could she forget? When she came back from the Black Territory, she was only thinking about finding Lu Yan and didn't even have time to clean up the house. Linny felt that she was about to despair, and she wished she could use the stealth technique immediately and disappear from this world. Why? Why did he fail at such a critical moment? The good image of me that I had just built up in his mind must have collapsed at this moment. However, just when Linny was so ashamed and angry that she wished time could go back, Luo Feng seemed to be completely oblivious to the mess in the room. He walked in as if nothing had happened, looking around the small space curiously. "This is also a single apartment," he said casually, his eyes falling on the large basin on the ground. "Is the bow and arrow soaking in this basin yours?" His tone was full of pure curiosity, without a trace of disgust or disdain. Luo Feng's calm and natural tone was like a clear spring, instantly extinguishing the burning fire of shame in Linny's heart. She stared blankly at Luo Feng's profile. He really doesn't seem to care? An indescribable complex emotion surged in Linny's heart. There is relief, gratitude, and a touch of touching. She replied softly, her voice still trembling with the slightest bit of surviving a disaster. The bowstring needs to be soaked in a special maintenance fluid regularly, otherwise it will age easily and affect the accuracy. As she spoke, she swiftly began to pick up the clothes on the floor, trying to save her precarious image. "Where's the cat?" Luo Feng turned his head, looked at her and asked, "Where's the cat that can do backflips?" "Ah, cat." Linny's movements suddenly froze, and her cheeks turned red uncontrollably again. She doesn't have any cat. That was just a lame excuse she made up in a hurry. Now that he asked her so seriously, how should she answer? Linny's brain was working rapidly, trying to come up with a perfect excuse. It might have gone out to play? This reason was too far-fetched. It's shy and hiding? This seems okay. Just when she was extremely confused and didn't know how to make up her lie, Luo Feng suddenly laughed. It was a knowing smile with a hint of mischief. "Sister E," he said slowly, step by step, approaching Linny. His voice was low and magnetic, and in the quiet room, it seemed particularly alluring. "Actually, is it possible that you are the cat that can do backflips?" He stopped in front of Linny, and the distance between them was so close that they could almost feel each other's breath. Chapter 019 Linny is pregnant. As Luo Feng approached, a strong, uniquely masculine aura enveloped Linny like a tide. The breath was mixed with a light scent of soapberry and a hint of sweat. Far from being unpleasant, it was like the most powerful catalyst, making her feel as if all the blood in her body was boiling in an instant. Her brain completely shut down. Luo Feng's suggestive words were like a depth bomb dropped into a calm lake, stirring up huge waves in her heart. I am the cat that can do backflips? What does this mean? Is he teasing me? Linny's heartbeat was so fast that it almost jumped out of her throat. She could clearly feel that her cheeks were heating up at an alarming rate, becoming frighteningly hot. She wanted to step back, but her feet seemed to be nailed to the ground and she couldn't move at all. Luo Feng looked at her cute appearance of panic, shame and indignation, and the smile on his lips deepened. "Sister E, has anyone ever told you that you are cute?" Luo Feng gently embraced her slender waist, which was so thin that it could be held in one hand. Linny's body trembled violently, and a soft moan, so soft that it was almost inaudible, came from her throat. The big hand around her waist was as hot as a branding iron. Through the thin sweater, the scorching temperature was transmitted to her skin without any hindrance, making her feel like she was about to melt. She instinctively wanted to struggle, but her body was as soft as a pool of spring water and she couldn't muster any strength at all. She could only subconsciously place her hands on Luo Feng's solid chest like a drowning person grabbing a piece of driftwood, trying in vain to maintain the last bit of distance between them. Their eyes met. The air seemed to freeze at this moment. Luo Feng's eyes were as deep as the starry sky, with an irresistible attraction that seemed to suck her soul in. Linny's eyes were filled with shyness, panic, and a hint of conquered confusion that she herself had not even noticed. In the end, all the struggles turned into an inaudible whimper. Luo Feng slowly lowered his head and gently kissed the plump and moist lips that were trembling slightly due to nervousness. When Luo Feng's warm lips with a masculine scent gently touched hers, Linny felt as if her whole world exploded with a boom. Countless brilliant fireworks bloomed in her chaotic consciousness. He kissed me. He actually kissed me.
This thought, like a thunderclap, mixed with overwhelming ecstasy, instantly overwhelmed all her rationality and reserve. Turn out to be. So this is what it feels like to kiss a man. Soft, warm, with a hint of overbearing gentleness, she was unable to resist and could only retreat step by step. The unfamiliar, masculine scent instantly filled her entire mouth with unprecedented strength, conquering her and making her feel like she was about to suffocate. However, in this dizzying feeling of suffocation, she felt a sinful indulgence that made her blush and her heart beat fast. The hands that were pressed against his chest, like vines, climbed up his broad back uncontrollably. 35 years? The desire that had been suppressed for 35 years burst out at this moment like a flood breaking through a floodgate. All the reserve, all the shyness, all the rationality, were burned away in this domineering yet gentle kiss. Linny felt like she was going crazy. She could no longer suppress the rampaging beast in her heart. She instinctively tightened her arms around his back and pressed her petite body against him. The next second, she suddenly exerted force, hugged Luo Feng's waist, and spun nimbly, sending the two of them stumbling towards the bedroom. Omitted 10,000 words. 10 minutes later, the storm in the bedroom subsided. Linny lay on her side on the bed, her neat short hair now sticking messily to her sweaty cheeks and neck. Her pair of sparkling eyes stared at Luo Feng, who was trying to catch his breath beside her, with infatuation and without blinking, her eyes filled with complex and intense emotions. There was satisfaction, shyness, and disbelief, but more than that, there was a strong sense of guilt. In her imagination, her relationship with Luo Feng should be gradual. Starting as friends, they gradually became familiar with each other, entered the black domain together, fought side by side, and established a deep revolutionary friendship. Then, on a night when the atmosphere was just right, she mustered up the courage to confess her feelings to him, and finally, everything happened naturally. This is a normal, healthy, and ritualistic process. But what about now? What's going on now? This was the first time they had met officially, the first time they had been alone together, and I had actually been so impatient that I had tricked him into bed. Linny felt like she had become a shameless female hooligan. She actually used such despicable means on such a simple and gentle little boy. It's so sinful. Linny, you are simply unforgivable. The more she thought about it, the more regretful she felt, and the more she blamed herself. At the same time, an unprecedented strong sense of responsibility also arose from her heart. No. From now on, I must be responsible for him to the end. I must cherish such a good little man and spend my whole life to make up for the sins I committed today. Luo Feng turned his head and met Linny's eyes full of water. That look. He has seen too many women's eyes. There are those who are obsessed, those who admire, those who possess, and those who trade. But he rarely saw the look in Linny's eyes like the one she had at this moment. There was a mixture of an almost devout fanaticism, an unreserved devotion, and a strong emotion that made one want to give him one's entire soul. Just like Lu Yan. The women of this world, their love is so pure, so passionate, and so selfless. This feeling of being loved, needed, and cherished wholeheartedly was like a dose of the strongest liquor, instantly igniting the fire in Luo Feng's body that had just subsided. A heat that was more violent and primitive than before suddenly rose from his lower abdomen and instantly burned all over his limbs. Luo Feng looked at the woman in front of him who looked particularly pitiful because of her guilt, and his Adam's apple rolled uncontrollably. Omitted 10,000 words. Another round of lovemaking. Under Luo Feng's violent attack, she completely gave up resistance, like a small boat floating in the stormy waves, allowing him to control the direction and lead her to the peak of desire again and again. After a long time, when everything had calmed down and the only sounds in the room were the two people's intertwined, heavy and satisfied breathing, Linny had completely lost the ability to think. She lay weakly on Luo Feng's solid chest, feeling that she couldn't move even a little finger. Every inch of skin and every cell in the body seemed to be completely squeezed dry, and yet filled with an unprecedented sense of satisfaction. Turn out to be. It turns out that everything in the textbooks is a lie. What kind of woman wants to dominate? What kind of woman wants to conquer? In the face of absolute power, those theories are simply a joke. The feeling of being conquered seems quite good. This thought popped up uncontrollably from her chaotic brain, making her feel her cheeks getting hot again. Luo Feng gently stroked her soft short hair, feeling the slight trembling of the delicate body in his arms. However, after 2 intense health exercises, the system in Luo Feng's mind was still silent, without any prompts. Strangeness. Luo Feng pondered in his heart. His current pregnancy aura has reached LV2, increasing the chance of pregnancy by 200%,
which is theoretically equivalent to the effect of 3 times. 2 times is equivalent to 6 times under normal circumstances.
Still not successful even after this? I don't know if today is her dangerous period.
As soon as this thought came to mind, Luo Feng decided that it would be better to ask directly.
He gently patted the woman's back and asked in a concerned tone, "Sister, is today your dangerous period?" I'm afraid you're pregnant."
He deliberately spoke with some hesitation and worry.
However, when these words fell into Linny's ears, it was like a bolt from the blue.
She suddenly raised her head from his arms, and her eyes, which had just been blurred and distracted, were instantly filled with tears, and her face was full of hurt and disbelief.
"A phone."
Her voice was trembling. "Today is the dangerous period."
You don't want me to get pregnant?"
A huge feeling of grievance and panic, like an icy tide, instantly flooded her heart.
Did he regret it? Did he feel that I was not worthy of having his child?
Thinking of this, Linny could no longer control her emotions. She grabbed Luo Feng's arm tightly, almost begging.
"Let me have your child, okay? A phone. I want it. I really want a child of yours. I love you. A phone. I really love you. I have 300,000. All my savings, I'll give it all to you. Please."
However, as soon as these words came out of her mouth, Linny froze as if she had been slapped hard in the face.
What is she talking about? At a time like this, she actually talked about money? This is simply a disgrace to a phone.
It is tarnishing the pure and beautiful relationship between them.
Linny, you big idiot. Is your brain filled with mush?
An intense, overwhelming feeling of regret and self-blame instantly overwhelmed her. Luo Feng looked at the woman in front of him, whose emotions fluctuated like a roller coaster, from begging to self-loathing in an instant, and felt both amused and helpless. He reached out and gently wiped away the tears that fell from the corners of her eyes with his thumb.
"Silly, what are you thinking?"
His voice was gentle and a little doting. "That's not what I meant. I just don't know if you are mentally prepared."
"Of course I'm ready." Linny almost shouted, fearing that Luo Feng would not believe in her determination.
She raised her head suddenly, and in her tearful eyes, a burning flame that undisturbed argument was burning.
"A phone. I will be responsible for you. I will definitely be responsible for you to the end.
For the rest of my life."
This is more than just a promise.
This was more like a declaration, a sacred declaration that required all her courage and determination. Before he finished speaking, and before Luo Feng could react, Linny's body moved. She seemed to be injected with infinite power. She turned over suddenly and pressed Luo Feng under her again with irresistible strength. Omitted 10,000 words. Half an hour later, the storm finally stopped completely. Linny lay weakly on Luo Feng's chest, her whole body covered in sweat, and she didn't even have the strength to lift a finger. However, her extreme physical exhaustion could not conceal her inner fear and self-blame.
"It's over. Here we go again.
I couldn't control myself again."
She felt like a sinner. She actually exploited a phone again. He has just reached adulthood. His body hasn't even fully grown yet. How could I? How could I be so crazy? So unrestrained? What if he really gets hurt?
The more Linny thought about it, the more scared she became, and the more regretful she felt. Tears welled up in her eyes again, silently soaking the skin on Luo Feng's chest. And at this moment, the cold yet pleasant mechanical sound finally rang again in Luo Feng's mind. Detected that the host successfully impregnated the target Linny.
Chapter 020 Normal Attack LV5.
The target pregnancy level is 10, and you will get 10-2 is equal to 20 skill points.
Done.
A burst of ecstasy surged in Luo Feng's heart.
Got another 20 skill points. This wave is a huge profit.
He could clearly feel that the petite body lying on his chest was trembling slightly, and he could also hear her suppressed, tiny sobs. Luo Feng looked down and saw Linny burying her face in his chest, her shoulders twitching. Obviously she was in deep self-blame again. Luo Feng felt both amused and touched. The women in this world are so cute that it makes people feel distressed. He reached out his hand and gently stroked her soft short hair. In a tone that was filled with satisfaction and a hint of hoarseness, he softly comforted her. "Sister, don't cry.
I'm fine. Woo, it's all my fault, it's all my fault." Lin Yi's voice was nasal and full of regret. I was too crazy. I don't blame you. Luo Feng hugged her tighter. It's just that I like you too much. This simple and straightforward love remark was like the most effective tranquilizer, instantly stopping Lin Yi's crying. Lin Yi suddenly raised her head, and her pretty face with tear marks was full of disbelief. What did he say? He likes me? The immense joy swept over her like a tsunami, instantly washing away all the regret and self-blame in her heart. However, after the joy, a stronger sense of responsibility came to my mind. Because I like him, I can't hurt him. No. Lin Yi's attitude became extremely firm. She propped herself up from Luo Feng's arms and looked at him seriously. Feng, I can't hurt you like this anymore. Your health is more important than anything else. From now on, I will never touch you again. You must rest well. She seemed to have made up her mind, her eyes filled with unquestionable determination. Luo Feng looked at her cute look that seemed to be issuing a military order, and laughed in his heart, but on the surface he nodded obediently. Okay, Sister E, I understand. You should have a good rest then. After hearing this, Lin Yi breathed a sigh of relief, but then a strong sense of reluctance surged up again. Are you leaving? She asked in a low voice, her tone full of loss. Luo Feng glanced at the electronic clock on the bedside table and saw that it was almost midnight. He picked up the phone he had thrown aside, and saw several unread messages on the screen. In fact, during the interval after the first storm ended, he had already found time to send a message to Lu Yan, concisely informing her of the situation. I'm staying at Sister E's place tonight and won't be going back. As for what Lu Yan posted afterwards, he was busy comforting Lin Yi at the time and had no time to read it carefully. At this moment, he clicked on the message and a series of messages popped up immediately. Lu Yan, huh? It's so late, what are you doing? Lu Yan, is very rude. Don't let her bully you. Lu Yan, why don't you reply to my message? Lu Yan, you wouldn't really. Lu Yan, protect yourself, don't get pregnant. Luo Feng looked at this information and couldn't help laughing. Sure enough, no woman is truly generous enough to willingly share her man with others. Even Lu Yan, a virtuous wife who took the initiative to push her best friend in front of him, could not avoid it. But there is no way. Luo Feng sighed softly in his heart. As someone who possesses the more children, more blessings system, coming to this world where there are more women than men is like a dragon entering the sea. He was destined to not belong to just 1, 2, 3, or even 6 or 7 women. His journey is to the sea of stars. Lin Yi saw Luo Feng looking at his phone for a long time without saying anything, and thought that Lu Yan's message had made him embarrassed. A strong sense of crisis and possessiveness instantly surged into her heart. She no longer cared about her reserve and fatigue, and suddenly stretched out her arms, hugged Luo Feng's waist tightly from behind, and pressed her cheek against his broad and warm back. Feng, her voice was a little hoarse and full of pleading, please, don't leave tonight, okay? I beg you. She could feel the body in her arms stiffen slightly. Lin Yi gritted her teeth, as if using up all her strength, and said the words that had been lingering in her heart for a long time. I want to marry you. You marry me, okay? Lu Yan, she doesn't know how to cherish you. I know it. She actually let a D-rank warrior like you go into the black territory. She doesn't care about you at all. I cherish you. Feng. I will treat you as the most precious treasure in the world. I will give you 300,000 yuan as a betrothal gift. No. I will give you all my money. Okay? Luo Feng was left at a loss for words by her sudden series of confessions and proposals. He turned around and looked at the woman whose face was flushed with excitement and whose eyes were shining with pleading, and he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Their love is always so direct, so passionate, and so selfless. Sister E, he reached out and gently stroked her cheek, his eyes gentle yet with a hint of helplessness. Calm down. I'm calm. Lin Yi retorted immediately, her tone a little hurried due to excitement. Feng, I'm serious. I've never been so serious before. Luo Feng looked at her eyes that were full of stubbornness and knew that simple comfort could no longer calm her down. Sister Lu Yan, I'm not unworthy of you. Luo Feng's voice was calm and clear. Going to the black territory was my own decision. It has nothing to do with her. But. No buts. Luo Feng interrupted her, his tone becoming serious. Sister E, I appreciate your feelings for me. However, there are some things I must make clear to you. Lin Yi's heart sank suddenly. She had a premonition that what Luo Feng would say next might be unacceptable to her.
Luo Feng looked at her eyes that had suddenly become nervous and uneasy, and organized his words in his mind. He knew that what he was about to say might be hurtful, but he had to say it.
A short pain is worse than a long one.
For some things, it is far better to make them clear from the beginning than to get entangled in them later. Sister E, he looked into her eyes and spoke clearly, word for word, I can't belong to just one woman. Sister Lu Yan is my first wife, and this will never change. As for you. He paused, his tone slowing down, but still firm. If you are willing, I can let you bear my child, give you a legitimate status, and let you become my second wife. I will be responsible for you and the child. After you give birth to the child, I will also take you into the black domain to make you stronger. But, I can't belong to you alone. I can't give up Sister Lu Yan for you, or even give up other women I might have in the future. This is impossible. Luo Feng's words were like an extremely sharp knife, which cut open the beautiful fantasy of a world for two people that Lin Yi had just built in her heart. Lin Yi stared at him blankly, the color on her face gradually fading away until she became as pale as paper.
Impossible, belongs to only one woman? Sister Lu Yan is his first wife? I can only be the second wife? There could be other women?
These words, every word, were like a heavy hammer, hitting her heart hard, making her feel a suffocating pain. She thought she would be the most special one, the one who could save him from Lu Yan. She thought that as long as she gave enough and was good enough, she could have this man all to herself. But what is the result?
So, she was just one of from the very beginning?
The huge loss and unwillingness, like a cold tide, instantly drowned her. Lin Yi's lips moved slightly, and she wanted to say something, but she found that her throat seemed to be blocked by a ball of cotton and she couldn't utter a word.
Her mind was in a mess.
Anger, grievance, jealousy, heartbreak, all kinds of emotions intertwined together, almost tearing her sanity apart.
Why? Why can Lu Yan be the first wife? Because she met him first? Because she got pregnant with his child first? What about yourself? Is the love I've given you cheap? Is the 300,000 I'm about to pay worthless? And other women? When Lin Yi thought about the future, that there would be a third, fourth, or even more women appearing by Luo Feng's side and doing intimate things with him like tonight, she felt as if her heart was being tightly grasped by an invisible big hand, and the pain made her almost unable to breathe. No. She can't accept it. Although Lin Yi is not a favored girl, she is definitely not a weak character who can share a husband with other women. A strong, innate pride suddenly burned up from the ashes of heartbreak. She looked at Luo Feng, and the pleading light in her eyes was gradually replaced by a layer of cold determination. What if I don't want to? Her voice was soft, but with a barely perceptible tremor. Luo Feng looked at the rekindled fire of stubbornness in her eyes and sighed softly in his heart. He had anticipated that things would not go so smoothly. But he doesn't regret making it clear. Some issues of principle must be made clear from the very beginning, without any ambiguity or compromise. He met Lin Yi's resolute gaze without dodging, and said in a calm and serious tone. If you can't accept it, then I respect your decision. He said this slowly and heavily. Every word seemed to be carefully considered before it came out of his lips. No threats, no inducements, only the purest respect and choice. Before saying this, Luo Feng had already quickly thought about it in his mind. Lin Yi is pregnant now, this is an established fact. In this world where offspring are everything, especially in the heart of a woman like her who longs for family and children, the importance of this child is self-evident. Even if she chooses to reject me and break up with me because of a momentary anger. But Luo Feng was 100% sure that she would eventually give birth to the child. When Lin Yi heard Luo Feng's words, I respect your decision, her heart sank suddenly, as if she had fallen into a bottomless abyss. He just gave up, so easily? He didn't even say one more word to try to persuade her to stay? An indescribable sadness and disappointment suddenly surged into her heart, making her eyes red again. However, just when she thought everything was over, a pair of warm and strong arms suddenly hugged her tightly and domineeringly. No matter what you choose, Luo Feng's low and slightly hoarse voice rang in her ears. Tonight, let me hold you while you sleep. This hug contains no lust, only pure, unyielding tenderness. That calm and solid warmth instantly dispelled all the coldness and determination in Lin Yi's heart. Her stiff body softened little by little in his arms. What to do? She felt completely hopeless.
Reason told her that she should push him away immediately, firmly state her position and maintain her last bit of dignity. But emotionally, she simply couldn't resist the warmth of this embrace. She couldn't bear to do that. She really couldn't bear to lose the man who made her taste love for the first time. She didn't know what to do. Linny's heart was in a mess. Never mind. Let us talk about it tomorrow. Let her indulge in this warmth for one more night. A huge feeling of fatigue and exhaustion came over me like a tide. Linny buried her face in Luo Feng's solid chest, smelling the reassuring scent on him, and her eyelids became heavier and heavier. Soon, she fell into a deep sleep with a heart full of contradictions and entanglements. Listening to the even and steady breathing coming from his arms, Luo Feng's attention was on the system. Host, Luo Feng. Skill points, 20. System, add all 20 skill points to normal attack. He had already thought of this idea. The SSS level, One Punch Man, is difficult to upgrade, but its basic, normal attack, is definitely the most cost-effective choice. Consume 20 skill points, equivalent to 20 years of hard training, and increase the level of the normal attack skill. Normal attack LV2 has been upgraded to normal attack LV5. Buzz. A huge stream of information instantly flooded into Luo Feng's mind. The little man who was originally demonstrating crude punches and kicks seemed to have been infused with 20 years of skills. Every punch and kick it throws becomes extremely refined and efficient. The transmission of force, the development of muscles, the shift of center of gravity, everything has reached a new level of simplification. Luo Feng could even clearly feel that his body was undergoing miraculous changes as the little man in his mind practiced. Muscle fibers become tougher, bones become denser, and the body's coordination and explosive power are improving at an incredible speed. Although the description of the skill, normal attack, on the panel is still simple, Luo Feng feels that the damage of LV5, normal attack, is at least 3 times that of LV2. A LV2 fist can kill a cow, while a LV5 fist can kill a third cow through 2 cows. After being enhanced by One Punch Man, he might be able to kill 500 or 600 cows with one punch. Chapter 021 You Are All My Wings. Just as Luo Feng was immersed in the pleasure of his rapidly increasing strength, a rapid knock on the door suddenly broke the tranquility of the night. Boom boom boom. Boom boom boom. The knock on the door was urgent and heavy, with an unmistakable anxiety. Almost at the same time, Luo Feng's mobile phone placed on the bedside table also vibrated wildly, and a video call request from Lu Yan popped up on the screen. Luo Feng frowned slightly and connected the video. Lu Yan's charming face, filled with anxiety, immediately appeared on the screen. She seemed to be standing outside the door, with the familiar corridor of Lin Yi's apartment in the background. Feng. Are you in there? Open the door quickly. Lu Yan's voice came through the phone, urgent and fast. Lu Yan couldn't help it after all and came over. She said she was sharing and that it was for her own good, but how could a woman's possessiveness be so easily suppressed by reason? She regrets it now. When she thought about her little man in another woman's bed, even if that woman was her best friend, she couldn't sit still. The huge noise here finally woke up Lin Yi, who was sleeping. She was already in a very bad mood when she woke up, and being rudely woken up from a deep sleep made her instantly furious. Who is it? In the middle of the night. Are you sick? She rubbed her sleepy eyes, muttered to herself, and sat up, but when she saw Lu Yan's face clearly on Luo Feng's phone screen and heard the familiar voice outside the door, all her sleepiness disappeared in an instant. Instead, there was a rage that soared into the sky. Lu Yan? She actually showed up at my door? What does this mean? Lin Yi felt that the anger in her chest was about to burst her skull. A strong sense of anger at having her territory invaded instantly overwhelmed all the entanglements and contradictions in her heart. Lu Yan! She roared and jumped out of bed. Without even having time to put on her clothes, she rushed to the door angrily. Crash! She opened the door roughly. Inside and outside the door, the two women looked at each other. A disheveled, sleepy-eyed man with an angry face. One of them was neatly dressed, breathing rapidly, and also had a look of wanting to accuse someone. In the air, it seemed as if countless crackling sparks burst out in an instant. A battle of the century between best friends is about to break out. Just as both of them took a deep breath and were about to start yelling, a figure suddenly stepped between them. Come in and talk. Luo Feng's calm voice was like a basin of cold water, temporarily extinguishing the anger in the two men's heads. The atmosphere in the living room dropped to freezing point. Linny, wrapped in a blanket, sat at one end of the sofa with a sullen look on her face. Lu Yan stood at the other end with her arms folded across her chest. The two looked at each other coldly, neither of them willing to give in first. In the end, it was Linny who broke the suffocating silence first. Lu Yan, her voice was so cold it could have shattered ice. What on earth do you want to do by coming here in the middle of the night? Hearing this, Lu Yan suppressed her anger all the way and jumped up. Why am I here? Linny, you still dare to ask me? She quickly walked over to Luo Feng and grabbed his arm, as if protecting her property. Ah Feng was kind enough to walk with you, but what about you? You tricked him into coming to your house like that? Ha! It's only the first day. And you're bullying Ah Feng like this. As she spoke, Lu Yan's eyes turned red, and tears welled up in her eyes. She grabbed Luo Feng's arm and cried bitterly, Ah Feng, let's go. You've been wronged tonight. It's all my fault. I was blind and shouldn't have let the wolf into the house. Who are you calling a wolf? Linny jumped up from the sofa, rushed over in 2 steps, and grabbed Luo Feng's other arm. Her beautiful eyes were about to spit fire at this moment, and she angrily scolded him tit for tat. Lu Yan, what nonsense are you talking about? Ah Feng and I are in love with each other. He is blind to follow you. How can you be such a woman? You don't know how to cherish others, and you push men away. Since you don't understand, then don't occupy the toilet without doing anything. You don't deserve to be a Feng's woman. From now on, I will take good care of him. Seeing that the two women were arguing more and more fiercely, and even seemed to be about to start fighting, Luo Feng finally couldn't bear it anymore. Stop it! He growled, his voice not loud but filled with an unquestionable majesty. The quarrel stopped abruptly. Lu Yan and Linny were both slightly stunned by his sudden stop. Before they could react, Luo Feng had already moved. He just stretched out his arms, embraced with his left hand, and pulled with his right hand, and then he hugged the two women who were still competing with each other, one on the left and one on the right, tightly and domineeringly into his arms. Ah! The sudden intimate contact and the strong masculine scent made the two women scream at the same time. Their bodies softened uncontrollably almost at the same time. The anger and momentum that had just been tense disappeared in an instant, and was replaced by a strange feeling that made their hands and feet weak and their heartbeats accelerated. What is going on? Why did I suddenly wilt in his arms? This is not the heroic performance that a qualified woman should have. Lu Yan and Linny were screaming wildly in their hearts, feeling ashamed and angry. They subconsciously raised their heads and glared at each other fiercely across Luo Feng's chest, their eyes filled with silent accusations of "It's all your fault, vixen." Luo Feng looked at the two women in his arms, who were like fighting cocks 1 second and turned into weaklings the next, and he was really at a loss whether to laugh or cry. He sighed helplessly, hugged the two of them tighter, and announced in their ears in a tone that was both domineering and somewhat doting. You two, listen up. Don't quarrel anymore. You are all my wings, you know? Lu Yan and Linny were stunned when they heard the novel and domineering metaphor of wings. An extremely complicated emotion rose in their hearts at the same time. There is a hint of sweetness, a little bit of unwillingness, and an indescribable sense of shame. I am just one of his wings? Lu Yan was the first to react. Relying on her status as the first wife and her recent pregnancy, she rubbed against Luo Feng's arms in grievance. Ah Feng. Her voice softened, with a thick nasal tone and a hint of coquettishness. I don't want to quarrel with her. I'm just afraid. I'm afraid that she will bully you. As soon as she said this, Linny on the other side immediately stopped working. I bullied him? She was so angry that she almost jumped out of Luo Feng's arms again. Lu Yan, do you still have any shame? You let him, a D-level warrior, go into the black territory and then plan to share him with other women. That's bullying him. I will protect him and cherish him in the future. I will never let him suffer any injustice. You. Okay. Luo Feng felt overwhelmed and directly interrupted the new round of quarrel. He looked at the two women in his arms who were still secretly competing with each other, and decided to cut the Gordian knot. Sister Lu Yan, please listen to me first. I came here on my own decision. Besides, you are all sisters. Lu Yan snorted, and relying on her advantage in his arms, she rubbed her cheek against Luo Feng's chest in grievance, her tone full of contempt and disdain for Linny, who would be a sister to a woman like her who only thinks about sex. Sister Lu Yan. Luo Feng's voice turned cold and he interrupted her. His deep eyes calmly gazed at the still stubborn Lu Yan in his arms, and his tone carried an unquestionable majesty. I took the initiative to come to Sister Yi's place.
I like you and I also like Sister Yi. You are both my wings, do you understand?
He paused, his eyes sweeping across the two women's completely different expressions of surprise, and slowly and clearly dropped the heaviest bomb of the night.
And Sister Yi is also pregnant.
As soon as these words were spoken, time seemed to be paused. Lu Yan's body suddenly stiffened, and the blood color on her face instantly faded away. She raised her head in disbelief, staring at Luo Feng in a daze, then turned her head suddenly and stared at Lin Yi.
Pregnant?
This thought was like a bolt of thunder from the sky, striking her head hard.
How is that possible? It's only been a few hours? Yi, you bastard. What on earth did she do to my Afong? How many times had she bullied him? I actually got pregnant like this?
The huge shock and anger of being betrayed were like a flood that instantly overwhelmed her sanity. Lu Yan felt like the sky was falling. On the other side, Lin Yi was completely dumbfounded.
Pregnant?
She subconsciously looked down at her flat belly, her mind going blank. Although tonight was indeed very crazy, and she was indeed working hard with the determination to get pregnant, but it was impossible to get pregnant just like that. Even the tester takes more than 10 hours to produce results. However, when she raised her head and met Luo Feng's calm and serious eyes, an indescribable ecstasy and sweetness ran through her limbs like an electric current.
She understood instantly. Luo Feng.
He was using this method to declare his status to Lu Yan. He was telling Lu Yan that I, Lin Yi, and he, already had the deepest bond.
He has me in his heart. He cares about me.
This realization made Lin Yi feel like she was about to float with happiness.
All the grievances, resentment, and entanglements from before disappeared at this moment.
She straightened her back and instantly felt confident. Lin Yi snorted, staring back at Lu Yan across Luo Feng's chest without showing any weakness, with a triumphant smile on her lips. Only you don't know how to cherish. However, before she could finish her words, she was interrupted by Luo Feng.
Luo Feng turned his gaze towards her.
Although his expression had softened a little, his tone still carried unquestionable control.
Sister Yi, I know you care about me and want to protect me. I am very grateful for your kindness.
He first said something soothing, then changed the subject, his eyes slowly sweeping over the two women in his arms again, and with a tone that was almost declarative, he put a final end to tonight's farce.
But for me, love cannot be enjoyed alone. Look, Sister Lu Yan is pregnant, and then you are pregnant too.
In the future, more sisters will join this big family. You two must live in harmony and help me manage this family together.
Do you understand? Chapter 022 Lin Yi's Good Intentions.
Luo Feng's words, "There will be many sisters and many more sisters," were like an ice-hardened steel needle, piercing Lin Yi's heart. The sweetness and sense of victory that had just risen in my heart because of pregnancy were shattered at this moment.
What? Are there other women? One after another?
She raised her head in a daze, and the eyes that had just sparkled with happiness were now covered with a layer of mist, filled with deep grievance and disbelief. She would accept Luo Feng whether he was a mage, an archer, or a support.
There are other women and there are other women. But Luo Feng is just a D-level warrior. Having her in Lu Yan, isn't that enough? Are there more women?
Although there are more women than men in this world, women should be the ones in charge and should not be treated unfairly like this.
She looked at Luo Feng, her voice uncontrollably filled with tears, and asked tremblingly, having me, isn't that enough? This question was asked humbly and full of reluctance.
She thought she had obtained the whole world, but was told the next second that what she had was just a small piece of this world. However, before Luo Feng could answer, Lu Yan on the other side uttered a mocking sneer.
He.
The laughter was light and cold, like a sharp blade, mercilessly cutting through Lin Yi's fragile fantasy. Lu Yan raised her chin and looked down at Lin Yi with a condescending and pitying look, as if she was looking at an ignorant child.
You don't understand Afong at all.
Her voice was filled with the sense of superiority of being the first wife and her deep understanding of Luo Feng.
This is all Afeng's idea.
For Afeng, I am willing to put myself in a difficult position and accept all this.
Can you do that?
After saying that, she no longer looked at Lin Yi, and instead poured all her tenderness and dependence on Luo Feng. She pulled Luo Feng's arm and said softly in a gesture of asserting her sovereignty, "Afeng, come with me.
Ignore this selfish woman. Etc."
Seeing that Luo Feng was really about to be pulled away by Lu Yan, Lin Yi's heart was filled with alarm, and an unprecedented panic instantly gripped her.
No! Can't let him go. If he follows Lu Yan tonight, then I will lose completely.
All the reserve, all the pride, all the grievances, at this moment, are all overwhelmed by the fear of loss. She suddenly stretched out her hand and grabbed Luo Feng's other arm tightly, shouting anxiously, even a little incoherently, "A Feng!
I can do it too." There was a hint of determination in that voice. In order to keep this man, she is willing. She's willing to do anything. Luo Feng stopped. He looked down at the two women in his arms, one on each side, clinging to him tightly like two fighting little beasts, and he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He slowly tightened his arms, holding the two of them more firmly in his embrace, and said in a low and soothing voice, "Well, I believe you all can do it." The next morning, when the first ray of sunlight shone into the room through the gap in the curtains, Lu Yan slowly woke up to a slight rustling sound. She subconsciously reached out her hand, but caught nothing. She opened her eyes and saw that Luo Feng had sat up and was putting on his clothes. "A Feng, where are you going?"
Lu Yan rubbed her sleepy eyes, her voice still carrying a hint of laziness and naivety as if she had just woken up. Luo Feng turned around, a gentle smile on his face, and buttoned the last button neatly. "Sister Yi doesn't believe she is pregnant. I will take her to the checkpoint for a checkup, and then go home to get the weapon to exchange."
Hearing this, Lu Yan's sleepiness disappeared instantly.
She snorted, a slight, disdainful snort from her nose, and glanced coldly at Lin Yi, who was washing in the bathroom. She didn't believe that Lin Yi was so lucky.
Feng and I fought hard all night before we succeeded. How could this little slut have gotten away with it so easily? But she did not directly question Luo Feng's words, but followed his words and asked, "A Feng, what weapon do you want to change?" "Boxing gloves." Luo Feng's answer was simple and straightforward. "Boxing gloves?" Lu Yan frowned in confusion.
Fist gloves can be said to be the least used weapon among low-level fighters such as 1-star and 2-star fighters. The attack range is short and requires extremely high body movements and skills. Moreover, the closer you are to the strange beast, the more dangerous it is.
This is the iron rule in the black domain.
Choosing boxing gloves means engaging in the most dangerous close combat with the beasts, which is simply crazy. Because they are so unpopular, the price of the boxing gloves is the lowest among all 1-star weapons. If you exchange them for that set of armor, you can even get a lot of the difference back. Thinking of this, Lu Yan's heart suddenly tightened, and a feeling of heartache and self-blame surged in his heart.
"A Feng."
She anxiously sat up from the bed, holding Luo Feng's hand, her tone full of worry. "Don't save that little bit of money. For a soldier, weapons are the most important. Without the right weapons, you'll lose your life." Luo Feng looked at her anxious expression, and his heart warmed. He held her cold little hand with his backhand, and said soothingly with a smile, "Yes, I know. I just like the feeling of fists hitting flesh, and I like using boxing gloves." There was a reassuring confidence in his smile, as if choosing boxing gloves was not a matter of saving money, but an inevitable choice after careful consideration. The conversation between the two was also heard by Lin Yi, who was brushing her teeth. She came out and asked anxiously, "Aren't you Zinhuzen? Didn't she say she wanted to find someone to lead you? How do you use boxing gloves?" Halfway through her words, she gritted her teeth and said in an unquestionable tone, "I'll pay for the help this time. This is your first time in the black domain, so just experience it." In Lin Yi's heart, she had already planned the future for Luo Feng. What is black domain dream? What is the dignity of a warrior? Those are all illusory things. She hoped that after entering the black domain and being severely punished by the cruel reality, A Feng would be able to face the reality and give up this idea completely. By then, he could stay peacefully in the city, be protected by them, and be a pampered man. Community Medical Center. When Luo Feng appeared at the front desk again with another woman, it was still the same nurse. Her eyes instantly became as round as copper bells. She looked at Luo Feng, then at the short-haired woman beside him, whose face was filled with nervous anticipation and trepidation, and then thought of the charming young woman who was crying with joy. I suddenly felt sad. What's wrong with young boys nowadays? You don't know how to love yourself. He only looks for old women. But why not contact her? The look she gave Luo Feng suddenly became resentful. 10 minutes later, when the report that read, "Diagnosis result, confirmed pregnancy, early pregnancy, good embryo activity," was printed out, Lin Yi's whole world fell silent. With trembling hands, she took the thin piece of paper that seemed to carry a great weight, her eyes fixed on the words confirmed pregnancy, as if she wanted to carve them into her soul. The next second, huge, indescribable ecstasy swept over her like a tsunami, instantly destroying all her rationality. Tears welled up in my eyes without any warning. I'm pregnant. She was actually pregnant. Pregnant with a Feng-S child. Linny was still feeling confused even after she walked out of the checkpoint. Are you going to live with a Feng and your best friend Lu Yan in the future? She hadn't thought about such a situation before. If she is really noticed by a male wizard one day, she will have no choice but to accept her fate. However, a Feng is a D-level male warrior. How dare you have 3 wives and 4 concubines? Moreover, I accepted my fate. This was a path that Linny had never imagined before. Lu Yan, who was waiting outside, had a face so gloomy that it looked like water was about to drip out of it after receiving the confirmed news. She bit her lower lip tightly, her nails digging deep into her palms, feeling mixed emotions. There is jealousy and unwillingness, but more importantly, there is a strong sense of crisis of being overtaken by latecomers. No! We must not let this little slut take away a Feng's love so easily. The offline physical store that offers instant recycling is bustling with people. The air was filled with a unique smell of metal, leather, and maintenance oil. Luo Feng placed the well-sealed weapon box on the counter and said to the clerk, "Hello, I want to exchange my weapons." The clerk skillfully checked the seal and nodded. "Okay, sir. What type of weapon would you like to exchange it for?" "Boxing gloves." As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Yan and Linny behind him raised their voices of opposition almost in unison. "No. Change to something else." The two looked at each other, saw a flash of tacit understanding in each other's eyes, and then turned their heads away. Lu Yan spoke first, earnestly advising, "A Feng, listen to me and switch to a spear. An inch longer is an inch stronger, with a longer attack range and greater safety." Linny was not to be outdone and immediately retorted, "The spear is too heavy and inflexible. Ah Feng, why don't you switch to a one-handed sword and a small round shield? It can attack and defend, and has the highest tolerance rate." The clerk looked at a young and handsome man being sandwiched between 2 ordinary young women, and sighed in his heart. Will I become like these young women in the future, not having saved much money for the bride price and having to share only one man? She cleared her throat and tried to offer professional advice. Both ladies have a point. However, if this gentleman exchanges his gloves, we can refund you 30,000 yuan based on the market price difference. 30,000 yuan. Hearing this number, Lu Yan and Linny's heart sank at the same time. They understood instantly. A Feng, he is still saving money. A strong sense of self-blame and heartache surged in Lu Yan's heart. Linny glared at Lu Yan fiercely. Without bothering to argue with her, she said to the clerk in a firm tone, "A Feng, the black domain is dangerous. How much do you want to exchange for a pair of green boxing gloves? I'll make up the difference." Linny's idea is very simple. The reason why Luo Feng chose the least popular and cheapest boxing gloves was simply to save that little bit of price difference. As a D-class fighter with no government subsidies, he must think that money should be saved wherever possible. But as a man, especially a young man who is inexperienced in the world, he always cares about his reputation. You can't just say that he is poor and that he wants to save money. The best way is to use the name of love to force him to give up the idea of saving money. As long as she insisted on not letting Luo Feng save money, but instead spent more money to upgrade directly to green equipment, Luo Feng would give up his clumsy money-saving behavior and finally, under her love, choose a weapon that truly suits him, such as a spear or sword and round shield. By then, he will understand his good intentions. Thinking of this, Linny's face showed a hint of satisfaction that her plan had succeeded. Chapter 023 1-star purple outfit. Linny spoke these words quickly and loudly, full of a domineering attitude that brooked no room for questioning. However, to everyone's surprise, Luo Feng did not give up the boxing gloves because he felt embarrassed about spending more money as Linny had expected. On the contrary, when he heard this, he smiled and looked at Linny with burning eyes. "Really? Sister E?" His voice was filled with sincerity. You really want to pay me more to exchange for a pair of green boxing gloves?" Linny's brain short-circuited instantly. The script shouldn't go like this. Shouldn't he have waved his hands and said, no, it's too expensive, blue equipment will do, and then let himself persuade him to change to a spear or sword and shield? How could he just take it for granted? Looking at Luo Feng's sparkling eyes, Linny felt like she was being roasted on a fire, with all her escape routes blocked. She dug the hole herself, and now it seems she has to jump out. Of course, she said with her neck stiff, but her heart was bleeding. Seeing this, Lu Yan, who was standing by, was so anxious that she almost jumped up. A Feng. Don't listen to her. She pulled Luo Feng's arm tightly. What's the use of green boxing gloves? No matter how good they are still boxing gloves. The attack range is still so short. It's too dangerous. As he said this, he glared at Linny. Look at the good things you have done. Luo Feng smiled, reached out and gently patted Lu Yan's hand, and said in a soothing tone, I think Sister Lu Yan is right. There is no need. Just change into blue boxing gloves. The clerk looked at the three people tangled together with embarrassment and asked cautiously, then, sir, ma'am, are you sure? Linny's heart sank suddenly. A Feng is not compromising at all. He is using concessions to achieve his ultimate goal of saving money on boxing gloves. No. We must not let him succeed. Linny gritted her teeth and made a final effort. A Feng, have you thought it through? Do you really want boxing gloves? Lu Yan was still holding onto Luo Feng tightly, trying to pull him back from the wrong path. Luo Feng looked at the two of them, who looked like they were facing a formidable enemy. He smiled helplessly, and said with a hint of urging, yeah, don't bother with their business here. Change quickly, or I'm going to the black domain. A glimmer of determination flashed across Linny's eyes. Why change into gloves? She suddenly raised her voice, interrupting the deadlock, or, just change into green armor. She suddenly understood. Why are you worrying about the weapon type? The core of the problem is not what weapon he uses. But he is a D-class warrior who is about to step into the black zone where he is in danger of death. No matter what weapon he uses, the most important thing for a newcomer is always to survive. And what do you rely on to survive? It's defense. She turned to look at the clerk, her tone becoming firm. How much is the extra for green armor? How much is the extra for purple armor? Luo Feng didn't expect that Linny was actually willing to spend money on him and even started considering purple equipment. He quickly reached out to stop her. Sister E, no need. However, as soon as he stretched out his hand, Linny grabbed it. A Feng. Linny's strength was astonishing. She held Luo Feng's hand tightly, her bright eyes fixed on him, her tone more serious than ever before. This is your first time in the black domain, so you must be fully prepared. I suddenly feel that reinforced boxing gloves are not suitable, and reinforced armor will be safer. We all know that blue equipment is one step, green equipment is another step, and purple equipment is even more different. When the clerk heard Linny directly asking about the prices of green and even purple equipment, his eyes lit up instantly. Done. It looks like today's deal is going to be successful. The professional smile on her face instantly became several degrees warmer. Her fingers tapped quickly on the operating panel, looking up the inventory and prices while skillfully introducing them in a clear and pleasant voice. Ma'am, you are so far-sighted. For newcomers, defense is indeed the top priority. Generally speaking, replacing blue equipment with green equipment here requires an additional price of between 100,000 and 150,000, depending on the wear and tear and specific attributes. If it's purple equipment, the price difference is much larger, ranging from 400,000 to 700,000. Lu Yan stopped talking. She has no money left. At this moment, all her jealousy and resentment turned into a deep feeling of powerlessness. But at the same time, she looked at Linny's profile, which seemed particularly stubborn because of her persistence, and the sisterhood in her heart that had long been buried by suspicion and jealousy came back quietly, little by little. Yes. This is the Linny she knows. He is tough on the outside but soft on the inside. Once he makes up his mind about something, he will do it regardless of the consequences. She is really doing this for Offling's own good. Thinking of this, Lu Yan felt both sour and soft in her heart. Luo Feng, looking at Linny's determined eyes that said, I'm going to spend this money today, was really at a loss whether to laugh or cry. He knew that if he didn't give her gold coins today, she would never give up. In the end, Luo Feng sighed helplessly and made concessions. Just a green outfit would be enough. What's the minimum increase? Is there a 50,000 increase? The clerk showed a look of embarrassment on his face. Sir, the cheapest green suit we have here costs an additional 70,000. But, its durability is only 49%. Honestly, it's not very cost-effective. Before she finished her words, Linny and Lu Yan once again stopped Luo Feng in unison.
A phone, don't use one with such low durability.
It'll need repairs after just 2 uses, and the cost of repairs will be much more than the money you saved.
Although the two of them were still competing secretly, their positions were surprisingly consistent on this major issue that concerned Luo Feng's life and property. Luo Feng shook his head.
He knew that low durability wasn't worth it, but what they didn't know was that he had entered the black domain with the sole intention of reaching the maximum level.
This set of equipment was merely a disposable item for him.
Of course, this hadn't happened yet, and it was his first time in the black domain, so it was naturally impossible for him to convince these two women who were so worried about him. Just when the three of them were in a stalemate, the clerk's eyes suddenly lit up, as if he remembered something. "Actually, we have a set of purple armor on sale here," she said tentatively. "Its durability is only 33%, but it only costs an additional 150,000.
Purple armor? Add 150,000? Linny's heart skipped a beat.
She gritted her teeth and said without hesitation, "That's it." She was thinking rapidly in her mind. A brand new set of purple equipment with 100% durability has a market price of 1 million. Although the durability of this set is only 33% now, you only need to add 150,000 to the blue set to get it, which is quite affordable.
And, most importantly,
my little man can wear purple clothes when he enters the black domain for the first time. From now on, when you stand with those male mages and archers who are surrounded by the favored girls of heaven, you won't lose face in terms of equipment. Lu Yan on the side also nodded immediately and vigorously, expressing strong agreement. If Linny doesn't agree, she will make a phone wear purple clothes even if she has to take out a loan. Putting safety aside, she still clearly remembered the contemptuous looks that Ah Feng's classmates, especially Li Haoran, had given Ah Feng yesterday at the career center. If Ah Feng puts on this purple outfit, let us see if they dare to look down on Ah Feng with that kind of look. Soon, Luo Feng and the other two left the store that recycled goods in seconds.
He was wearing a set of purple armor with smooth lines and full of power and beauty.
Mysterious purple light flashed from time to time at the seams of the armor, making his already tall figure look even more heroic and extraordinary. The pair of blue boxing gloves on his hands were covered by the bright purple light on the armor, and it was not easy to be discovered without careful observation.
Luo Feng looked at his purple air coming from the east outfit and felt really at a loss whether to laugh or cry.
The passers-by around cast astonished glances. Surrounded by these gazes, Lu Yan and Linny, who were standing on Luo Feng's left and right, felt an unprecedented sense of vanity and pride. They straightened their backs unconsciously, their faces flushed, as if the brilliant purple light on Luo Feng's body also illuminated their lives.
Linny snorted in triumph, glancing at Lu Yan from the corner of her eye, her tone carrying a hint of boasting and a subtle hint of provocation. "Yan, I bought equipment for a phone, you must at least prepare the best blood bottle supplies for him." Upon hearing this, Lu Yan immediately nodded and promised solemnly, "I will definitely do it." "You don't have to worry about it."
Lu Yan remembered another thing that made her worried. "A phone," she hesitated for a moment before speaking, "about that, the matter of recruiting team members, how about we take it slow for now?" She carefully glanced at Luo Feng's face, then at Linny beside her, and tentatively suggested, "Look, E and I are both pregnant now. Wait a month, when the baby in our bellies is settled, we can accompany you into the black domain. I'm a little worried about you being alone now." However, Luo Feng shook his head without hesitation.
"A month is too long.
Now that you are ready, enter the black domain immediately and improve your strength. After coming out, with stronger strength, you can attract more and better women and make them willingly become pregnant for you. Pregnancy triggers system rewards, allowing you to gain more skill points and incredible skills, making yourself stronger.
Then enter the higher level black domain.
Once this cycle takes effect, his strength will snowball and reach a height they cannot even imagine in a very short period of time."
Linny looked at Luo Feng's resolute attitude and knew that it was impossible to persuade him to give up entering the black domain.
"Since I can't stop him, I can only do my best to pave the safest path for him." She took a deep breath and said, "Ah Feng, since you've made up your mind, then go. Our team is short of people." However, before she could finish her words, Luo Feng interrupted her with a smile.
"No need, Sister E."
Luo Feng shook his head. "I have my own team, and I plan to recruit my own players."
Linny was stunned. She looked at Luo Feng and didn't know what to say for a moment.
Luo Feng subconsciously lowered his head and looked at the purple armor on his body. The armor with a mysterious halo reflected dazzling brilliance under the light, making him look like a nobleman of extraordinary birth. A thought flashed through his mind like lightning. He suddenly realized that this purple outfit forced upon him by the two women had become his best disguise and signboard at this moment.
His recruitment information of monthly salary over 10,000 yuan would only seem like a joke if it was accompanied by a D-class warrior in blue clothes. But now,
a young man in purple clothes posts the same message, and the feeling it gives people is completely different.
People who don't know his background would really think he is very capable. This outfit invisibly added great persuasiveness to his recruitment.
I have to say, this was really a blessing in disguise.
Lin Yi looked at Luo Feng's confident look and sighed helplessly. Never mind.
If your little man likes to play, let him play. Perhaps, only by letting him personally enter the black domain and being hit hard by the cruel reality, can he understand that this is not a game in which he can fool around. Thinking of this, Lin Yi made a concession. Hey, let me talk to them and ask them to temporarily leave their original teams and join yours.
Is that okay?
However, Luo Feng still shook his head. He turned around and looked at Lin Yi seriously with his deep eyes.
Sister Yi, you don't seem to understand what I mean.
His voice was calm and clear, with an unquestionable solemnity.
My Duozi Duofu team is just as its name suggests.
In the future, those who can join this team will all be my women, or my backup women. They will all get pregnant and bear children for me in the future. He paused, his eyes falling on Lin Yi's pretty face, which was slightly open due to shock, and asked slowly. You can introduce your teammates to me now. But once they arrive, they must abide by my rules, and I will personally inspect them.
Can you accept that? Chapter 024 B-Level Top Beauty. Lin Yi's face turned pale and blue.
Finally, she shook off Luo Feng's hand, turned around and walked away angrily without saying anything.
Lu Yan was also speechless. How did things turn out like this?
When he returned home, Luo Feng seemed completely unaffected by what had just happened. He walked straight to the computer in the living room, turned it on skillfully, and logged into the team management background of the professional center. The screen lit up, and the mailbox icon on the team's official app, with a bold red 99+, announced that it was full.
Luo Feng opened his inbox, and a flood of job application information flooded in like a tide, and the scroll bar on the right instantly shrank into a thin line. A quick glance would reveal that there are probably more than 1,000 of them. Luo Feng was not surprised by this.
He did not rush to check each letter one by one, but directly opened the background filtering function and set a condition.
Screening Condition 1, no marriage history. Screening Condition 2, no reproductive history. Filter Condition 3, 35 years old and below. Click Confirm.
After refreshing the page, there are still 99+ job postings, but the scroll bar on the right has become noticeably longer and thicker.
TSK Tisk.
Luo Feng couldn't help but smack his lips, and couldn't help but sigh in his heart how difficult life is for women in this world. At this moment, a familiar fragrance came from behind.
Lu Yan walked over quietly and glanced at the computer screen.
When she saw the densely packed list of job applicants that almost overflowed the screen, a strong, sour feeling of jealousy instantly emerged from the deepest part of her heart. If I had known it would be like this, she couldn't help but murmur softly, full of grievance, I wouldn't have given you the money to awaken.
Hearing the voice, Luo Feng turned around and smiled.
He stretched out his arm and gently pulled the still unprepared Lu Yan into his arms, and sat her steadily on his thigh.
My dear aunt, he rested his chin on her shoulder, nuzzled her affectionately, and said with a smile, if you don't awaken me, I can still get a loan myself. This money is just a loan from you, and I will pay you back.
Lu Yan felt that her whole body was wrapped in his embrace full of masculine scent, and the jealousy in her heart was instantly diluted, replaced by a shyness that made her blush and her heart beat fast. She quickly stretched out her soft little hand and gently covered Luo Feng's mouth.
She said angrily and coquettishly, I'm not worried about my money. I just feel that. I spent money, but you found more women outside.
Luo Feng took her little hand and held it in his palm, with the smile on his face unchanged. If I were just an ordinary boy, of course I would have to stay with you.
But if I were a good man, whether you spent money on me or not, I would still find more women outside, right? Lu Yan was filled with anger and love. She struggled to break free from Luo Feng's arms and stood up.
She looked at this man whom she loved and hated at the same time, and all the reasons and arguments seemed so pale and powerless. In the end, all the emotions turned into a cry of shame and anger.
She turned and walked out of the room.
At the door, she turned back and glared at him fiercely, squeezing out 3 words from between her teeth.
No manly virtue.
Luo Feng looked at Lu Yan's back as she left angrily, shook his head helplessly, and then turned his attention back to the computer screen.
Continue filtering. It would be best if the interview could be held in the afternoon.
Even after screening out those without a history of marriage and childbearing, the number of people is still too large. Luo Feng thought about it and added another filtering condition. Filter 4, professional rating 2 stars and above. Click confirm. This time, the job search list was finally reduced to an acceptable range, with about 200 people left. Luo Feng quickly browsed through the resumes and photos of these people, and sent interview invitations to the afternoon to a few of them who looked pleasing to him. In the afternoon, in a small conference room on the 11th floor of the Career Center building, Luo Feng leaned back in the main chair, the glittering purple outfit on his body making him exude an air of nobility. Opposite him, a female professional in a white dress was twisting her fingers nervously.
Your name is Yu Xiaohua? Luo Feng asked casually while looking at the resume.
Yes. The female professional nodded shyly, secretly raised her eyes and glanced quickly at the purple clothes on Luo Feng, her heart beating uncontrollably.
Looking up at the stars series of armor. This is definitely a rich second generation.
Yu Xiaohua was convinced that as long as she could join his team, she would have plenty of opportunities to get close to him.
And then, get pregnant with his child.
At that time, I can rightfully take his gold coins. TSK, he is so rich, it's not too much to ask him to buy himself a 3-star green weapon. For Yu Xiaohua, this kind of thing is something she is already very familiar with. It was with this skill and her 3 children that she was able to transform herself from a cannon fodder soldier to the 2-star maximum level warrior she is today.
This is how I earned the 2-star blue equipment on me.
As for his 3 children who were born in secret and had no record in the official system, how could he, a rich second generation who had no experience in the world, possibly discover them?
Even if it is really discovered, I can just cry and make a fuss.
We women always make the mistakes that only women make. Everyone has their own secrets.
However, what she didn't know was that Luo Feng was looking at the system prompt that appeared above her head. System prompt: target Yu Xiaohua detected, unsuitable for conception. Reason: 10 X's, 3 births. Oh my god, Aquaman.
Luo Feng gently placed his resume on the table and said with a smile, sorry, next.
Ah. The shyness on Yu Xiaohua's face instantly froze, replaced by confusion and shock.
Why? Luo Feng's smile remained unchanged, but his eyes suddenly became sharp, like an eagle, piercing deep into Xiaohua's heart.
Do I need to explain this so clearly?
Yu Xiaohua trembled all over when she saw his eyes that seemed to see through everything, and an inexplicable panic instantly gripped her. She felt that all her secrets were exposed in front of this man.
Aye.
In panic, she stood up from her chair, turned around and fled the meeting room in a hurry.
Even after she ran a long way, she was still wondering with lingering fear, where did she get exposed?
Luo Feng shook his head helplessly.
So far, there have been 20 interviews.
Among them, including Yu Xiaohua, 3 concealed their pregnancy history. Their official data was indeed clean, and no one knew how they concealed it, but under the system's warning, there was no way to hide. There are another 6 who have had multiple X's and also do not meet the requirements.
The remaining 11.
Or maybe the photo was a little too different from the real person, and Luo Feng really couldn't accept it. Or they would turn hostile and leave on the spot after hearing Luo Feng's straightforward request.
As members of my team, you are my female reserve. Luo Feng's attitude was very calm. This is a two-way choice. You can observe me, and I can observe you.
But one thing must be made clear in advance: I will not have only one woman.
You must accept sharing with other sisters.
Most of these female professionals who can reach the 2-star level by their own strength are very ambitious and adhere to the principle of feminism. As 2-star female professionals, even if they want to share a man, they will not share a low-level male warrior. If it's a 3-star or 4-star male mage, I can barely accept it.
1-star male warrior?
Forget it.
Luo Feng didn't care about it.
From the very beginning, this team was prepared for his future women. In this world, there are more women than men, so he will be even less likely to cheat. Because although deception can solve the problem temporarily, once a problem arises later, he will be at a disadvantage and will not be able to gain any reputation. Under such circumstances, among the 20 people interviewed, only one was a woman who was acceptable to both parties.
If only 1 out of 20 people can do it, that is not bad.
At this moment, the door of the conference room was gently pushed open again.
A tall figure walked in.
Luo Feng subconsciously raised his head, and when he saw who was coming, his originally bored eyes suddenly brightened. The woman in front of me was at least 1.7 meters tall, with a tall and well-proportioned figure and curvy curves. She was wearing a simple white shirt and jeans, but it couldn't hide her youthful and beautiful aura. Her long, shiny black hair was casually draped over her shoulders, making her pretty face look even fairer and more delicate. At this moment, that face that could be said to be the most beautiful was showing a slight shyness, and a pair of clear and bright eyes were looking at him with some curiosity and a hint of nervousness. It's not just because the other party is a rare top beauty, more importantly, in Luo Feng's vision, the system prompt above her head is so clean that it makes him happy.
System prompt, target Ying Lei detected, suitable for conception. Number of predecessors, 0, number of births, 0. 0 exes, 0 children. Luo Feng's mood improved instantly. The girl opposite seemed to have noticed Luo Feng's undisguised admiration, and the blush on her cheeks deepened, but she did not feel uneasy like the previous interviewees.
Instead, she smiled gracefully. She sat down on the chair opposite Luo Feng, her voice clear and pleasant, with a hint of sweetness.
Hello, my name is Ying Lei.
After Ying Lei sat down, she calmly glanced at the glittering purple armor on Luo Feng and became more certain of her previous judgment. The other party is really rich. And what she needs most now is money. A year ago, in order to fight for a better future, her parents spent all their family savings, changed into sophisticated equipment, and entered the second level of the Black Domain. As a result, he never came back after he left. The pillar of the family collapsed, leaving her with not only her crying brothers and sisters, but also a mess. The two aunts who were usually very close to each other immediately turned against her after something happened in her house. I borrowed 200,000 yuan from her family, but now I deny it and refuse to pay back a single cent. She is in urgent need of money now, not only to support herself and her siblings, but also to hire a lawyer to get back the money that belongs to her family. Therefore, she must find a rich second-generation little man like Luo Feng and join his women's team. This is her third target. The first two targets are also rich second generations like Luo Feng, who come from wealthy families and form teams under the pretext of recruiting members, but in fact they do so to satisfy their own selfish desires. After paying Ying Lei a high salary for 5 or 6 months, they began to force her to submit. However, Ying Lei knew very well that once she really gave in, she would lose her greatest value. By then, let alone such a generous salary, it would be normal to be kicked out when you get tired of playing.
She doesn't want to.
She is at B-level support, and is now a 2-star level 20. She will soon be able to reach level 30 and become a 3-star professional. By then, her salary will be higher, and she may even be able to marry a man with a C-level career and live a stable life. Her life should not become a plaything for these rich second-generation men. The only reason she came here to apply for the job was because Luo Feng offered an attractive high salary in the recruitment information. Luo Feng looked at the girl in front of him with clear eyes and outstanding temperament, and his heart was as clear as a mirror. He had seen countless women, so he naturally knew what Ying Lei was thinking at the moment. A top-tier B-level support with no predecessors and no children would condescend to apply for a job in his less famous team.
He must have something in mind. And what she wants, in all likelihood, is money. However, Luo Feng didn't care. He was confident enough that as long as he let her join his team and enter the Black Domain, the strength he displayed would be enough to impress these prospective women. Luo Feng smiled and got straight to the point. Okay, then, we'll sign the contract? Ying Lei didn't expect the other party to agree so quickly, and even skipped the usual demonstration of strength and background inquiry. She was slightly stunned and a little surprised. Looking at her slightly surprised expression, Luo Feng's smile deepened. He thought to himself that there was no need to pay now anyway, as the salary would be paid later, once a month. Recruit people first, and deal with everything else after we enter the Black Domain. Chapter 25, Li Haoren's Duel. The interview lasted until 11 o'clock in the evening. When Luo Feng signed the fourth top beauty who also had 0 ex-girlfriends and 0 children, a prompt suddenly popped up on the team app. System prompt, your many children, many blessings team is full and cannot add new members. Luo Feng was immediately confused. Isn't it a 10-man team? I'm the captain, and with 4 more members, that's only 5 people. He carefully checked the team management rules and suddenly realized it. It turns out that small teams with a 1-star silver rating or above have a structure of 10 people. A 1-star white brand team like his, which had just been established and had no record of any battles, had an initial staff of only 5 people. 5 people are fine. Anyway, there are so many people, and they get pregnant one after another. Thinking of this, Luo Feng immediately opened the team channel and sent a group message to the 4 sign players. Get ready. Gather at the Black Territory in trance at 9 o'clock the day after tomorrow. First mission. As soon as the message was sent, there was an immediate response in the team channel.
A team member with the ID Chang Xuani was the first to raise questions.
Cheng Xuani, Captain, our team composition seems to have no long-range output? Luo Feng looked at the message and couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. She was right.
In the current 5-man team, except for herself as a melee fighter, the remaining 4 actually had 2 supports. One was a battle cry fighter, and the other was her, a shield fighter.
Captain Luo Feng didn't know what kind of warrior he was. The entire team doesn't even have a proper output position.
Luo Feng thought about it and felt helpless. There were few mages and archers who came for the interview today, and among those few, not a single one met his requirements. In this world, ranged professions, especially mages and archers, are ultimately more noble than warriors. Those who have some strength and aspirations simply look down on his little-known team.
Luo Feng replied in the channel, there will be one in the future.
On the other side, in a warm and elegantly decorated single apartment.
Cheng Xuani looked at Luo Feng's nonchalant reply on the phone screen and couldn't help rolling her eyes.
She knew that this team was unreliable, but she didn't expect them to be so unreliable.
2 assistants, 3 fighters. What kind of lineup is this?
Are you here purely for sightseeing? He still wants to learn how to play a single male core team.
Does he know how to play it? Men nowadays are not green at all.
Cheng Xuani complains silently in her heart. The reason why she came to apply for the job was entirely because she was tricked by the salary of more than 20,000 yuan a month and Luo Feng's dazzling purple outfit. Now it seems that I might have jumped into a sinkhole. She secretly made up her mind that if the situation was not right and she could not get her salary next month, she would run away immediately. In the team channel, the other 3 female team members, although they did not say it explicitly, were also filled with deep worries in their hearts. Of course, Luo Feng could feel the worry revealed between the lines of the team members' words, but he did not explain much. Saying more now will only make them more panicked.
Everything will be revealed with facts when we enter the Black Domain the day after tomorrow. When I got home, the rich aroma of food hit me. Lu Yan was wearing an apron and was bringing the last dish to the table. When she saw Luo Feng coming back, a gentle smile immediately appeared on her face.
But beneath that smile, there was a hint of worry that could not be concealed.
How's it going? Did you recruit anyone?
She asked casually while helping Luo Feng serve the rice.
Yes, we're full, 4. Lu Yan's hand holding the rice spoon trembled slightly. 4? It was full all at once? Lu Yan couldn't help but ask, are they all 1-star professionals?
She thought to herself that 1-star professionals need to be carefully screened, as many are unreliable. However, Luo Feng shook his head and said, they are all 2-star professionals.
What? Lu Yan's eyes almost popped out.
They are all 2-star professionals.
How much money will the salary alone cost this month?
She suppressed the turmoil in her heart and tried to make her voice sound calmer. Who are these people?
Let me see. Luo Feng did not hide it either. After all, Lu Yan was the first woman he had ever seen in this world, and in his future plans, she was the wife who would be in charge of the overall situation. Unless her abilities are truly insufficient, Luo Feng truly intends to train her in this direction. He handed over the phone, on which was a list of team members.
Lu Yan took the phone, took a look at it, and then she felt a black screen in front of her eyes and almost fell down.
2 assistants. A shield battle. A battle cry. Plus a foam, a warrior whose specific style is unknown.
There's not even a single long-range DPS in this team. This is not a team going to the Black Domain to kill monsters, this is clearly a moving target.
Lu Yan couldn't hold it in any longer and blurted out, a foam.
This lineup has no damage.
How are you going to kill monsters?
Luo Feng looked at her cute expression of being so anxious that she was about to jump up and down, smiled and pointed at himself.
I'm just output.
Lu Yan shook her head helplessly and swallowed back all the words of advice that followed.
Never mind.
Let him go to the Black Realm to understand it himself. She thought about it carefully.
Although this lineup had weak output, it shouldn't be too dangerous at the outermost edge of the first floor.
After all, those 4 teammates are all experienced 2-star professionals. A shield warrior is in the front, a battle cry warrior adds status, 2 assistants, one provides buffs, and the other is responsible for treatment.
This configuration is indeed very safe. Only.
Lu Yan's gaze fell on the phone screen again. The photos of the 4 female team members, each one younger and more beautiful than the other, made her heart feel blocked again.
These 4 vixens. So beautiful. Lu Yan felt jealous as soon as she saw it.
At this moment, Luo Feng's mobile phone on the table suddenly vibrated, and a video call request popped up on the screen.
Caller ID, Chen Feishui. Luo Feng frowned slightly.
Chen Feishui, my former high school deskmate for 3 years, was a slightly plump girl with freckles on her face. Ordinary and confident, no one has ever paid attention to her, but she always thinks she is beautiful and interesting, and her appearance is at least 7 points. In high school, she had been persistently licking her former self, who was the most popular student in the class. But at the graduation ceremony, when she saw her predecessor awake in the most useless warrior profession, she immediately fell silent. Although Luo Feng still has the memories of his previous life, emotionally, this former deskmate is a stranger.
What's more, I don't owe her any money.
It also looks like it has no advantages.
Thinking of this, Luo Feng pressed the hang-up button without hesitation.
However, as soon as the video call was hung up, a text message popped up.
Chen Feishui, Luo Feng, how did you offend Li Haoren? Was there some misunderstanding? Why don't you apologize to him? Isn't this okay between classmates? Luo Feng was stunned for a moment. Li Haoren? Want him to apologize? Wasn't he so scared by me that he hid behind the woman and dared not make a sound? Now that you're home and the dog is barking through the screen, you dare to do it? Luo Feng opened the class group that he had muted a long time ago. Sure enough, among the dozens of unread messages, the latest ones were about him. Li Haoren, the real protagonist, did not show up in person.
However, the class beauty Zhou Wenya and several other girls were like a guard team, cheering for Li Haoren in the group.
Among them was former deskmate Chen Feishui. Zhou Wenya at Luo Feng, what happened to you at the career center yesterday? We were all classmates, how could you insult Li Haoren in public?
Sun Xiaoqian, exactly. Li Haoren is such a nice guy, he didn't pursue the matter with you because we're classmates, but you can't just let it go like this.
Girl A, yes. You must apologize.
Luo Feng looked at these righteous speeches, chuckled, and began tapping his fingers quickly on the screen.
Luo Feng, I heard someone finally got the guts to duel with me? After several seconds, the class beauty Zhou Wenya stood up and supported Li Haoren.
Zhou Wenya, Luo Feng, don't change the subject.
We're talking about you insulting your classmates.
Besides, Haoren is a mage, and you're a warrior.
A level 1 duel is inherently unfair.
What are you so proud of? Just as Zhou Wenya finished speaking, another voice suddenly emerged in the group that surprised everyone.
Sumuching, Zhou Wenya, you women insist on interfering in matters between men. That's a bit too much. Sumuching, another beauty in the senior year, has excellent grades and a cold personality. She has awakened to be a B-class mage. Her sudden remarks instantly made the atmosphere in the group become a little subtle.
Zhou Wenya seemed to have not expected Sumuching to stand up. She was stunned for a moment, then immediately replied, her tone full of gunpowder.
Zhou Wenya, you're speaking up for Luo Feng so much, do you like him? Sumuching, it's not true, don't talk nonsense. Luo Feng was speechless. Luo Feng, so much nonsense.
Li Haoren is a coward, always was, and he's still a coward now that he's a mage.
I didn't say anything wrong, so why apologize? He paused and directly tagged the class beauty who was still supporting Li Haoren.
Luo Feng at Zhou Wenya, if you're dissatisfied and want to stand up for him, you can challenge me to a duel.
But, I'd like a little bit of a prize, 300,000, how about that? He would also beat women who offended him.
But it can't be in vain, there must be at least some prize, and she must pay the price, otherwise it will be boring to buzz around like a fly all day long. At this moment, Li Haoren, who had been lurking, finally spoke. Li Haoren at Luo Feng, I originally intended to get along with my classmates, but I didn't expect you to be so hostile to me.
Since you want a duel, no problem.
He first acted like a victim, then changed the subject, his tone full of disdain.
Li Haoren, see you in the duel arena in a month. As for the 300,000 yuan bet, do you have that much money? Luo Feng smiled and tapped the screen quickly with his fingers. Luo Feng, next Monday. Do you want to fight me? If not, go home and sleep. A month is too long. 300,000 next Monday and 300,000 next month are completely different concepts.
On the other side, in a luxurious apartment, Zhou Wenya was hugging Li Haoren's neck affectionately, looking at Luo Feng's arrogant reply on the phone screen. A hint of ruthlessness flashed in her eyes. Honey, promise him, she said softly, but her tone carried a hint of unquestionable determination.
Tomorrow we'll enter the black domain. This week, we'll try to enter twice. I'll find a few trustworthy 2-star professionals and let them stay in the black domain longer.
We'll lure the monsters in, and you can just stand back and focus on your damage output.
You'll earn all the experience points.
There was a calculating glint in her eyes. As long as you reach level 10, you can learn resist fire ring.
Then, you won't be afraid of a useless warrior like him?
It will be difficult for him to get close to you. You can't just crush him.
Chapter 026 Entering Black Domain Number 13.
The two parties prepared to sign the dual contract directly through the Career Center's online notarization platform. Just before confirming the bet, Li Haoran sent another message, deliberately provoking him.
Li Haoran, 300,000 is too little, it's boring. Do you dare to go big, 500,000? Luo Feng, no problem. Luo Feng smiled.
Li Haoran felt that he was sure to win, and he also felt that he was sure to win.
This is a win-win situation.
As soon as the notification tone of the successful contract signing sounded, Li Haoran couldn't wait to send a screenshot of the dual contract with the electronic signatures of both parties to the class group through a girl in the class. He just wanted everyone to see that he wanted to ruin Luo Feng's reputation. As soon as the screenshot of the contract came out, the entire class group exploded.
500,000.
This is undoubtedly an astronomical figure for a group of students who have just graduated from high school. For a moment, all the girls in the group were stunned.
Luo Feng, are you crazy? How could you agree to him? Oh my god, 500,000. Where did Luo Feng get so much money? If you don't have money, you can work and pay it back. You can't escape the dual contract anyway. Luo Feng is doomed now.
Regret, shock, mourning. Various emotions permeated the group.
In their opinion, Luo Feng's move was like hitting a rock with an egg. A week is enough time for the mage Li Haoran to develop.
It's so easy for a slightly developed mage to crush a useless warrior.
In the blink of an eye, a day and a night passed. The day after tomorrow morning, 8:30. Feishan City, Black Zone number 13, Exit C. As the lowest difficulty and safest first level of the Black Domain in the entire city, it is the gathering place for most 1-star professionals and the starting point of their careers. At this moment, outside Exit C, there was already a lot of noise and it was very lively. Professionals wearing various types of armor gathered in groups of 3 or 5. Some were counting supplies, some were discussing tactics, and some were simply waiting for their teammates. Luo Feng's figure appeared in the bustling crowd. On his left was Lu Yan, whose face was filled with worry. On his right was Lin Yi, who had a complicated expression. The two women stood on the left and right, protecting Luo Feng in the middle. Luo Feng's appearance immediately caused quite a stir among the crowd. It was simply because the glittering purple armor he was wearing was simply too conspicuous. Generally speaking, the 1-star professionals here are the weakest. Their equipment is mostly blue, with very few green, let alone purple. Look! That man is wearing purple. Holy crap! Is this true? Which young man is coming here to experience life so early? Looking at his age, he must have just awakened? He's already wearing purple gear straight away. It's really frustrating to compare yourself to others. TSK, you can tell he's a gigolo at first glance. Look at the two women beside him. With this set of equipment, we can form an all-green team, right? Envy, jealousy, speculation. Various gazes and discussions came from all directions like a tide. Lu Yan and Lin Yi were being stared at by so many people, listening to the sour or envious comments. They felt a little uncomfortable physically, but at the same time, a little vanity could not help but arise in their hearts. Your husband is so handsome and is being paid attention to by so many people. You must be envious and jealous. The two of them came here today, not only because they were worried, but more importantly, they wanted to declare their sovereignty. After all, the 4 new members of Luo Feng's team are younger and prettier than each other. If they don't come here in person to calm the situation, they will feel uneasy. However, Luo Feng suddenly stopped, turned around, and said to them with a smile, "Okay, you can go back." No! Lu Yan and Lin Yi almost shook their heads in unison to refuse. The smile on Luo Feng's face slowly faded. His brows furrowed slightly, barely perceptible. He could allow these two women to have a little temper and a little quarrel, and even thought it was cute. However, they must know the importance of this. If he can't tell the difference between the occasion and the seriousness of the matter,
then don't blame him for being rude.
Lu Yan and Lin Yi sensitively noticed the change in Luo Feng's mood.
Looking at his eyes that gradually became cold, they suddenly felt a little uneasy. Lu Yan forced a smile and tried to explain, "A phone, we also care about you."
"I know you care about me."
Luo Feng interrupted her directly, "So, just send it here."
"This is what we agreed on before we left."
Then, he turned his gaze to Lin Yi, his eyes calm but his tone unquestionable. "If you plan to keep messing around like this, then there's no need for us to be together anymore."
"I'm not threatening you," he said slowly, each word clear and distinct. "This is the way we live together that I can accept. If you can't accept it, we can end it now."
He gave them the greatest respect and right to choose, but at the same time he also drew a clear and insurmountable bottom line.
Luo Feng's words hit Lu Yan and Lin Yi's hearts hard.
The color on their faces faded at a speed visible to the naked eye, turning pale.
"Finish?"
He actually said these two words? A huge panic, like a cold tide, instantly drowned all their reason and grievances. Only then did they realize that they seemed to have really touched his bottom line. Although this man is gentle and loves to laugh on weekdays, and even indulges them a little, he is unshakable in his strength and determination when it comes to matters of principle. He is not the kind of little man who can be manipulated and played around with by them at will. He has his pride and his bottom line.
"A phone."
There was a barely perceptible tremor in Lu Yan's voice. She held Luo Feng's arm tightly, and her eyes instantly turned red.
I understand, don't be angry."
Lin Yi, who was standing aside, also completely lost the enthusiasm she had just had to assert her sovereignty. She lowered her head, her fingers nervously twisting the corners of her clothes, like a child who had done something wrong, and whispered, I'm
sorry. Let's go back now." Luo Feng looked at their expressions that instantly became obedient and aggrieved, and sighed softly in his heart.
He knew that what he had said just now might have been a bit harsh. But some rules must be established from the beginning. Otherwise, the other party will only become more aggressive. He reached out and gently rubbed the heads of the two women, and his tone softened.
"Okay, stop thinking about it. Wait for me at home."
After saying that, he said no more and turned to walk towards the Black Domain Sea exit, leaving behind only a tall figure in purple armor.
Luo Feng had not walked far when a clear female voice came from behind him.
"Team leader." He stopped and turned around. He saw a tall woman who was about 1.7 meters tall walking towards him quickly. She was wearing a neat set of light leather armor, which perfectly highlighted her straight and slender legs. Her long chestnut curly hair was casually draped over her shoulders, her facial features were delicate and bright, and her every move and gesture exuded the intelligence and composure unique to a queen. It was one of the 4 players he signed yesterday. This woman is 23 years old, but she has a royal face and looks much more mature than her actual age.
Luo Feng was deeply impressed by this woman.
Long chestnut curly hair and delicate and bright facial features.
But, what was her name? Bai Jie? Or Qin Lu?
They are all female players, so the names are a bit confusing. The woman seemed to see a hint of doubt in Luo Feng's eyes. Instead of getting angry, she smiled brightly.
"Captain, I'm Bai Jie." She was just not far away and witnessed Luo Feng seeing off the 2 young women. "Are those the captain's 2 women?"
Bai Jie couldn't help but feel suspicious. It seems that this young captain is tired of playing with mature young women, so he wants to change his taste and play with young people like himself?
He is truly a winner in life. As a man, how can you play with a woman like this? This is the treatment that can only be enjoyed in this era when men's boxing is on the rise. 20 years ago, a man like Luo Feng would have been captured and bred.
Of course, Bai Jie also came for money. But she also has her own bottom line and ethics. During the interview, Luo Feng spoke very clearly and she knew exactly what she wanted.
She was willing to accept Luo Feng's setting as a prepared woman.
But she was confident that Luo Feng, a mere 1-star warrior, could not attract her or force her. As long as Luo Feng can pay her a monthly salary of more than 20,000 yuan on time, she can stay in this team until he can no longer bear it and takes the initiative to terminate the contract.
Luo Feng nodded, as if he remembered her name.
He casually threw a heavy package to Bai Jie. "Here." The package contained a small blood bottle, a medium blood bottle, energy potions and antidote potions, which were the supplies Lu Yan prepared for him. Bai Jie was also a veteran. She skillfully reached out and took the package without any complaints. As an auxiliary, one of their tasks is to store and distribute the team's supplies. The two walked side by side towards the team assembly point. When they arrived, the other 3 team members were already waiting there. Luo Feng's eyes swept over the 3 of them one by one, and he couldn't help but secretly praise them in his heart. It's pleasing to the eyes, really pleasing to the eyes. Standing on the far left is a petite girl with a cute baby face. She was wearing a heavy tower shield armor that completely wrapped up her beautiful body with great visual impact. If Luo Feng had not seen it during the interview, he would not have believed it. And those big, clear eyes made her exude an aura of purity, innocence, and the need for protection. The feeling she gives people is in very sharp contrast to her profession. She is the main tank in the team, Shield Warrior Chung Xuani. Standing in the middle was Ying Lei, who had the interview that day. She had a standard figure, slim and well-proportioned, with a curvy figure. She was wearing a fitted leather armor that brought out her figure to the fullest. She just stood there quietly, her expression the calmest among the 4, her long, shiny black hair casually draped over her shoulders, and a polite and distant smile on her face. On the other side is Zhan Haozhan Xinlu, whose personality is completely different from Ying Lei. Her neat high ponytail sways gently with her movements, making her look very heroic. She stood in a much more casual posture, with her arms folded across her chest, and her bright eyes were looking Luo Feng up and down without any reservation. All of them are top-notch, each with its own merits. You can doubt Luo Feng's character, but you must never doubt his aesthetic taste. When they saw Luo Feng, they shouted in unison, "Captain!" Then, their eyes fell on Bai Jia behind Luo Feng. When they confirmed that Bai Jia was also their teammate, the 3 girls' eyes turned complicated when they looked at Bai Jia. This woman, was she also interviewed the day before yesterday? So quickly, the strategy was successful? Or is this just a chess piece deliberately planted there to stimulate them and make them have an impact? Bai Jia was so smart that she only needed to take one look at the inquiry and hostility in the eyes of the 3 women to immediately understand what they were thinking. She quickly waved her hand to clarify, "I just ran into the captain outside too." At this moment, a light flashed at the entrance and exit of the Black Domain, and a large number of teams that had just completed their mission walked out of the teleportation array. They ran into a group of people waiting in line to enter. Luo Feng didn't expect to meet an acquaintance again. Li Haoran was covered in dust, but he had an unconcealable smug smile on his face, and was chatting intimately with Zhou Wenyao beside him. He seemed to sense someone's gaze and subconsciously turned his head. He saw Luo Feng in the crowd and the 4 beauties surrounding him. The smile on Li Haoran's face froze instantly. He was stunned for a moment, and then his eyes revealed deep disgust and contempt. These 4 female professionals, are they his recruits? Look at their equipment, they are all very ordinary blue equipment? And there is no staff or bow? Is there no remote output? This is so funny. Li Haoran is in a very good mood now, very good. This time when he entered the Black Domain, his gains far exceeded his expectations. I originally thought it would be good if I could reach level 6, but I didn't expect to reach level 7 in one go. Not only that, he also got a blue ring that increases spiritual attributes in the distribution of spoils. Next time. As long as he enters the Black Domain one more time, he will definitely be able to reach level 10. The duel at that time will be a sure win. The 500,000 is already in his pocket. Thinking of this, Li Haoran felt more relaxed. He stretched out his hand with an arrogant look on his face, put his arm around Zhou Wenyao's slender waist, and then nodded in the direction of Luo Feng. Zhou Wenyao was slightly stunned and looked in the direction Li Haoran was looking. When he saw Luo Feng and the 4 extremely beautiful women around him, a hint of jealousy flashed across his eyes, and then turned into deep contempt. She shook her head slightly, a hint of disdain appearing at the corner of her mouth. My Haoran will be able to reach level 10 next time and learn, resist fire ring. What can you use to fight him? Chapter 027. Is this a 3-star warrior? Finally, it was Luo Feng's team's turn. After registering the team information with the staff at the entrance, Luo Feng led 4 top teammates into the teleportation array. After a brief dizzy feeling as if the soul was being pulled out, the scene before my eyes suddenly became clear. Under the gloomy sky is a vast black wasteland. The jagged rocks are like the skeletons of giant beasts, scattered on the cracked ground. The air was filled with a strange smell of sulfur and corruption, which made people want to vomit. In the distance, there were occasional shrill roars of beasts, adding a touch of horror to this dead land. This is the Black Domain. A world full of dangers and opportunities. The most intuitive reason why the Black Domain is called the Black Domain is because it is black. In the distance, the black fog was heavy, like rolling ink, covering the skyline and swallowing all light.
It is said that the deeper you go, the thicker the black fog becomes. It will not only greatly affect your vision, but also interfere with your sense of direction, making it very easy to get lost. Getting lost in this dangerous land often means death. Even within the depths of just one layer, countless herds of exotic beasts lurked. Although most were one-star beasts, their terrifying numbers were enough to tear any lone team into pieces. Because of this, most of the one-star teams only dare to operate in the outer areas and carry out clearing missions. This was also Luo Feng's first time stepping into the black domain. This feeling is very novel, even a little exciting. He took a deep breath. The air mixed with sulfur and corruption did not make him feel uncomfortable. Instead, it made the blood in his body boil slightly. Where is the strange beast? Captain, which direction are we going? The voice of shield warrior Cheng Xuani broke the silence. She held a tower shield that was half her body taller, protecting her petite body tightly. Her sharp eyes looked around vigilantly, protecting Luo Feng and the other three women firmly behind her. The other three girls, Ying Lei and Bai Jia, were supports, and Qin Lu was a battle cry warrior, and they all took out their swords and shields. The sword and shield are the most common and reliable weapon combination, and are extremely practical. For one-star professionals, whether it is support or battle cry warfare, sword and shield are the most cost-effective choices. In their opinion, this group today is not here to kill monsters and make money. 3 warriors and 2 assistants, this weird configuration is totally inefficient. It seemed that they were hired to accompany the captain in purple to sightsee on the first floor of the Black Domain. Still a fighter, with boxing gloves. The 4 most beautiful girls all shook their heads in unison. Never mind. Having money means being the sponsor. Forget it, the shield warrior will pull the monster later, let us give him full buffs. Let us see if he can kill the weakest fog wolf after fighting for an hour. Soon, not far ahead, 3 mist wolves with pitch-black bodies and scarlet eyes slowly walked out from behind a rugged rock. However, before Cheng Xuani could raise her tower shield and step forward to meet the enemy, something strange happened. Whoosh! Boom! A whistling arrow and a scorching fireball appeared out of nowhere, almost at the same time, accurately hitting the 3 mist wolves. Ouch! The enraged mist wolf let out a shrill howl, and its hatred was instantly drawn away. It turned around and rushed towards the direction of the arrows and fireballs. Immediately afterwards, there was a sound of fierce fighting coming from the other side. However, the battle was over in just over 10 seconds. The 3 mist wolves fell to the ground with a bang, and it seemed that a piece of equipment that was gleaming faintly exploded. The 5 members of Luo Feng's team looked at each other in confusion. Weird, it was robbed just like that? The 4 top beauties looked at each other. We have never encountered such a situation in other teams. Because they also have remote output. Today, there is no. After slowly moving away from the teleportation point and walking for about 10 minutes, Luo Feng's team finally encountered monsters again, 2 lone fog wolves. This time, Xin Lu couldn't bear it anymore. I'll catch one first. Hurry up! She gave a delicate cry and without waiting for others to react, she rushed forward with sword and shield raised. She's had enough. She is a 2-star battle cry warrior, and she is also a warrior. We can't just sit and watch these lowest level fog wolves being snatched away by others again and again. The other mist wolf will be left to them. At the same time, Ying Lei also reacted immediately, gently waving the one-handed sword in her hand, and a soft red halo instantly enveloped everyone. War Frenzy, damage increased by 10%, and attacks have a 10% life-sucking effect. Another auxiliary, Bai Jia, was holding a bandage in her hand, staring intently at the battlefield, ready to treat any injured teammates at any time. In such a scenario, there is no need to use a healing buff, a simple bandage will suffice. Cheng Xuani, the shield warrior who was at the front, faced the other fog wolf without hesitation. The heavy tower shield slammed into the fog wolf with a tremendous force. Bang! Ridicule! Cheng Xuani's shield strike was precise and powerful, successfully attracting the second mist wolf's hatred towards herself. She withstood the mist wolf's frantic bites and collisions, her lower body steady as a rock. She was just about to turn around and yell at Luo Feng, telling him to focus on his attack. However, before she could finish her words, a figure swept past her with a gust of wind. It's Luo Feng's charge. Cheng Xuani looked at Luo Feng's actions and couldn't help but comment in her heart. This charge skill seems a bit unfamiliar when it's released, and the speed isn't fast either. It's obvious that the skill level is very low. As expected, he is just a fool with no practical experience. Cheng Xuani shook her head secretly in her heart. However, the next second, the reminder she was about to blurt out was stuck in her throat. Luo Feng's figure, like an arrow shot from a bow, crashed into the mist wolf that was being mocked by Cheng Xuani.
There are no sophisticated techniques, no gorgeous special effects, just the purest, most primitive, and most brutal collision. However, it was this seemingly ordinary collision that unleashed a terrifying and indescribable force that was difficult for anyone to understand. Boom! A loud noise so dull that it seemed to tear the eardrums apart suddenly exploded. The four girls present felt that their ears suddenly became deaf, and their brains went blank with a buzzing sound. The mist wolf that was hit head-on by Luo Feng didn't even have time to let out a howl. Its huge body flew backwards like a sandbag hit by a battering ram. No! That's not flying backwards. It was in mid-air, it disintegrated directly. Everything was instantly crushed into the most primitive energy particles by the unmatched force and exploded into a ball of thick gray mist. The gray mist did not dissipate into the air, but was quickly separated into two sides by an invisible force. It floated directly towards Luo Feng and, like a living creature, scrambled to get into his body. Luo Feng immediately felt a pure and cool power instantly surging into his limbs and bones. On the other side, it was constantly condensing and converging in mid-air. Finally, it solidified into a strange stone that was only the size of a fist, pitch black in color, with a faintness lingering on the surface. Pa! The stone fell to the ground with a crisp sound. This is the magic stone? Luo Feng looked at the stone on the ground and felt a little confused. He remembered it belatedly. Charge is originally a skill that targets a single enemy. Although there was no damage originally, according to the effect of the SSS level skill, One Punch Man LV2, it directly inflicted 200 times the damage. It just exploded? Luo Feng rushed towards Qin Lu without hesitation. Qin Lu was trying her best to withstand the attack of the fog wolf when she suddenly heard a dull loud noise behind her. She subconsciously turned around and saw the first fog wolf turning into gray mist and disappearing. What's going on? Seconds? Before she could recover from her shock, Luo Feng's figure had already rushed in front of her like a cannonball, and punched the mist wolf in front of her. Boom! Another loud bang. This punch hit the mist wolf's waist solidly. Bang! Another deafening bang. This time, the mist wolf couldn't even let out a scream, and its entire body instantly turned into a rolling ball of gray mist. Half of the gray mist flowed into Luo Feng's body again, and the other half condensed into the second magic stone. And at the moment when the gray fog rushed in, Luo Feng clearly felt that his body had undergone some miraculous changes as if it had been reborn. A warm current flowed from every part of his body to his dantian, and then spread to his entire body. An extremely clear message suddenly emerged in my mind. Level up. Current level, LV2. At this time, the four top beauties were completely stunned. They just stood there stupidly, their lips slightly parted and their eyes wide open, like four beautiful statues under a spell of immobilization. They had already prepared for a long-term battle and were ready to add blood and buffs to Luo Feng at any time. But what is the result? Did the battle, from start to finish, take more than 3 seconds in total? Qin Lu, who had just been full of enthusiasm and ready to show off her skills, was now standing stupidly at the place where the mist wolf she had just caught disappeared, with a look of confusion on her face. Is this the performance of a LV1 warrior entering the black domain for the first time? Although they are all 2-star professionals, they know very well what it is like when they are at level 1. At that time, let alone killing a fog wolf in an instant, even if 3 or 4 people surrounded one, they had to be cautious and fight for a long time. But just now. What is that? One punch. A full health fog wolf was killed instantly with one punch. Why does this punch feel more powerful than a 3-star warrior? Illusion. It must be an illusion. However, the 4 people had completely different views of Luo Feng. Although the mist wolf is the weakest creature in the first layer of the black domain, it is not a chicken that can be slaughtered at will. They never imagined that things would turn out like this. Luo Feng was very satisfied with the shocked and speechless expressions of his 4 female teammates. He turned around and waved casually at the 4 people who were still in a daze. Hurry up, pick up the things, keep going. Oh. The 4 girls woke up as if from a dream and ran forward in a panic. Bai Jie and Qin Lu were responsible for picking up the 2 black magic stones on the ground, while Ling Lei and Cheng Xuani were still immersed in great shock, looking at Luo Feng's back with complicated eyes. This man. Is he really just a D-class fighter? At Luo Feng's urging, the team set off again, heading deeper into the wasteland. This time, the atmosphere in the team changed subtly. Soon, they encountered another wave of fog wolves. This time, there were 5 mist wolves. I'll pull 3. The rest are up to you. Cheng Xuani let out a delicate cry, and the tower shield slammed heavily on the ground with a dull bang, successfully attracting the hatred of the 3 mist wolves. At the same time, Ying Lei applied buff to everyone.
The remaining 2 roared and pounced towards Luo Feng.
Qin Lu immediately took action and taunted both of them at the same time. At this moment, Luo Feng had already taken action. Boom! Boom! There were 2 more dull bangs. The 2 mist wolves lifted off the ground with all 4 limbs and turned into grey mist in the air. The next second, Luo Feng launched a charge and instantly appeared in front of the first fog wolf controlled by Cheng Xuani. Boom! A deafening roar exploded like thunder from the blue sky. The mist wolf didn't even have time to react before it was blasted into the air by an irresistible force and exploded into a ball of thick grey mist. Right after. Boom! Boom! Almost at the same time, the remaining 2 mist wolves followed in the footsteps of their companions and turned into 2 balls of dissipating grey mist with 2 dull loud noises. The whole process was smooth and efficient to the extreme. In the back, assistant by Jia stared blankly at all this. She subconsciously nudged Ying Lei beside her and asked in a dazed voice, Am I seeing correctly? It seems, it didn't last more than 3 seconds? Ying Lei nodded mechanically, her clear eyes also filled with disbelief. Not far away, several teams that were cautiously fighting the fog wolves were also alarmed by the series of huge movements here. They all came following the reputation, and when they saw the figure wearing purple armor, like a god descending from heaven, who took care of 5 mist wolves with just 3 punches and 2 kicks, everyone gasped. Which boss is frying fish on the first floor? Such momentum, such terrifying destructive power. I'm afraid, he's at least a 3-star warrior, right? Chapter 028, The Crazy Harvest of the Mist Wolf King. Level up. Current level, LV3. Level up. Current level, LV4. Level up. Current level, LV5. The upgrade reminder sound, like the most beautiful symphony, rang continuously in Luo Feng's mind. As his level increased, he could clearly feel that his strength, speed, and endurance were increasing rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Cheng Xuani and Qin Lu, the 2 warriors, have now completely become tools for pulling monsters. Their mission was to taunt as many of the mist wolves in sight as possible and gather them together. They went from being shocked at first, to being numb, and now, being fanatical. They even started competing with each other to see who could pull more monsters faster. Because Luo Feng's monster clearing speed is so fast. If they are slow in pulling the monsters, they will feel embarrassed. Ying Lei and Bai Jia, the 2 assistants who were supposed to be responsible for adding buffs and treatment, also completely changed their division of labor at this moment. They followed Luo Feng closely and transformed into a scavenging duo. Their only task was to constantly bend down and pick up the magic stones that kept popping up on the ground, as well as the occasional white equipment that exploded. As for output? That was Luo Feng's stage alone. As long as Cheng Xuani and Qin Lu can gather the monsters together, Luo Feng can kill 2 or 3 of them with 1 punch. Shoot the bull from behind the mountain. Every punch thrown was accompanied by a dull thud and a cloud of exploding grey mist. Simple. Rough. Efficient. The other teams passing by were stunned by the exaggerated noise here. They all took a detour and did not dare to get close. The same thought came to everyone's mind. This guy must be some 3-star or even 4-star boss who was bored and came here to fry fish. Hurry up, hurry up. Luo Feng dealt with the last batch of fog wolves that were pulled over and urged impatiently. Cheng Xuani wiped the sweat from her forehead and spread her hands out a little embarrassedly. Captain, there are no more strange things. She looked around. The wasteland, which had originally been dotted with scattered fog wolves, was now deserted. It seems like we've defeated all the monsters around here. Luo Feng frowned in dissatisfaction. If you can't find it, go find it. At this moment, Qin Lu, who was responsible for exploring the other side, was running towards the side in a panic. Behind her, there was a dark mass and flying dust. Looking closely, it turned out to be a large group of fog wolves with scarlet eyes. It's the mist wolves. Qin Lu's voice trembled. Run, or fight. When Luo Feng heard this, there was no fear in his eyes, but instead he was filled with excitement. Of course we'll fight. He roared, his voice filled with unquestionable fighting spirit. You hold off the first wave, I'll clear the monsters. Chung Xuani took a deep breath, held the heavy tower shield tightly in front of her, and prepared to meet the impact.
Captain, if I can't stop you, I'll scream, and then we'll run separately.
However, before she could finish her words, her eyes suddenly widened. Because Luo Feng didn't even wait for her, the meat shield, to get into position, but rushed forward alone towards the surging wolf pack.
Wait a minute. The tank isn't even there yet, why are you rushing in as a DPS?
When Qin Lu saw this scene, she was so frightened that her face turned pale. She gritted her teeth, turned around suddenly, and slashed at the fog wolf that was closest to her and was also the largest in size. The mist wolf's fur shone with a faint golden light, and its body was 3 or 4 times larger than that of an ordinary mist wolf.
LV-10 boss, the Mist Wolf King.
As she attacked, she anxiously shouted, "Captain!
Let me see if I can taunt the Wolf King.
You deal the rest." However, her voice stopped abruptly.
Because Luo Feng's target was actually the Mist Wolf King. It's over. Gee. Hatred is about to fall.
This was the first thought that flashed through Qin Lu's mind. However, the next moment, she saw a scene that she would never forget. Luo Feng's figure collided violently with the huge Mist Wolf King.
Boom!
A loud noise made Qin Lu's ears buzz.
She watched helplessly as the arrogant Mist Wolf King was knocked away by Luo Feng.
He wasn't knocked away by a punch, but by a collision. The huge body of the Mist Wolf King exploded directly in the air into a sky full of golden gray mist. In Qin Lu's beautiful eyes, the only thing left was Luo Feng's tall and straight back in purple armor. Her red lips opened slightly uncontrollably.
Half of the gray mist flowed into Luo Feng's body.
Level up. Current level, LV6.
Level up.
Current level, LV7.
2 consecutive wins.
The other half of the mist condensed on the ground into dozens of magic stones of different sizes. In addition, there is a large number of equipment shining with various colors, scattered from the sky like flowers scattered by fairies.
There are blue ones, there are green ones. Among them, there was a touch of a dazzling purple that made everyone's heart stop beating. Purple outfit. I unexpectedly got a purple outfit.
At the moment the Mist Wolf King was hit to death, the entire wolf pack seemed to have lost its backbone and fell into chaos in an instant. They were spinning around aimlessly, making low growls of anxiety. Luo Feng, like a tiger entering a flock of sheep, directly charged into the chaotic pack of wolves.
Boom! 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 Every punch he threw was like detonating a bomb. The rows and rows of fog wolves were directly blasted into gray fog under the wind of his fist. This is no longer just killing monsters, this is simply a massacre. It was not until then that the 4 girls behind reacted as if they had just woken up from a dream. They looked at the figure who was killing everyone in the wolf pack as if he was in an empty space, and their hearts were filled with shock. Inglei's pretty face flushed red, and a war fever fell on Luo Feng, not caring whether this gain was still useful in his current state. Bai Jia also blushed as she cast a continuous healing spell on Luo Feng's back, regardless of whether he was injured or not. At the same time, Chung Xuani and Qin Lu finally recovered from their shock. They looked at each other and saw the burning desire to fight in each other's eyes. Superior! The 2 of them shouted, raised their swords and shields, and rushed into the wolf pack without hesitation, sharing the pressure from both sides for Luo Feng. 10 minutes later. The fog wolf pack, which was originally so aggressive and numbered more than 100, has completely disappeared. Instead, the ground was covered with magic stones and equipment that sparkled with various colors. The surrounding teams didn't dare to get close at all. They could only watch from afar with awe at the battlefield where a massacre had just taken place. They all knew that there was an unwritten rule in the Black Domain that the spoils belonged to the killer. As long as they dare to take a step forward and try to get involved, Luo Feng's team will be qualified to kill them on the spot. At this moment, in the Duozijuofu team, the way the 4 girls looked at Luo Feng was completely different. Kill the Mist Wolf King with 1 strike. Is this something a 1-star warrior can do? Also, what exactly is that skill that looks like charge on the surface, but is so terrifyingly powerful? Powerful, mysterious. This man was like a treasure shrouded in thick fog, filling their hearts with irrepressible curiosity. Itchy. Qin Lu, who was standing next to her, felt her legs go weak and she sat down on the ground, gasping for breath. Ha! 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 She was really scared to death just now. She thought the hatred was about to disappear, and that their newly formed team would be wiped out in the first mission. Who knows? This man actually knocked the Mist Wolf King to death. She raised her head and looked at Luo Feng with eyes that had completely changed. Adoration, awe, curiosity, and a hint of a burning feeling that she herself hadn't even noticed. She remembered what Luo Feng said to her during the interview. This team is specially used by me to select reserve women. At that time, she was still secretly laughing in her heart, thinking that this man was ignorant of the immensity of heaven and earth. Now it seems that my own vision was completely wrong. That mysterious collision skill, with its devastating destructive power, far surpassed all the warrior skills she had ever seen, even including the skill performed by a 4-star warrior boss whom she had the honor of seeing from afar once. Thinking of this, Qin Lu couldn't help but bite her lower lip and struggled in her heart. Perhaps becoming his woman is not impossible? Luo Feng looked at the 4 women who were still in a daze and waved his hand impatiently. What are you daydreaming about? Count the equipment. Among the pile of white, blue and green things, there seemed to be 1 or 2 pieces of purple equipment. 10 minutes later. After repeated checking and counting by the 2 assistants, Ying Lei and Bai Jia, a detailed list of spoils was finally compiled. Ying Lei walked up to Luo Feng holding a small notebook. Her pretty face flushed slightly with excitement, and there was a barely perceptible tremor in her voice. Captain, the statistics are ready. This time, we have obtained small magic stones, 117. Medium-sized magic stones, 2. 1 large magic stone. White version equipment, 32 pieces, including 3 sets of 1-star white equipment Wolf Fang set. Blue equipment, 9 pieces, including enough to make a set of 1-star blue equipment the Mist Wolf set. 2 pieces of green equipment. She took a deep breath and spoke in an almost dreamy voice about her final and most astonishing discovery. And there's also a 2-star purple item, the Mist Wolf King breastplate. Mist Wolf King breastplate is part of the 2-star purple Mist Wolf King set. Because the Mist Wolf King is the boss of the Mist Wolf pack that randomly refreshes on the first floor of Black Domain number 13, he is relatively easy to kill, so the production rate of the Mist Wolf King set is also relatively high. This also makes its price relatively affordable among purple equipment of wild monsters of the same level, and it is very popular among the majority of 2-star professionals. Of course, this affordability is only compared to other 2-star purple equipment. At present, the market price of a brand new Mist Wolf King breastplate is still around 1 million. After counting, this piece of purple clothing alone is worth $1 million. Add to that the blue and green gear, and the huge amount of magic stones. The total profit from clearing out the Fog Wolf pack this time has already steadily exceeded 1.5 million. 1.5 million. This number, like a blockbuster bomb, exploded in the hearts of the 4 girls. Their eyes lit up instantly, emitting an unprecedented brilliance. Chapter 29, World Boss, Black-Scaled Rock Lizard King. Bai Jia swallowed nervously, and the look in her eyes when she looked at Luo Feng had completely changed from the previous scrutiny and temptation to undisguised awe and admiration. She even changed her name. Boss, then shall we go back, now? Luo Feng took a look at his attribute panel. Level, LV8. 2 levels left. He shook his head and looked towards the deeper black wasteland. Keep going deeper. After saying that, he turned and looked at the 4 women around him. Among them, Ying Lei, the 2-star auxiliary, can be said to have the smallest role now. Luo Feng's attack power has been seriously overflowing, and her War Frenzy, that increases damage by 10%, seems a bit useless at this moment. On the contrary, Bai Jia's continuous treatment can provide certain protection in some emergency situations. Well, Luo Feng pondered for a moment and made a decision. Let's put these equipment and magic stones here at the teleportation array first, and Ying Lei will keep them to look after them. Luo Feng was not afraid that Ying Lei would run away with the money. On the teleportation array side, it is already possible to connect to the team system and take photos of each piece of trophy and number it for record. Ah! When Ying Lei heard this, she was stunned. An indescribable feeling of loss and hurt instantly surged into her heart. Let her look after the equipment alone? Doesn't this mean that in Luo Feng's eyes, I am the most useless one? However, Ying Lei quickly suppressed the loss and hurt in her heart. She quickly adjusted her mindset. Now is not the time to throw a tantrum. This is not the only chance for me to show myself. It doesn't matter that I didn't leave a good impression on Luo Feng this time. I can wait until I get back and think about how to satisfy him. What I have to do now is not to resist, but to obey absolutely.
Thinking of this, Lei raised her head and a sweet and well-behaved smile appeared on her face again.
No problem, Captain.
15 minutes later, Luo Feng and the three women waved goodbye to Lei outside the entrance of the teleportation array. The light of the teleportation array would light up from time to time, sending batches of professionals, some excited, some tired, in and out.
This is the busiest and most visited place in the entire first floor of the Black Domain.
Behind Lei, there was a small pile of spoils as big as a hill. The hundreds of magic stones of different sizes emitted a faint black light, and the lights of more than a dozen pieces of blue and green equipment intertwined together.
The most precious and glittering, Mist Wolf King breastplate, was taken away by Jia.
After all, it's not worth taking the risk of buying $1 million purple item, even if there's a 1% risk. Even so, this mountain of equipment is like a bright light in the dark night, attracting the attention of everyone passing by. She stood alone beside the pile of equipment, watching the backs of Luo Feng and the other three gradually go away and finally disappear in the depths of the black wasteland, trying to maintain a sweet and well-behaved smile on her face.
Captain, be careful.
She even waved her hands vigorously, acting like a gentle wife seeing her husband off to war. However, when the four figures completely disappeared from her sight, the smile on her face disappeared without a trace in an instant, like the receding tide.
Instead, there is a deep and difficult to conceal bitterness and loss.
Oops. Lei sighed deeply in her heart and bit her lower lip in annoyance.
The preparation is still too insufficient. I underestimated this captain before. From the beginning to the end, I was just an insignificant atmosphere group. The first impression I left on the captain must have been extremely bad.
The more Lei thought about it, the more annoyed she became, and a strong sense of crisis surged in her heart.
No.
When I return from this mission, I must find a way to make myself more useful. While Lei was secretly reflecting on herself and planning for the future, she didn't notice that she had already become the absolute focus of this area. The professionals coming and going around were all attracted by her and the dazzling pile of spoils behind her. For a moment, discussions broke out everywhere.
Oh my god! Look at that woman over there.
That pile of stuff behind her, did it just burst out from the Mist Wolf pack?
Absolutely.
It's a pity that the Mist Wolf King set didn't drop. My god, how large a pack of fog wolves must have been wiped out to get this kind of harvest.
That team is too aggressive, right? They just dumped everything here and let a support look after it?
They're so careless.
What are you afraid of?
They are just ordinary equipment and magic stones.
Who would dare to snatch them around the teleportation array? TSK, comparing yourself to others is really frustrating. We work hard all day, and it's not even enough for them to pick up a small amount. Those discussions filled with envy, jealousy, and speculation floated into Lei's ears without missing a word. As she listened to these discussions, the bitterness in her heart miraculously dissipated a little. Instead, there is a strange sense of pride that comes from being honored. Yes. Although I am just an equipment watcher now, I am still a member of that powerful team. That man is his captain.
Thinking of Luo Feng's devil-like figure who had just slaughtered everyone in the wolf pack, Lei's heart began to beat uncontrollably again. She took a deep breath, straightened her back, and her eyes, which had been a little dim, now rekindled with a burning light.
On the other side, Luo Feng and the remaining three women were heading deeper into the black wasteland.
The deeper we went, the more oppressive the surroundings became. The dark clouds in the sky seemed to hang low overhead, and a sticky black fog began to swirl around the ground, sharply reducing visibility. The ground beneath our feet also gradually changed from hard and cracked to soft and muddy, with foul-smelling black puddles appearing from time to time. The atmosphere in the team was eerily quiet. Cheng Xuani still walked in front with her huge tower shield, but her steps were much easier than before. As an experienced shield warrior, she had never felt such a strong sense of security before. In any previous team, she was always the most nervous one, because she knew that behind her were teammates who needed her life to protect.
But now, she turned around and secretly glanced at the man walking in the middle of the team, looking as leisurely as if he was taking a stroll in his own back garden, and a very complicated emotion surged in her heart. This man doesn't need her protection at all.
On the contrary, being with him made her feel an unprecedented sense of security. So powerful. Killing the Mist Wolf King with one skill, it can be basically confirmed that he is walking sideways on the first level of the Black Domain. Even if a world boss rushed out from the black fog now, she would not be afraid. Because she believed that this man could solve all problems. At the same time, Cheng Xuani was also secretly alerting herself, reminding herself at all times not to fall into it easily.
This damn sense of security is so tempting. She could feel that her defenses were being corroded and melted bit by the unparalleled strength of this man. No! Chang Xuani, wake up! She took a deep breath, and the air mixed with the smell of sulfur and corruption was like a sobering agent, which lifted her confused mind. Don't forget, from the very beginning, you joined this team just to make money. Yes. It's all about money. For that high salary of more than 20,000 yuan per month. She, Chang Xuani, has always wanted to be a strong and independent woman. Become a little man's plaything and share him with other women? What a joke. This is simply an insult to her personality. Absolutely not.
Cheng Xuani's dream is to save up 500,000 yuan for a down payment, buy a house of her own in the city center, and then marry her childhood sweetheart in a grand ceremony. What she wants is a stable and happy home built by herself, instead of being a phoenix girl, sharing with other women, and relying on a powerful man. Thinking of this, her eyes, which had been a little blurred because of Luo Feng's strength, became clear and firm again. Thinking of this, Cheng Xuani raised her hand and used the hand-wearing metal gauntlets to pat her pretty face, which was covered with a little dust. The force was so strong that her fair cheeks turned slightly red. Wake up! She said to herself secretly. Work is work, feelings are feelings, they must not be confused. No matter how strong this man is, he is only my temporary boss. As soon as I make enough money, I'll leave. Xin Lu, who was walking on the flank of the team, was even more excited. Her bright eyes hardly moved away from Luo Feng. Shock, admiration, curiosity, and a trace of flame called admiration that she herself had not even noticed was quietly burning in her heart. She remembered what Luo Feng said during the interview. My team consists of my female reserve forces. At that time, she just thought it was ridiculous. Now that I think about it, being able to be a reserve for a man like this doesn't seem like something that's difficult to accept. Even, there is a faint expectation? As for Bai Jia, this pragmatic assistant, her mind was already busy calculating. Boss. No, the captain is so strong, and his efficiency in clearing monsters is so terrifying. In just a short while, the income has exceeded the total of her tasks for the whole year. A monthly salary of 20,000? That's nothing. As long as I can keep following the captain, let alone a monthly salary of 20,000, even a monthly income of 200,000 is not a dream. What dignity, what bottom line, in the face of absolute strength and money, it seems, not so important anymore. Just as the three women were thinking different things, a teeth-grinding hissing sound suddenly came from the black fog in front of them. Careful! Cheng Xuani immediately raised her shield, assumed a standard defensive stance, and warned sternly. 3 lizards, as big as buffaloes and covered with hard black scales, slowly crawled out of the mud. Their scarlet tongues flickered unsteadily, and their turbid vertical pupils were fixed on Luo Feng and his group. It's a black-scaled rock lizard. Xin Lu's expression changed slightly. Their scales have high defensive power and they can also spit out corrosive mucus. They're very difficult to deal with. Bai Jia said in a deep voice, this kind of beast is quite common on the first floor of Black Domain number 9. Although its attack power is not as strong as that of the Mist Wolf, its hard scales and disgusting mucus make many one-star teams stay away from it. In the outer area of the first floor of Black Domain number 13, there's only one special area where you'll encounter this strange beast. We seem to have entered the territory of the world boss, the black-scaled rock lizard king. Chapter 30, Unusual Movements in the Black Mist Swamp. We seem to have entered the territory of the world boss, the black-scaled rock lizard king, the Black Mist Swamp. Bai Jia's voice trembled, not because of fear, but because of excitement. I'll pull it. Xin Lu let out a cry and was about to repeat her old trick and step forward to mock him. However, Luo Feng's movements were even faster. With a charge, he crashed into the black-scaled rock lizard in front. There was no earth-shaking noise, nor any gorgeous and dazzling light effects. It was just an ordinary collision. But when it crashed into the black-scaled rock lizard, it was earth-shattering. Bang! The black-scaled rock lizard didn't even have time to spit out mucus before it exploded into gray mist, leaving behind the magic stone. 3 women is nothing new. This man is abnormally strong. The remaining 2 black-scaled rock lizards were completely enraged. They let out a shrill roar, opened their bloody mouths, and 2 streams of dark green corrosive mucus shot towards Luo Feng like high-pressure water guns. Cheng Xuani reacted extremely quickly. Almost at the moment the mucus spurted out, she shouted angrily and took a big step forward. The heavy tower's shield was like a mountain, accurately blocking Luo Feng. Sizzle! The corrosive slime hit the shield, making a sharp burning sound and emitting bursts of white smoke.
A pungent sour smell instantly filled the air.
At the same time, Chang Xuani and Qin Lu had already understood what he meant, and started taunting the remaining two black-scaled rock lizards respectively.
The two monsters roared, gave up on Luo Feng, and turned to attack the two female warriors frantically. However, just as their attack landed, Luo Feng's figure appeared beside them. Bang! Bang! Two dull, heart-pounding noises exploded almost at the same time. Without any suspense, the two black-scaled rock lizards, which were famous for their defensive ability, were instantly blasted into a sky full of grey mist by the violent force. However, the battle did not end there. Deep in the swamp, the thick grey fog that could not be dissolved seemed to be completely startled by the violent explosions. Hiss! Hiss! Accompanied by hair-raising roars, black-scaled rock lizards continuously emerged from the mire, their scarlet vertical pupils flashing with bloodthirsty light in the grey fog. Just in time. Luo Feng's eyes were filled with fighting spirit. Instead of retreating, he advanced and rushed directly towards the oncoming lizards. Bang! 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 This deadly swamp had completely become Luo Feng's slaughterhouse. The monotonous yet terrifying sound of explosions, like a symphony of death, continued to play. Level up. Current level, LV9. In my mind, the upgrade prompt sound rang again. However, at this moment, Luo Feng and the three girls keenly sensed something was wrong. The black-scaled rock lizards that continuously emerged from the depths of the swamp suddenly stopped. It wasn't that they were all killed, but rather they stopped abruptly as if they had received some invisible command. What followed was a suffocating silence. The battlefield, which had been filled with roars and explosions just now, was now eerily quiet. The only sound left was the woohoo sound made by the wind blowing through the grey fog, like the whimpering of dead souls. Gulp gulp. In the center of the swamp, beneath the thickest grey fog, huge bubbles began to emerge from the turbid black muddy water. They slowly and rhythmically emerged from the water, then burst with a pop sound, emitting a stronger and more fishy smell of sulfur. The ground began to tremble slightly. Chang Xuani and the other two's expressions changed drastically. They could clearly feel that the soft ground beneath their feet was shaking in regular patterns, as if some huge monster was slowly awakening deep underground. Boom boom boom. A low, heavy drumming sound, like the heartbeat of a giant, came from the deepest part of the swamp. The sound seemed not to be transmitted through the air, but to directly strike everyone's heart, making their breathing involuntarily follow the heavy beat. The air became thick and oppressive. An almost tangible pressure filled with tyranny and ancient aura descended from the sky like a mountain, pressing heavily on everyone's heart. Bai Jia, who was at the very back, had a pretty face that usually showed shrewdness and confidence, but now it had lost all color and was filled with only fear. Run. She regretted it. She had previously fully believed that since the captain could kill the Mist Wolf King with one punch, then dealing with the so-called world boss, Black-Scaled Rock Lizard King, would certainly be a piece of cake. But when this devastating pressure finally arrived, she discovered with horror how wrong she was. That's not even on the same level. However, she turned around suddenly and her face turned as pale as paper in an instant. The way we came has disappeared. The vaguely recognizable path leading to the periphery has now been replaced by an endless black swamp filled with thick fog. She looked back and exclaimed, This is. Roar. A terrifying roar that cannot be described in words, as if it came from the abyss of hell, suddenly exploded. The sound waves turned into visible shock waves, sweeping across the entire swamp in an instant. The four of them raised their arms to cover their faces. The strong airflow made their clothes flutter wildly, their bodies sway, and they were blown back repeatedly. The ground shook violently, and the surrounding rugged rocks were cracked by countless cracks in the terrifying sound waves. In the center of the swamp, the rolling grey fog was suddenly pushed away by the roar, revealing the horrifying scene inside. A head so huge that it is despairing is slowly rising from the black quagmire. The head was even larger than the entire body of an ordinary black-scaled rock lizard. It was covered with huge scales that looked like obsidian and shone with a metallic luster. In the gaps between the scales, a dark red light like magma flowed. Then, 2 points of scarlet light slowly lit up on the huge head. Those are its eyes. Like two huge blood-red lanterns, without any emotion, only the purest, coldest tyranny and murderous intent that is enough to freeze the soul. In everyone's eyes, they can see the golden words Black-Scaled Rock Lizard King LV30. The previous Mist Wolf King was only purple level 10. The Black-Scaled Rock Lizard King is level 30.
The color of the exotic beast's name represents status, strength, and the level of the spoils.
And gold means death. It's countless deaths.
Cheng Xuani held the tower shield tightly in her hand. The edge of the shield trembled slightly due to excessive force, revealing her inner fear. She turned her head with difficulty, looked at Luo Feng, and asked in a hoarse voice, "What should I do?" Xin Lu's pretty face was also pale, and her lips had lost their color. She also looked at Luo Feng for help.
Now the backbone of everyone is Luo Feng. Luo Feng couldn't help swallowing his saliva. The power of this world boss was indeed extraordinary. He could clearly hear his heart beating like a drum, but he knew even more clearly that at this moment, he could no longer retreat and had to go forward. Superior. He took a deep breath, glanced at the two female warriors who also had terrified faces, and spoke in a low but extremely firm voice. "Help me control it, just for a moment." Cheng Xuani was stunned when she heard Luo Feng's words. She looked at Luo Feng's eyes that were still burning with fighting spirit in the desperate situation. For some reason, the fear in her heart was suppressed by an inexplicable trust. She nodded heavily, gritted her teeth, let out a determined cry, raised the tower shield, and rushed towards the behemoth resolutely. "Luo Feng, don't lie to me." Xin Lu also glanced at Luo Feng, and a complex light, a mixture of fear and determination, flashed in her bright eyes. "We all have to be fine."
As she spoke, she also gripped the sword and shield tightly, followed Cheng Xuani, and rushed forward without hesitation. However, the reality is cruel. Cheng Xuani and Xin Lu's courage is commendable, but they obviously overestimated themselves and seriously underestimated the horror of the world boss.
Ridicule. Ridicule.
Almost at the same time, the two of them used their strongest control skills to smash the behemoth that had just crawled half of its body out of the quagmire. However, the light of the skill fell on the mountain-like body of the black-scaled rock lizard king, but it was like a drop in the ocean, without causing the slightest ripple.
Immunity? Or failure?
Regardless, they all failed. The black-scaled rock lizard king didn't even look at them with its huge blood-red vertical pupils, but just slowly raised its huge claws that were comparable to heavy trucks. Roar! With an impatient growl, the giant claw, with a terrifying wind pressure that tore through the air, slammed down hard towards Cheng Xuani, who was closest to it. Quick! Too fast! It was so fast that Cheng Xuani didn't even have time to think about raising her shield to block. At that moment, time seemed to be infinitely stretched. When the huge claws that covered the sky and the sun completely enveloped her petite body with the shadow of death, Cheng Xuani's brain fell into an unprecedented calm. In her mind, there was no fear, no despair, only one picture.
That is Luo Feng. Where is Luo Feng?
A cold despair instantly gripped her heart. Her heart sank, and she was prepared for serious injury or even death. An endless bitter smile welled up in her heart. How arrogant! How could I be so naive as to think that with such a hastily assembled team, I could challenge the world boss that required hundreds of teams to join forces to conquer? Even if it's just a world boss on one level, it's still a world boss. It's not something she can get involved in at all. Unfortunately, there is no regret medicine. Goodbye. The shadow of death completely swallowed her. However, just as she closed her eyes, the expected impact did not come. Instead, there was a deafening boom. The sound was more terrifying and dull than any previous explosion. The earth shook violently, as if a violent earthquake had occurred. Cheng Xuani was so shocked by the sudden shock that she staggered and almost fell to the ground. She opened her eyes in confusion and immediately saw a miraculous scene that would be unforgettable for her whole life and would overturn her entire worldview. She saw that the huge black-scaled rock lizard king, which was as big as a mountain, had its giant claws hovering above her head, about to deliver a fatal blow, but now it was hanging limply to the side. And its hideous and terrifying huge head was slowly falling towards the other side in an extremely slow but unstoppable posture. Rumble! The huge body of the world boss, like a fallen mountain, slammed heavily into the black quagmire, stirring up mud and splashes all over the sky.
Chapter 031 Golden Equipment Mountain.
Cheng Xuani and Xin Lu looked at each other in shock and speechlessness. Under by Jia's incredulous gaze from behind. A figure wearing purple armor, like a god, was frantically bombarding the huge head of the black-scaled rock lizard king with a devastating attack. Boom! 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 Every time a punch landed, it was accompanied by an extremely dull thud and a circle of shock waves visible to the naked eye. The indestructible obsidian scales of the black-scaled rock lizard king, under the violent fist wind, cracked like fragile glass, emitting countless black fragments. Dark red blood, like magma bursting a dam, gushed out from the cracks, dyeing Luo Feng's entire body a shocking bloody color. Cheng Xuanyi swallowed hard, staring blankly at the man bathed in beast blood, his body emitting a mixture of purple armor and violent bloody aura, with only endless shock in her heart.
Is this
fury? That violent aura that seemed to tear the heavens and the earth apart, each punch contained a terrifying power that could destroy the heavens and the earth.
This is simply a murderous demon that walked out from the abyss of hell. Cheng Xuanyi didn't care whether her attacks and skills were useful or not.
A strong urge to fight alongside him instantly overwhelmed all the fear in her heart. She let out a delicate cry, poured all her professional energy into the tower's shield in her hand, and slammed it hard into the other claw of the black-scaled rock lizard king that was struggling to raise.
The same goes for Qin Lu.
The fear in her eyes had long been replaced by an almost fanatical admiration. The long sword in her hand swung out a trail of afterimages, and she madly poured her insignificant skills onto the huge body of the boss. Even Bai Jia, who was far behind, came back to her senses from her initial shock. She looked at Luo Feng's fearless back, gritted her teeth, and transformed all her magic power into healing light.
One after another, continuous healing fell on Luo Feng as if it were free.
The huge bombardment sound is still continuing. The huge body of the world boss black-scaled rock lizard king rolled and struggled frantically in the mud, emitting bursts of shrill and desperate cries, but it could not get rid of the figure that was like a maggot on its tarsal bones, and could not get up at all. Finally, after Luo Feng threw the last punch.
Bang! A loud bang, louder and duller than any previous one, exploded.
The huge body of the black-scaled rock lizard king suddenly stiffened, and then, as if all its bones and vitality had been sucked away, it completely collapsed.
Then, in the numb and disbelieving eyes of the three women, the world boss, the black-scaled rock lizard king, whose huge body like a mountain, directly turned into a ball of extremely thick gray mist that covered the sky and the sun. As the huge body suddenly disintegrated, Luo Feng, who was originally standing on the boss's head, lost his footing in an instant, and fell from a height of several meters towards the mud below. Team leader!
Cheng Xuanyi, who was closest to the scene, felt her heart tighten suddenly when she saw this. Almost instinctively, without thinking, she threw away the extremely heavy tower shield in her hand. It hit the ground with a loud clang, splashing mud. Her petite body burst out with astonishing speed, and she rushed forward in one stride. Just before Luo Feng was about to fall into the quagmire, she jumped. She held him firmly in her arms. The huge impact force caused the two to roll on the ground for several times before stopping.
Chang Xianxingyi became Luo Feng's human cushion.
Her back hit the hard ground heavily, and she let out a muffled groan, but she still held the man in her arms tightly, not letting go at all.
Luo Feng has not yet completely emerged from the state of rage.
The aftermath of the battle, the boiling blood, and the violent will that almost burned his sanity to ashes were still surging in his body. He opened his eyes slightly red with rage, and what came into his sight was Cheng Xuanyi's pretty face, which was close to him and stained with a little dust and mud. The face that usually had a bit of coldness and stubbornness was now slightly frowned because of worry and fear, and the pair of bright eyes were filled with undisguised concern. This appearance not only did not detract from her beauty, but instead added a bit of fragility and pitifulness that was rarely seen in ordinary days. She was like a wild rose that bloomed tenaciously in the storm, with a unique and breathtaking beauty. A primitive and domineering impulse suddenly rushed to Luo Feng's head. Without any hesitation, he stretched out his big hands that were still stained with mud, held Cheng Xuanyi's face, and kissed her soft lips that were slightly opened in surprise and stained with mud.
Cheng Xuanyi's eyes widened instantly, and her brain went completely offline with a buzzing sound.
What is he doing? He actually kissed me? A strong electric current, a mixture of shock, shyness, panic, and a hint of offended anger, instantly spread throughout his limbs and bones. She instinctively wanted to push him away, but her hands seemed to be under a spell, frozen in mid-air. However, when Luo Feng's kiss, which was filled with a strong masculine scent and was domineering and irresistible, went deeper,
Cheng Xuanyi's stiff body softened uncontrollably, little by little.
The thrill of the life or death situation just now, that miraculous counterattack, that towering figure that seemed like a demon descending from the earth.
Scenes flashed through her mind like a fast-forwarded movie.
All the shock, fear, admiration and fear accumulated in the heart seemed to have found an outlet at this moment. Her tense nerves completely broke at this moment.
Never mind.
Who cares? Cheng Xianxingyi's tense hand slowly and tentatively wrapped around Luo Feng's neck. She obeyed her deepest feelings, slowly closed her eyes, and hugged the man who had just pulled her back from the brink of death even more tightly. This kiss was violent and domineering at first, full of the irresistible predatory meaning of a state of rage. Cheng Xuani felt like a small boat in the raging sea, completely deprived of the right to resist, and could only float in this domineering and fiery wave. However, as time went on, she gradually felt that the violent power was slowly fading away. The kiss became gentle. It was no longer a simple plunder, but carried a touch of comfort and exploration. She could feel the tense muscles in the arm around her neck slowly relaxing. She could hear the heavy breathing beside her ear gradually becoming steady and rhythmic. Cheng Xuani slowly opened her eyes. The pair of eyes that were bloodshot due to rage have now regained their clarity. Their eyes met. The only sound in the air was the intertwined breathing of the two people. Cheng Xuani's heart suddenly skipped a beat. It's over. He is awake. An intense, overwhelming sense of shame instantly overwhelmed her. What did I just do? I actually kissed a man I had only known for less than 2 days in this muddy swamp, in front of my teammates, so passionately and selflessly. Cheng Xuani, where's your dignity? Where's your bottom line? Where's your determination to just make money? Her face suddenly turned redder than the sunset in the sky. She subconsciously wanted to push Luo Feng away and escape from this embrace that made her feel so ashamed and angry. However, as soon as she exerted force, her hand was firmly grasped by a stronger hand. Luo Feng didn't say anything. He just looked at her quietly, his deep eyes without a trace of frivolity or apology, only a kind of natural calmness. He slowly released her lips, and with his slender fingers, gently and with a hint of force that could not be rejected, he wiped away the mud on the corner of her lips. Xin Lu and Bai Jia, who were not far away, had extremely complicated expressions. Their eyes flickered back and forth between Luo Feng and Cheng Xuani, who was still limp in his arms. Their eyes were filled with envy, and a hint of jealousy that they themselves were unwilling to admit. Captain. Xin Lu's voice was a little dry. Are you okay? Bai Jia was more direct. Her eyes fell on Luo Feng's purple armor stained with mud, and she sighed sincerely, Boss, you are too strong. Luo Feng let go of Cheng Xuani. He stood up, as if nothing had happened, and cast his gaze towards the huge gray fog that covered the sky and the sun, formed after the disintegration of the world boss. The gray fog was now slowly condensing and converging at a speed visible to the naked eye. The huge gray fog that covered the sky and the sun rolled and shrank violently in the air, as if a huge living heart was beating for the last time. An invisible gravitational force spread out from the center of the gray fog. Immediately afterwards, the huge gray fog began to split. The largest part of it, like a minister summoned by a king, turned into a thick gray torrent and suddenly poured towards Luo Feng below. Buzz! Luo Feng only felt an unprecedented, extremely pure and powerful energy instantly flowing into his limbs and bones. Level up. Current level, LV10. Level 10. Max level. Luo Feng could clearly feel that his body was undergoing some kind of qualitative leap. If the previous upgrades were just a quantitative accumulation, then the moment from level 9 to level 10 was like breaking through a certain bottleneck and stepping into a whole new realm. On the other side, the remaining gray fog finally completed its condensation. When the last wisp of mist dissipated, in its place was a hill made of equipment and magic stones. The hill stood quietly in the huge crater in the middle of the swamp, emitting a dazzling light. White, blue, green, purple. Countless rays of light intertwined together, illuminating this dim swamp like a treasure house of the gods. Cheng Xuani and the other two were so shocked by the miraculous scene before them that they were completely speechless. Their breathing seemed to stop at this moment. However, amidst the colorful treasure light, a unique light quietly bloomed. That's not purple, but gold. It lay quietly on the top of the pile of equipment, like a king sitting on the throne, looking down on everything below. Gold suit. Bai Jia's lips trembled and her voice was filled with disbelief. Chapter 032's level job transfer card. Bai Jia's trembling words golden clothes instantly stirred up huge waves in the hearts of Cheng Xuani and Xin Lu. Gold suit. Gold equipment that only world boss can drop. And it's gold equipment dropped by the level 30 world boss. It is likely to be 3-star equipment, or even 4-star equipment. Although they are all 2-star professionals, they have never had the experience of conquering the world boss. After all the world bosses are monopolized by the top 100 gold medal teams, and every level in every black domain has been divided up. And every time there are thousands of people attacking.
I have never seen anyone conquer the world boss. They never dreamed that they would be able to see the golden armor with their own eyes in their lifetime, and it was dropped from the world boss. In the entire Feishan city, owning gold armor is a symbol of status. Generally, only top bosses above 5 stars and their descendants are qualified to own it. Any one of them that enters the market is worth tens of millions. Luo Feng ignored the 3 shocked women. He took a step forward and walked to the hill of equipment. He did not look at the blue and green clothes, nor did he even glance at the equally dazzling purple clothes. He simply reached out and steadily held the object, emitting a faint golden light. That's not equipment, it's a card. The card is golden in color, slightly cool to the touch, and has an extraordinary texture. The surface is engraved with the pattern of a dragon head warrior. The moment Luo Feng's finger touched the card, a hint that only he could see appeared in his mind. S-level job transfer quest card Dragon Blood Warrior's Path. Effect: after using this card, the player's soul will be immediately drawn to an independent secret realm, regardless of level and regional restrictions. The player will receive a rating based on their exploration progress in the secret realm and their final mission completion, and will be forced to transfer to the corresponding hidden profession from B to SSS level. Hint 1: this secret realm is a completely unfamiliar, independent world. There are no quest guides or system prompts. Everything requires the user to explore and make their own decisions. Hint 2: the flow of time in the secret mission realm is completely out of sync with the real world. No matter how much time you spend there, it will only take a moment in the real world. Warning: you only have one chance to complete this mission. If you die in the secret realm, your soul will return to reality and the mission will be considered a failure. The card will be reduced to dust, and the opportunity to change classes will be lost forever. Luo Feng's eyes suddenly lit up. Whatever you think comes true. I was worried that my D-class warrior profession was a shortcoming and a flaw. This job transfer task card comes at the right time. Moreover, this is not just an ordinary job transfer card, but a much rarer and larger job transfer task card. Ordinary job transfer cards are usually only a level, and can only allow people to transfer to a level hidden professions at most. The ceiling is fixed. But the job transfer task card is different. It provides a secret realm full of unknowns and challenges, and the final career rating is directly linked to the completion of the task. In other words, as long as the performance in the secret realm is good enough, the upper limit of an S-level task card is SSS level. High risk, high reward. This is Luo Feng's favorite. Luo Feng was immersed in the joy of obtaining the S-level job transfer card, his fingertips unconsciously stroking the cool and smooth golden card. At this moment, 3 figures smelling of mud and sweat approached cautiously. Cheng Xuani, Qin Lu, and Bai Jie, the 3 of them still had the paleness of surviving a disaster and the flush of fighting on their faces. Their beautiful eyes were now fixed on the golden card in Luo Feng's hand without blinking. Job change card. As the assistant with the most experience in counting equipment among the 3, Bai Jie was the first to recognize it, her voice trembling with a dreamy tone. It's a golden job transfer card. As soon as these words were spoken, Cheng Xuani and Qin Lu's breathing suddenly stopped. An irrepressible, primitive greed, like the spark of a wildfire, quietly burst out from the deepest part of the hearts of the 3 of them. That is the ultimate adventure that can change your life. As long as they can get this card, their fate will be completely rewritten. They will no longer be 2-star professionals struggling at the bottom, but will have the opportunity to rise to the top in one step and become powerful beings admired by thousands of people. The desire at that moment was so strong that their fingertips curled slightly and their hearts beat uncontrollably. However, this greedy spark had just been ignited when a basin of ice water mixed with blood and fire was poured over it, and it was extinguished in an instant without even a wisp of smoke rising. In their minds, the figure that looked like a god or devil descending from the earth just now emerged uncontrollably and extremely clearly. That purple armor dyed dark red by the beast's blood. Each punch was a violent force that seemed to shatter the heavens and the earth. Directly beat the world boss under the pressure of devastating destruction to death. A cold shudder that came from the depths of the soul instantly spread throughout every limb. They are afraid. That greedy thought seemed so ridiculous and presumptuous in the face of absolute, overwhelming power. Not to mention snatching it away, they don't even have the qualifications to think about it. This man is not someone they can afford to offend. Almost at the same time, the unrealistic fantasies in the 3 people's minds disappeared. All that's left is envy and envy. There is also awe and worship of the strong. When Luo Feng looked up, he saw 3 women staring at him with complex expressions of awe, envy, and admiration. He frowned. What are you all standing there for? Count the equipment. Yes.
The three of them responded in unison, their voices filled with unprecedented respect and obedience. They immediately rushed forward swiftly and joined in counting the spoils. The swamp mud was cold and dirty, but no one cared at the moment. All they could see were the mountains of equipment and magic stones that shone with various colors of precious light. Cheng Xuani was responsible for stacking all the equipment according to the levels of white, blue, green and purple. Her hands, which used to only be able to hold the tower shield, were now flying nimbly among the piles of equipment. Every time she picked up a piece of purple equipment, her heart would beat uncontrollably. She remembered how she had saved for 3 years to buy the 2-star blue suit she was wearing. And now, with just the 2-star green suits she had on hand, she could have 2 sets. And 2 3-star purple suits. Xin Lu was in charge of collecting the scattered magic stones. She picked up the various sizes of magic stones one by one and carefully placed them in a cloth bag. There were so many. She could feel the bag of magic stones she had brought was already full, and she felt like she would die of exhaustion just trying to lug them back. Bai Jia, on the other hand, was holding a small notebook, meticulously recording the name, attributes, and number of magic stones of each piece of equipment. Her pen moved quickly across the paper, but her heart was far less calm than she appeared. Another calculation was rapidly going on in her mind: the total value of these spoils. A 4-star purple monster suit, or the most precious ring and necklace from the black-scaled rock lizard king suit. Each piece has a market value of over 2 million. There are 11 pieces of 2-star green equipment and 52 pieces of 1-star blue equipment, which add up to nearly 2 million. There are also nearly 1 million magic stones. Bai Jia felt her hands were shaking. The total revenue of this trip is probably close to 5 million. This doesn't include the gold card the captain himself received. That job transfer task card is worth over tens of millions without even looking at it. There is a price but no demand. No one will sell it on the market. At most, it will be circulated and exchanged within a small circle at the top level. 5 million. This is a number that is enough to drive any 2-star professional crazy. And how long has it been since they entered the black domain? 1 hour? Or 2 hours? Bai Jia can no longer remember. She only knew that all the money she had earned in the black domain in a year, added together, was not even a fraction of the spoils in front of her. Bai Jia's heart was beating fast. During the interview the day before yesterday, she was still secretly laughing at Luo Feng in her heart, thinking that he was just a little man who relied on his family's wealth to show off everywhere. She was purely in the mindset of making a quick buck and leaving. She had even been thinking for several months, a year later, about how to deal with Luo Feng in a decent manner so that Luo Feng would fire her and get compensation. But what about now? She looked at Luo Feng's back, which was like a god or demon, and there was only endless shock and fanaticism in her heart. As long as he completes the job transfer task, Luo Feng can at least transfer to a B-level hidden profession, many of which are more powerful than A-level regular professions. What's more, Bai Jia's intuition told her that this man's strength was definitely more than B-level. Not to mention S-level, it might even be SSS level. What does an SSS level hidden profession mean? It means that he will become the top of the pyramid of this city and even the entire country. Boundless prospects is far from enough to describe even 1/10,000th of his future. At this moment, in Bai Jia's heart, Luo Feng's image changed drastically. He instantly became the most perfect ideal type in her mind. Tall, handsome, powerful, mysterious, and possessing unfathomable potential that could drive any woman crazy. This kind of man is what Bai Jia really wants to conquer. However, a fatal question, like a sharp thorn, pierced her heart, which was burning with excitement. Luo Feng said that he wanted to find many women. Of course, this won't work. A glimmer of determination flashed in Bai Jia's bright eyes. She has absolute confidence in herself. In terms of appearance, figure, and means, she believes that she is not inferior to anyone. She believed that as long as she put her heart into it, she would be able to completely capture this man's heart. As for the other women? Go directly to the palace. If all else fails, just squeeze him dry. Make him never think of any other woman except himself. This bold and exciting idea, like a spark, instantly ignited her fighting spirit. Chapter 033, Xin Lu's Initiative. On the other side, Cheng Xuani, who was sorting and organizing equipment, also secretly glanced at Luo Feng. Her movements seemed quick and efficient, but her heart was already in a mess. Her gaze drifted uncontrollably again and again to the man standing next to the hill of equipment. The purple armor stained with animal blood and mud did not make him look disheveled, but instead added a bit of wild and deadly charm to him.
Chang Xuani felt her cheeks starting to get hot uncontrollably again.
In her mind, the thrilling scene just now was replayed crazily over and over again. That overbearing, rough kiss, mixed with the smell of mud and blood, now fermented deep in her memory like the most mellow wine. Every time she thought about it, her heart was shaken and her body went limp.
Chang Xuani gritted her teeth. This man liked her, and she also liked this man. I don't want to give up.
Chang Xuani originally thought that her life trajectory had already been clearly planned. She wants to be a strong woman and build a stable future with her own hands. To her, men are just a part of this future blueprint, a part that she controls. But now, this plan was shattered in the face of Luo Feng's devastating strength and that irresistible kiss. The two-star strength that she once took pride in was as weak as a baby in front of Luo Feng. The 500,000 yuan down payment that she had once regarded as her lifelong goal now seemed as small as a joke in front of this pile of spoils worth millions. As for childhood sweethearts?
Who is that? Just a neighbor who is a little familiar.
When a man is strong enough to overturn your entire worldview, all the principles and bottom lines you once adhered to seem no longer so important. Become his woman and share him with other women. This thought was a great shame to her just a few hours ago.
But now,
Chang Xuani looked at the man's back, but an uncontrollable thought that made her feel ashamed popped up in her mind.
Sharing an ordinary man is depravity. But what if the one sharing it was a king? Is that an honor?
As soon as this thought came up, it took root and spread like a vine in her heart, and could no longer be removed. Her originally clear and determined eyes were now reflecting Luo Feng's figure, and gradually, they were stained with a layer of burning heat called possession that she herself had not noticed.
Qin Lu has already installed the magic stone.
She looked at the bulging and extremely heavy cloth bags, and a cunning gleam flashed in her bright eyes. She took a deep breath, as if she had made some kind of decision, then stretched out her long legs and ran to Luo Feng.
Team leader.
Her voice was clear and bright, with a heroic air, which instantly attracted Luo Feng's attention. Luo Feng turned around and saw Qin Lu's pretty face, which was slightly flushed with excitement, and her eyes, which were unconcealed and so hot that they almost melted him. I've already packed everything here. She pointed to the large cloth bags behind her face revealing just the right amount of weakness and embarrassment.
But there are too many, it's a bit difficult for me to carry them alone. Can you help me?
Having said that, without waiting for Luo Feng's answer, she had already naturally and proactively put her arm around Luo Feng's arm.
A soft and elastic touch instantly came from the arm.
She leaned her whole body against Luo Feng's arm without any hesitation.
I can't help it. Love it.
Qin Lu was screaming wildly in her heart.
She has never been the shy type.
Since Luo Feng had already explained the rules clearly during the interview. This team is his reserve women's team.
So, what's wrong with taking the initiative now? Before entering the black domain, she might have been somewhat scrutinizing and disdainful of Luo Feng.
But when she witnessed Luo Feng's earth-shattering strength with her own eyes and felt the absolute power that even the world boss could not withstand, she was completely conquered.
What a bullshit feminism. What a bullshit independence and self-reliance.
In front of a man so powerful that she could look up to him, all those things, go to hell.
Okay, I admit it, I just want to live off someone. Sharing a man with other women, so what? I listened to the call of my heart.
Luo Feng felt the amazing softness and warmth on his arm, and he lowered his head to look at Qin Lu, who was looking up at him expectantly with her pretty face and sparkling eyes. Suddenly, an uncontrollable anger rushed up.
This woman is generous. So brave. Big too. Since she has taken the initiative to this extent, if I don't respond, am I still a man? Luo Feng was furious and didn't care about the other two women watching him.
He suddenly lowered his head, accurately captured the pair of plump and moist lips that were slightly opened in anticipation, and pressed his lips on them domineeringly. Qin Lu's eyes widened instantly, and her brain exploded with a boom sound, completely turning into a brilliant firework. She didn't expect that Luo Feng would take the initiative to attack her. An indescribable ecstasy and numbness, like the most violent electric current, instantly swept through her limbs and bones. Her legs went limp, and if she hadn't been holding onto Luo Feng's arm tightly, she felt like she was about to turn into a pool of water and collapse directly in this muddy swamp. On the other side, Chang Xuani, who had not yet recovered from the domineering mud kiss, and Bai Jia, who was plotting a palace fight in her mind, were completely petrified the moment they saw this scene. They just stood there stupidly, their lips slightly parted and their eyes wide open, like two statues struck by thunder. Cheng Shuani felt as if his heart was being tightly grasped by an invisible big hand, and a strong and extremely sour jealousy instantly surged into his heart.
Good job, Xin Lu. That's fast enough. Cheng Shuani couldn't stand it and walked up directly. Even if I can't stop it, I will join in.
Xin Lu can't have it all to herself anymore. Bai Jia took a deep breath, and her heart was filled with shock. Only then did she realize that her so-called palace fighting plans seemed to have failed before they even began. At this moment, a clear sound of footsteps came from the gray fog not far away, breaking the ambiguous and tense atmosphere.
The footsteps were steady and rhythmic.
It was obvious that there was more than one person coming, and they were all very powerful. Luo Feng and Xin Lu stopped with a feeling of wanting more. Xin Lu's pretty face was so red that blood seemed to drip out. She pushed Luo Feng away and turned to look in the direction where the footsteps came from. The gray fog slowly dissipated, and the figures of a team of 10 people gradually became clear. The leader was a tall woman with a stern face. She was wearing heavy silver armor that gleamed with metallic luster, holding a huge battle axe in her hand, and her eyes were as sharp as a knife. Behind her, there were 9 equally well-equipped and powerful team members, all of them women. Without exception, there was an arrogance in their eyes that came from a superior position. When Cheng Shuani and the other two looked at the badges worn on the chests of that group of people, their faces suddenly changed. 2 shining silver stars are engraved on the golden base, and the edge of the badge is surrounded by a circle of exquisite laurel patterns. That is, the badge of the 2-star gold medal team.
2-star gold medal.
That was the top tier of the entire Feishan City 2-star team.
The absolute best.
Only those elite teams that have killed more than 1,000 people in the second level of the Black Domain and have received more than 50 A-level mission ratings are eligible to receive the gold medal.
How come they are here? Did you come here because you heard the noise?
The 3 women's hearts instantly rose to their throats, and an ominous premonition hung over their hearts like a dark cloud.
The female giant axe warrior in the lead had a gaze as sharp as lightning.
She immediately noticed the bulging leather bags that were almost about to burst at the feet of Luo Feng and others. At the opening of the leather bag, the dim light of the magic stone and the precious light of the equipment were faintly visible, and the fleeting flash of purple light made her pupils shrink suddenly. Her eyes quickly swept across the devastated battlefield again. The air still lingered with the unique sulfur scent of the black-scaled rock lizard king. The huge pit on the ground seemed to indicate that a shocking battle had just taken place here. This is the territory of the world boss, black-scaled rock lizard king. As one of the permanent gold medal teams on the first floor of Black Domain number 13, their Crazy Axe team's most important task is to monitor and wait for the refresh of this world boss. Once refreshed, they will report it immediately and organize a large team of thousands of people to come and conquer it. After the strategy is completed, their Crazy Axe team, as the monitoring team, will receive 3% of the total profit. The profit at one time ranges from 150,000 to 500,000, which is quite a lot for a 2-star gold medal team. Just now, she was leading a team on a clearing mission nearby when she suddenly heard a series of deafening, continuous roars coming from this side. The noise was so loud that even the ground beneath their feet was shaking slightly. She immediately realized something was wrong and rushed over with her team.
Where is the black-scaled rock lizard king?
An idea arose in her mind that was so absurd that even she found it ridiculous.
Could it be that this strategy was taken by these low-level professionals in front of us?
Her sharp eyes quickly swept over the 4 members of Luo Feng's team. 3 2-star characters with mediocre equipment, looking like minor characters. And each of them has a red face.
What are they doing?
As for the guy in the middle, the pretty boy in purple, with a rather handsome face, his professional badge only has 1 star?
1-star warrior?
What a joke!
A 1-star warrior, with 3 2-stars, single-handedly defeated the world boss?
This is even more outrageous than saying a sow can climb a tree. But, the spoils in front of me are right there, and they can't be faked at all.
Thoughts raced through the female giant axe warrior's mind, with countless possibilities colliding and intertwining. Could it be some 4-star or even 5-star boss?
That's right, it must be Boss Qinglan. Some time ago, the boss said that Boss Qinglan specialized in brushing job transfer cards. She must have been secretly leading a team, bringing one of her little lovers to fight the world boss.
Maybe there are too many things, so I went back and asked someone to recycle them.
It turned out that these guys happened to pass by and wanted to take it for themselves.
Right. It must be like this. This is the only reasonable explanation.
Thinking of this, an uncontrollable heat suddenly surged in the heart of the female giant axe warrior. Catch these petty thieves and keep the spoils. Maybe Boss Qinglan will think they are not important and give the useless blue and green equipment to them.
This is also a big gain.
A barely perceptible glint of greed flashed across her eyes, but her face remained expressionless as she strode forward. However, just as she took a step forward, a figure stepped forward.
It's the one-star male warrior in purple clothes.
This is our spoils area, Luo Feng said in a low voice, but with an undeniable warning, no outsiders allowed.
Chapter 034 Take them down. The female giant axe warrior stopped abruptly when she heard that.
She stopped, and her sharp eyes, like a hawk, were fixed on the ignorant boy in front of her. A cold, cruel, and sarcastic arc slowly appeared on her face.
Yours?
She repeated it, her voice full of undisguised contempt and mockery, as if she had heard the funniest joke of the century.
Boy, do you know where this place is? Do you know who these trophies belong to?
Thoughts flashed through the female giant axe warrior's mind, and she slammed the giant axe in her hand heavily to the ground. With a loud clang, the ground shook slightly. She straightened her back, raised her chin slightly, and looked down at Luo Feng with a judgmental look. Her voice was as loud as a bell, full of unquestionable righteousness. Master Qinglan just defeated the black-scaled rock lizard king here. Master Qinglan left these spoils here temporarily, waiting for someone to come and collect them. You guys are so bold. How dare you claim Master Qinglan's spoils here? Now, get out of here immediately. Otherwise, don't blame us, the Crazy Axe team, for taking you down. If we bring this to the professional court, you'll be sentenced to severe punishment for this kind of theft. The female giant axe warrior spoke with righteousness and full of momentum. The 9 members of the Crazy Axe team behind her immediately understood what was going on when they heard their captain's words. It turns out that it was Boss Qinglan who conquered the world boss black-scaled rock lizard king. Yes. That is for sure. They also felt that, apart from someone of the same level as Boss Qinglan, it was impossible for anyone to lead a team and defeat the world boss so quietly and alone. For a moment, greed and excitement flashed in everyone's eyes. They all stepped forward, and with a swish, they aimed their weapons, which were flashing with cold light, at Luo Feng and the other 3. The fierce murderous aura honed in the sea of corpses and blood surged out of them like a substance. As long as the 4 people on the opposite side do not know the situation, they will take action without hesitation and suppress these ignorant thieves on the spot. There are so many spoils here, they must be kept for Boss Qinglan. As long as they hold on, if Boss Qinglan is happy, even a little bit that slips out from between his fingers will be enough for them to eat. Maybe I can even get in touch with Boss Qinglan through this, that would be a great opportunity. This murderous aura, which was as condensed as substance, was like an icy tide, instantly drowning Qin Lu and the other 2. Their faces turned pale as paper in an instant, and their bodies uncontrollably took half a step back, subconsciously moving closer to Luo Feng. The palms of their hands holding the weapons were already covered in cold sweat. Black eats black. This is blatant black eating black action. And you say it so righteously. How can you be so shameless? They could clearly feel the strong smell of blood and murderous aura emanating from the other party. It was so real and so chilling. That is the aura of a true strong man that can only be honed through countless life and death battles. Compared with these ordinary 2-star professionals who work in the black domain, they are not in the same league at all.
Rebellion? Stop joking. The opponent is a 2-star gold medal team.
I'm afraid the strength of every team member is above theirs.
Not to mention the terrifying female captain holding a huge axe.
However, Luo Feng, who was directly hit by the powerful aura like a raging storm, did not show any fear on his face. He still stood there quietly, his figure as straight as a pine tree, his purple armor shining brightly. His deep eyes swept calmly across the group of murderous members of the Crazy Axe team opposite. Finally, it fell on the female captain who was holding a huge axe and had a righteous look on her face. The corners of his mouth slowly curled up into a playful arc with a hint of cold sarcasm. Like a king who remains calm in the face of danger. Even the female captain on the opposite side was stunned.
What a handsome and elegant little man.
Luo Feng did not rush to refute, but stretched out his hands and gently pinched the soft hands of Qin Lu and Cheng Xuani on his left and right sides, whose bodies were trembling slightly due to nervousness and fear. The warm and steady touch, like a warm current, instantly dispelled some of the coldness and panic in their hearts. Turn on the video on your phone, Luo Feng's voice was soft but remarkably clear, with a reassuring calmness. Record the entire process for me. Qin Lu and Shang Xuani were stunned at first when they heard this, and then they nodded belatedly.
Right. Video recording.
They hurriedly took out their cell phones from their pockets in a panic, and with trembling fingers, they turned on the recording function. These will be the evidence that can prove their innocence when they go to the professional court in the future. At the same time, their hands holding the mobile phones and their pounding hearts were shaking violently.
Does this really work? Even if they recorded the evidence, could they still go back alive today? The opponent is a 2-star gold medal team. It looks like they are just trying to rob each other.
A cold fear coiled around their hearts like a poisonous snake. At the same time, Luo Feng's godlike figure appeared in his mind. That unrivaled strength, that domineering attitude that looked down on everything, was like the hottest brand, deeply engraved in their souls.
A strong emotion, a mixture of admiration and dependence, instantly overwhelmed the fear. They don't want to go back in disgrace.
They can also get a share of this mountain of spoils.
A profit of tens of millions. They must have at least hundreds of thousands, maybe even millions, right? Just let it go like that? Why? No. Moreover, Luo Feng hadn't even said the word retreat, so how could they be so scared and think of running away first? So, are they still women? How can I have the dignity and qualifications to face this charming man in the future? After all, the three women chose to believe in Luo Feng unconditionally, whether from the perspective of reason, emotion, or interests. Intellectually, they witnessed with their own eyes Luo Feng's terrifying strength that was beyond common sense. How could a man who could defeat the world boss alone be a soft persimmon that could be bullied by anyone? Emotionally, their hearts have long been captured by this powerful and mysterious man. Especially Chang Xuani and Qin Lu. In that domineering yet gentle kiss, they had already given all their trust to him without reservation. As for benefits, they are the most realistic driving force. Giving up resistance means giving up the huge wealth that is enough to change their lives. If you don't believe Luo Feng, then you really have nothing. The female giant axe warrior was stunned when she saw Luo Feng's reaction and the worried yet determined looks of the three women beside him. What does this mean? They won't leave? How dare you take out your cell phone to record the video and leave evidence? The female giant axe warrior frowned tightly, and the judgment that was originally as solid as a rock in her heart began to waver for the first time. Could it be that I really made a mistake? Did they really get these spoils? No. Impossible. As soon as this thought came to her mind, she suppressed it herself. 1 star, 3 2 stars, and solo the world boss? This is simply a fantasy. These guys must be bluffing, trying to scare me off with such a low-level method as recording a video. Yes. That must be it. Just as the female giant axe warrior was confused and doubting her own judgment, Luo Feng spoke again. His voice was still calm, but it carried a cold authority that brooked no room for questioning. Back off. He looked at the female giant axe warrior and said clearly, word by word, retreat at least 100 meters. According to Article 72 of Chapter 3 of the Black Domain Basic Law, loot belongs to the area, and outsiders are not allowed to enter without permission. With so much equipment dropping here, a temporary loot-only zone has automatically been formed. If you don't retreat a safe distance while I'm counting down, Luo Feng's eyes flashed with a dangerous cold light, I will have the right to immediately launch a rights protection attack against you. You will bear all the consequences at your own risk. We will not bear any responsibility. Court death. A sharp shout suddenly exploded from behind the female giant axe warrior. A tall and thin female mage stood out from the crowd. The tip of the staff in her hand was condensing with light, and her eyes were filled with undisguised contempt and disgust as she stared at Luo Feng. A 1-star male warrior, what's he pretending to be? Just because you're a little handsome, you think all women have to revolve around you? I think you deserve to be punished. In her opinion, Luo Feng's behavior was simply nonsense. What qualifications does a useless male warrior have to point fingers in front of the elites of the gold medal team? Do you still dare to bring out the Black Domain Basic Law? It's ridiculous. What the female mage can't stand the most is little fairy boys like Luo Feng who are self-righteous because of their gender advantage. The staff in her hand flashed, and a purple ring composed of magical energy shot towards Luo Feng's feet. Binding technique. Stop. When the female giant axe warrior saw this, her face suddenly changed and she subconsciously wanted to speak out to stop it. Although she also believed that Luo Feng was bluffing, the other party's calm and fearless demeanor still made her feel a little uneasy. It is not wise to take action before things are thoroughly understood.
However, when she opened her mouth to remind him, it was too late.
The female mage cast spells extremely quickly. She used them the moment she opened her mouth.
However, just when the purple magic circle was about to hit Luofeng, a petite figure, like a ghost, suddenly moved sideways and accurately blocked Luofeng.
It's Cheng Xuani. Snort.
A purple binding ring landed at her feet and tightened instantly, trying to keep her in place. However, a powerful professional energy suddenly burst out from Cheng Xuani.
Tenacious will.
This is one of the core skills of the shield warrior, which can greatly improve one's own control resistance in a short period of time and reduce the time of control. Seeing this, the female giant axe warrior could only sigh helplessly in her heart.
Never mind. Now that we have started, there is no turning back.
A fierce look flashed in her eyes, and she swung her arm violently, giving the team members behind her the order to attack.
Go! Take them down. Chapter 035 The Art of Explosion.
At a command, the 9 members of the Crazy Axe team pounced towards Luofeng and his 4 companions like tigers descending from the mountains. At the front were 2 heavily armored female warriors also holding tower shields. They roared, like 2 rampaging steel chariots, aiming directly at Cheng Xuani, who was standing in the front. In their opinion, as long as they could defeat the small shield warrior at the front, the remaining people would be nothing but lambs to be slaughtered. Seeing this, Qin Lu gritted her teeth and without any hesitation, she took a step forward and stood shoulder to shoulder with Cheng Zuenchenji, who was still in the tenacious will state and moved a little slowly. She held the sword and shield in front of her, her petite body bursting with an indomitable fighting spirit, ready to build the first line of defense with Cheng Xuani.
Bai Jia, who was standing next to Luofeng, was almost crying. A fight is really about to break out. What should I do? How can we win this battle? That SA2-star gold medal team.
The equipment and level of each team member are far superior to theirs.
The number is even more overwhelming. This is a battle without any suspense at all.
She gritted her teeth and forced herself to suppress the fear in her heart. The staff in her hand glowed softly, and a continuous healing accurately landed on Cheng Xuani, who was preparing to face the impact.
Anyway, it's Cheng Xuani and Qin Lu who will die. I, Bai Jia, am standing next to the boss.
The worst that can happen is that we will be arrested together, but I won die.
Boom! There was a dull thud, like a heavy hammer hitting a war drum.
The impact force of the 2 tower shield warriors on the opposite side was so terrifying that almost at the moment of contact, Qin Lu's body was like a kite with a broken string. A stream of blood spurted out of her mouth, and she was directly knocked backwards. Cheng Xuani, who was standing next to her, barely avoided being knocked away thanks to the tower shield and tenacious will, but the unmatched force still made her blood boil. She staggered back several steps uncontrollably, felt a sweetness in her throat, and also spat out a mouthful of blood.
She was tied up and had no way to retreat.
Qin Lu willingly used her own flesh and blood to build the first line of defense for Luofeng behind her.
She chose to believe Luofeng. Just as Qin Lu was vomiting blood and rolling in the air, and her vision was about to be swallowed by the darkness, she saw out of the corner of her eye that the figure in purple armor moved.
Boss!
No!
Bai Jia cast a continuous healing spell on Qin Lu, who flew backwards, and her pretty pale face was full of despair. She also saw Luofeng move, his mouth opened, and she subconsciously wanted to call him.
You can't beat me. Stop fighting. Surrender.
However, before she could finish her words, Luofeng's figure had turned into a purple afterimage and rushed forward.
Oops, I can't hold it anymore. It's over. Bai Jia's heart sank to the bottom in an instant.
However, the next second, Bai Jia was stunned, her cherry lips opened wide. After the 2 tower shield warriors from the Crazy Axe team knocked Qin Lu away and repelled Cheng Xuani, they revealed contemptuous yet complacent smiles under their heavy helmets.
It's so easy. With this kind of stuff, they dare to say that they defeated the world boss? What a joke. Just then, they saw the little man in purple clothes, who actually came forward to greet them. He actually uses boxing gloves? Is this a cute little fist shake to yourself? They are heavily armored warriors with tower shields. Not to mention a 1-star fighter, even a 2-star fighter of the same level would not be able to break through their defense head-on with fists. However, the next second, the smug smiles on their faces, along with their proud tower shields, indestructible heavy armor, and their vibrant lives, instantly exploded. Bang! Bang!
2 extremely dull noises, as if they could tear the soul apart, exploded almost at the same time.
Luofeng's heart was filled with anger. It was these 2 guys who knocked Cheng Xuani and Qin Lu away.
In Luo Feng's mind, these two women have already been reserved for his third and fourth wives. Because his level is not high and he is not flexible enough, he can only rely on Chang Xuaning and Qin Lu to be at the front and create opportunities for him to take action. They are wronged. Therefore, Luo Feng used all his strength in these two punches. No holding back. The fist wrapped in blue light slammed firmly onto the two heavy tower shields. There is no earth-shattering energy burst, nor any gorgeous and dazzling skill effects. Only the purest, most primitive, most brutal power. In the face of absolute power, all defenses are useless. 200 times the damage. Shoot the bull from behind the mountain. The tower shield didn't explode. The heavy armor didn't explode either. But the people inside exploded. Under that unmatched force, the two women in the armor were instantly exploded into two balls of thick blood red mist. Two deafening noises, like two thunders, exploded in the heart of the female giant axe warrior. What kind of power could produce such a dull and terrifying sound? Almost at the same time, she caught a glimpse of horror from the corner of her eye. From the gaps in the thick, full coverage heavy armor of her two shield fighter teammates, wisps of scarlet blood mist drifted out. Bang! Bang! There were two loud noises of metal falling to the ground, and the two indestructible tower shields actually fell from their hands and smashed heavily to the ground. Immediately afterwards, in front of everyone's horrified gaze, the two bodies in heavy armor that were originally bulging made an extremely strange posture. It was swaying as if it had lost its internal support. The next second, two empty heavy armors, like bodies with their souls taken away, fell to the ground with a loud bang. Everyone's attention was captivated by the terrifying changes taking place inside the two suits of heavy armor. What is going on? Where are the people inside? The female giant axe warrior's heart was seized by an unprecedented fear. An extremely terrifying possibility flashed through her mind like lightning. However, she had no time to think about it. Because the man in purple armor was already rushing towards her. Is it the warriors? Charge? Years of combat experience allowed the female giant axe warrior to make the most correct response almost instinctively. She roared, and the muscles in her arms swelled instantly. She held the huge battle axe across her body, and her feet seemed to be rooted in the ground, assuming the most stable defensive posture. After charge, the warrior's next attack will increase its damage by 50%. This is common sense that all soldiers are familiar with. As long as the opponent can withstand this attack, he will fall into a brief state of stiffness. However, this experience that helped her escape danger in countless battles turned out to be her fatal mistake this time. The next second, Luo Feng's figure rushed up. Bang! A loud noise, duller and more terrifying than any previous one, exploded. The female giant axe warrior's eyes widened instantly, and her eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. An indescribable terrifying force, like being hit by a star, came from the battle axe. She couldn't even muster a thought of resistance before she lost all consciousness and fell into eternal darkness. Under the terrified and twisted gazes of the remaining members of the Crazy Axe team, their captain and the huge battle axe in her hand exploded. There was no screaming, no struggling, not even a trace of decent resistance. It is the purest, most primitive, and most brutal, crushing. Boom! Flesh, bones, steel. Everything was instantly broken down by the unmatched force, transforming into a ball of brilliant yet deadly blood-red fireworks. The firework exploded in the air, dyeing the surrounding gray fog a shocking scarlet. Time seemed to be paused at this moment. The entire battlefield fell into a strange, suffocating silence. The wind stopped. The roar stopped. Everyone's heartbeat seemed to stop at this moment. The remaining 7 members of the Crazy Axe team just stood there stupidly and blankly. Their faces still showed the ferocity and bloodlust they had when they charged. But their eyes were already filled with an extremely pure emotion called fear. What did they see? Their captain. Just like that, gone? Was he knocked to pieces by that one-star, purple-clad, boxing-gloved little man? This realization, like a red-hot iron, branded their souls fiercely, burning away all their pride, all their fighting spirit, and all their rationality. The tall and thin female mage who had previously clamored to teach Luofeng a lesson was now staring at the figure bathed in blood mist and slowly straightening up with a look as if she were looking at a monster. Her lips trembled and a meaningless, leaky sound came from her throat. Her body began to tremble violently and uncontrollably. I don't know when both my thighs became wet. Just as everyone was shocked, Luofeng rushed up. No. Bang. A dull bang,
The terrified expression on the tall and thin female mage's face froze in an instant. The next second, her body suddenly exploded like a balloon filled with excessive gas. Bang! There was a crisp sound of metal falling to the ground. The staff that had just been used for binding fell to the ground, rolled a few times, and was covered in dust and blood. Chapter 036, Prisoners and Spoils of War. The terrifying sight of the female mage exploding into a bloody mist was like a sledgehammer, hitting the nearly broken nerves of the remaining 6 members of the Crazy Axe team. They suddenly woke up. It was like being forcibly pulled out of the most terrifying nightmare and falling into another even more cruel and bloody reality. Ah! One of the archers, looking at the debris on the ground and the devil-like figure, completely collapsed mentally. A crazy light flashed in her eyes, and she let out a heart-wrenching scream. Almost instinctively, she pulled the longbow in her hand. 3 sharp arrows flashing with cold light were instantly put on the bowstring, aiming at the incarnation of death that was approaching step by step. She wants to fight back. She wants to avenge the captain and her companions. However, just as she was about to release the bowstring, she caught a glimpse of 2 figures fleeing in panic out of the corner of her eye. It was her other 2 archer companions. The moment the 2 women saw the female mage explode and die, they had already made the most decisive decision. They looked at each other and saw the same fear deep in their bones in each other's eyes. Run! If you don't run now, it will be too late. Because they clearly saw that the assistant with the fastest reaction in the team had turned around silently the moment the female mage was locked, and ran towards the teleportation array without looking back. The archer who had already drawn the longbow was shocked when he saw the reactions of his 2 companions and the assistant. At this moment, there is no need to care about honor, spoils, or friendship. Her will to fight, her anger, and her desire for revenge were completely washed away at this moment by the betrayal of her companions and her instinct for survival. She wants to run too. The last 2 remaining supports in the team were completely dumbfounded at this moment. They were holding their staffs, ready to apply buffs of enhancement and healing to their teammates. But when I turned around, why did they all run away? They looked at the man walking towards them. His cold eyes without any emotion made them feel like their souls were about to be frozen. The breath of death, like cold seawater, surged from all directions and completely drowned them. Plop! Plop! The huge fear crushed their last psychological defense line. The 2 female assistants' legs went weak and they collapsed to the ground, their weapons falling out of their hands. They looked at Luo Feng and cried out, "We surrender! We surrender! Don't kill us!" The female archer, seeing that the situation was hopeless, reacted immediately. She decisively put away her longbow and turned around to run away. However, she was still a step too slow. A nimble figure, accompanied by a sharp sound of wind, suddenly came from the side. It's Qin Lu. After being knocked away just now, she has recovered with Baijia's treatment. Qin Lu let out a delicate cry, and the long sword in her hand drew a cold arc, slashing fiercely at the back of the female archer. Although Qin Lu's strength and equipment are far inferior to the elite archers of this 2-star gold medal team, once the archers are approached by the warriors, they will immediately fall into an absolute disadvantage. The female archer felt a chill on her back and a sharp pain. She stumbled and fell heavily to the ground. Luo Feng looked at the assistant and 2 archers who were gradually running away and shook his head helplessly. Luo Feng did not chase after him. After returning, he glanced at Baijia, who was tying up 3 enemies, and asked calmly, "Did you take the video?" I filmed it." Baijia nodded quickly, her voice still trembling with the feeling of having just survived a disaster. "I filmed the whole process. There's absolutely no problem." "Show me." "Yes." Baijia immediately held her mobile phone in both hands and handed it over respectfully. Luo Feng took the phone and quickly watched the video from beginning to end. The entire process, from the other party's provocation, to the attack, and then to his own counterattack, was clearly recorded. Very good. With this video evidence, even if the case goes to a professional court, I will be in the right. Self-defense, rights protection, and counterattack are reasonable and legal. Cheng Xuani, who was standing next to him, no longer had time to look at the spoils. She gasped, sat down on the ground with difficulty, and quickly untied her leg armor and took it off. The binding spell, cast by the female mage just now, not only has a confinement effect, but also comes with continuous spell damage. Although she used tenacious will to resist most of the control effects, the cold spell energy still corroded her ankles. Luo Feng's attention was attracted over there.
Cheng Xuani's slender and well-proportioned legs were exposed in the air, her skin was fair and delicate, and her lines were smooth and graceful. But at this moment, her slender ankle was covered in a shocking red and swelling with a hint of purple and black, and was constantly emitting wisps of black gas. It was obvious that she was seriously injured. Luo Feng frowned slightly and quickly called out to Bai Jia, who was still immersed in shock, "Bai Jia, come here and treat her." Cheng Xuani's pretty face flushed with anger as Luo Feng stared at her thighs without any hesitation, and a strong feeling of shyness surged in her heart. But she did not dodge. Instead, she met Luo Feng's gaze and looked back straight at him. She cursed herself in her heart. "Cheng Xuani, you useless thing. Men are just looking at your thighs, there is nothing to be shy about. Luo Feng is a man, but he looks so calm. Why are you, a woman, shy?" She swallowed hard and let Bai Jia bandage and treat her. Hiss. "It hurts." At this time, the female archer who was chopped to the ground by Qin Lu and was now tightly tied with special ropes, looked at the mess on the ground and the empty heavy armor and weapons, her eyes full of fear and disbelief. She raised her head with difficulty and looked at the man who was calmly watching the video, her voice trembling uncontrollably. Could this be a misunderstanding? Before she finished her words, Qin Lu beside her was already furious. Misunderstand? She walked quickly to the female archer and looked down at her condescendingly, her pretty and heroic face filled with anger and contempt. "You guys attacked us, and you still dare to say it was a misunderstanding? What misunderstanding? It's clearly you guys who are greedy and want to steal our spoils." Qin Lu became more and more angry as she spoke. She stretched out her foot and kicked the female archer hard on the wound on her back. The female archer screamed, her eyes went dark, and she almost fainted. The wound on his back suddenly opened again. "If you have anything to say, go to the professional court and tell the judge." The other two female assistants who were tied together and slumped on the ground were already stunned with fear. They looked at Luo Feng, who was quietly picking up the equipment and weapons scattered on the ground not far away, and their hearts were still full of unreality. One of the female assistants swallowed hard and said in a voice as thin as a mosquito, filled with fear, "Could it be that this really is your spoils?" The completely unreasonable and terrifying strength that man had just displayed. With one punch, the heavily armored and shielded warrior instantly turned into a bloody mist. With one collision, the captain of the 2-star gold medal team was reduced to ashes. This kind of power, let alone conquering the world boss on the first floor, even if you go to the second or third floor, I'm afraid you can walk sideways. Is this a 1-star warrior? He must be hiding his strength. That collision skill must be an S-level hidden skill. And the other party even took a video. When the captain attacked such a man, he could already imagine what the situation would be like after he left the Black Domain. When they thought of this, deep despair appeared in the eyes of the two female assistants. Qin Lu was sorting out the equipment left behind by the Crazy Axe team, recording it while reporting to Luo Feng. This staff is a 2-star purple weapon, the Originium staff. The robes worn by the female mage are now only fragments. As she spoke, Qin Lu glanced at Luo Feng with a complicated look in her eyes. After Bai Jia helped Cheng Xuani with treatment, she also joined the queue to organize equipment. "Look carefully, this wizard should have 2 rings and a necklace on him," Bai Jia said in a deep voice. The female captain's huge purple battle axe had now broken into 2 pieces. Bai Jia sighed. "What a pity, it's also a 2-star purple weapon." The heavy armor, also purple, had a clear, inward concave impact mark on the chest, and was covered with spiderweb-like cracks around it, indicating that it had been severely damaged. "Captain, take these 2 back and see if they can be repaired." As for the 2 green tower shields left by the 2 shield warriors, there were also deep dents in the center, and their durability was probably very low. However, the 2 sets of green heavy armor they were wearing did not seem to have much damage on the surface. These things were left behind after the other party attacked and I counterattacked in self-defense. According to the provisions of the Black Domain Basic Law, now, these equipment, weapons, and all personal belongings of the 3 captives are Luo Feng's legal spoils of war. Not only that, Luo Feng even has the right to demand a series of compensation from the surviving members of the Crazy Axe team and the team itself. Soon, the 2 rings and a necklace dropped by the female mage were found. It's a pity that they are all blue and green equipment. But it's normal to think about it. Although he is the resident mage of the 2-star gold medal team, it is unlikely that he even has a full set of purple jewelry. According to preliminary statistics, the equipment and items lost by the Crazy Axe team, plus subsequent compensation, may exceed 3 million. Adding all the previous gains, the total gains this time are close to 20 million.
20 million. The numbers estimated by the three women in their minds were almost the same. As team members, even if you only get a small portion, that's still millions of dollars in profit. Thinking of this, the three women looked at Luo Feng and could no longer remain calm. It was filled with undisguised fiery admiration and possessiveness. Now that everything was almost packed up, Luo Feng gave an order and prepared to return. Let's go back. However, Bai Jia stopped Luo Feng. Captain, wait. Chapter 037 Dragon Cemetery. Bai Jia quickly walked to Luo Feng, tiptoed slightly, and leaned close to his ear. A warm and moist breath, with a hint of fragrance, blew gently on Luo Feng's earlobe, making his heart slightly moved. Captain, she said in a low voice, you'd better use your job transfer quest card, now. Why? Luo Feng raised his eyebrows slightly. Bai Jia explained in a deep voice, her voice filled with unquestionable professionalism, there are 3 reasons. First, you just killed the world boss, the black-scaled rock lizard king, and absorbed the enormous grey mist energy that formed after its disintegration. However, you only advanced from level 9 to level 10, and a huge amount of grey mist energy is still stored in your body and used. Once you leave the black domain, this energy will slowly dissipate, which is a huge waste for you. If you use the job change quest card right now, once the job change is successful, the grey fog energy in your body will be converted into level experience the moment you obtain your new job, helping you level up immediately. With such a huge amount of grey fog energy, it is very normal to level up several times in a row. A glimmer of appreciation flashed in Luo Feng's eyes. Go on. Bai Jia felt Luo Feng's eyes full of approval and knew that she had made the right bet. A surge of ecstasy welled up in her heart, but her face remained calm and professional. On the other side, Cheng Xuanyi and Qin Lu saw Bai Jia and Luo Feng whispering so closely together, and a look of vigilance immediately appeared on their faces. This woman. Give her the opportunity to perform. As for the 3 members of the Crazy Axe team who were tied up further away, when they heard the 5 words job transfer task card, their faces revealed unconcealable shock and horror. Did they really conquer the world boss, the black-scaled rock lizard king? And I also got a job change quest card? Bai Jia ignored the various looks around her. She took a deep breath and continued, secondly, after you change your class, you'll be more comfortable handling that dispute with your hidden class identity. A powerful hidden class has far more say and deterrent power than a D-rank warrior. The last point, Bai Jia's eyes flashed with a strange light, is about the metaphysics of professionals. You see, we were able to encounter the world boss today, and even dropped a job transfer card and so many top-grade equipment. This shows that we are extremely lucky today. If you enter the secret mission realm right now, maybe you can continue this good luck. After listening to Bai Jia's analysis, Luo Feng's eyes showed even more appreciation. This woman is not only smart and insightful, but also very sensible. He stretched out his arms and naturally embraced Bai Jia's soft and slender waist, gently pulling her into his arms. Very good, he whispered in her ear, his warm breath instantly making her sensitive earlobe flush an alluring pink, you did well. Bai Jia's body suddenly stiffened, and a strong electric current instantly spread from her waist to her limbs. She raised her head and met Luo Feng's deep eyes with a hint of playful smile. That look seemed to be able to suck her soul in. Luo Feng looked at the pretty face in his arms, which became more and more charming because of excitement and shyness, and an idea flashed through his mind. Cheng Xuanyi and Qin Lu have both kissed, so leaving Bai Jia alone to be the only one to do so doesn't seem like a good idea, right? They are all prospective wives, so there should be no favoritism. Thinking of this, Luo Feng no longer hesitated. He slowly lowered his head and kissed Bai Jia's slightly open red lips that were shining with crystal water. Bai Jia felt like she was about to melt. Her originally tense body completely softened under his gentle attack. She slowly closed her eyes, her long eyelashes trembling slightly. Her arms, as if instinctively, tightly wrapped around Luo Feng's neck, and she responded awkwardly but passionately to the kiss that made her intoxicated. Cheng Xuanyi and Qin Lu, who were not far away, looked at this scene and felt that their hearts were about to be overwhelmed by jealousy. He actually kissed Bai Jia? Why? An intense, indescribable feeling of imbalance was growing wildly in the hearts of both of them. The 3 members of the Crazy Axe team who were further away were also severely shocked when they saw this vivid scene. This doesn't make sense. In their perception, shouldn't a mysterious man like Luo Feng, who was young, handsome, and powerful to the point of being terrifying, be high and mighty, with all the women at his disposal? Shouldn't he be hanging on to these 3 female team members who are obviously madly in love with him? How could he give me a kiss so easily? Moreover, judging from his skilled and domineering posture just now, he was clearly the active one. This man wants to overthrow the current order between men and women and believes in male boxing, which advocates the supremacy of men. He is really a man who is consistent inside and out. After a long time, their lips parted. Bai Jie's pretty face was red enough to bleed, her bright eyes were sparkling with a hint of confusion, a hint of shyness, and a hint of the secret joy of getting what she wanted. She leaned in Luo Feng's arms, breathing heavily, feeling her whole body as soft as a pool of spring water, her legs weak, and she didn't even have the strength to stand. Luo Feng let her go, with a faint smile still on his face. He turned around and took out the golden job transfer task card from his arms. His eyes fell on it, and his gaze gradually became sharp and firm. "You too," he said without turning around, his voice calm and commanding, "wait here for me." After saying that, he said no more and applied light force with his fingertips. Pa! The golden card shattered. Countless tiny golden light spots burst out from it, like a dazzling meteor shower, instantly enveloping Luo Feng. The light faded away, and Luo Feng's figure disappeared from the spot. Luo Feng felt that his soul was instantly pulled out by an irresistible and vast force. The light and shadow in front of his eyes changed, and the stars moved. When he regained consciousness and his feet touched the ground again, the scene before him had completely changed. He descended upon a vast gray plain. The sky is an eternal lead gray color, and the thick clouds are like solidified lead blocks, so oppressive that it makes people breathless. The earth is covered with skeletons as huge as mountains. The hideous skeletons and ribs that rise into the sky all tell of their hugeness and terror in life. This is the skeleton of the Dragon Clan. The howling wind passed through the gaps between the huge bones, bringing with it a faint wailing, as if countless unwilling souls were crying softly on this dead land. The air was filled with an indissoluble smell of blood and decay, mixed with a heart-pounding cold energy. The narration of the mission copy told Luo Feng. This place was once the habitat of the ancient dragon clan and a paradise for thousands of dragons to soar. But due to a terrible disaster, all the dragons here died. Their flesh and blood turned into mountains and rivers, their bones formed the earth, and the unwilling dragon souls, under the erosion of endless resentment and dark energy of the void, turned into a twisted and crazy monster shadow dragon beast. The whole world is filled with sadness, desolation, and desolation. This is the dragon's graveyard and the prison of souls. Luo Feng stood on this land of bones, feeling the sadness that penetrated deep into his bones, and an inexplicable throbbing surged in his heart. Luo Feng looked at himself. The purple armor on his body had disappeared at some point, replaced by a plain and crude set of unknown cloth armor. He opened the attribute panel, and the occupation column clearly displayed, Dragon Blood Warrior not activated LV1. Sure enough, after entering the secret realm of the mission, everything was reset. But the only thing to be thankful for is that all the skills he mastered, normal attack LV5, charged heavy attack LV1, one punch man LV2 SSS level, charge LV1 C level, half hamstring LV1 C level, rage LV1 C level, were inherited intact. As long as his skills are still there, his core combat power is still there. Before Luo Feng had time to fully adapt to this desolate environment, he encountered the first wave of crisis. Crack crack. In front of them, the densely packed dragon skeletons, like mountains, suddenly emitted a faint blue-black luster. Huge dragon-shaped monsters made of bones are slowly waking up from their slumber. Two balls of dark blue soul fire burned in their eye sockets, and their hollow skeletons made a teeth-grinding friction sound as they staggered to their feet from the ground. Luo Feng narrowed his eyes. There are so many dragon skeletons in front of me, so densely packed that I can't see the end of them. It's just right. Before they fully gather together, let us test the depth of these skeleton dragon bones first. Without any hesitation, he kicked his feet hard and rushed towards the dragon skeletons that had just crawled up in front like a cannonball. The fist wind was whistling, and the violent force even pulled out a white air wave visible to the naked eye in the air. Bang! With a dull bang, it suddenly exploded. The three dragon skeletons in the front were like fragile rotten wood, and were instantly blown into bone powder by the violent force. Level up! Current level, LV2. The familiar upgrade prompt sound rang in my mind. A hint of joy suddenly appeared on Luo Feng's face. The power of One Punch Man is still as terrifying as ever. These seemingly powerful dragon skeletons are still vulnerable in front of him. Chapter 038, Dragon Clan's Wall of Size. Now that it has been confirmed that these dragon skeletons are nothing to be afraid of, Luo Feng no longer has any concerns. He was like a tiger entering a flock of sheep, charging directly into the white ocean composed of countless skeletons. Boom! Boom! Boom!
The dull and terrifying sound of explosions, like a symphony of death, continued to play on this dead and silent plane of bones. Every punch Luo Feng threw out was accompanied by the disintegration of several dragon skeletons. Their extremely hard dragon bones became as fragile as paper under Luo Feng's terrifying fist wind that contained 200 times the damage. Bone powder flew all over the sky, covering Luo Feng's figure in a gray-white dust, like a killing demon walking out of an ancient battlefield. Level up. Current level, LV3. Level up. Current level, LV4. Level up. Current level, LV5. In just over 10 minutes, his level soared to level 12 like a rocket. Even higher than the level in reality. However, as the battle continued, Luo Feng gradually discovered a problem. Although the dragon skeletons on this plane are huge and almost endless in number, after they are killed, they do not drop anything except the energy needed for upgrades. No equipment, no magic stones, and no recovery supplies. Only the purest energy was absorbed by his body and transformed into an increase in level. Luo Feng's eyes swept across the endless sea of bones, and he suddenly understood. He probably figured out the real difficulty of this plane of bones. For ordinary professionals, their output is limited. Facing this endless and fearless army of skeletons, their physical strength and magic power are ultimately limited. Without any supplies, every time they release a skill, they consume their physical strength or mana. Once they are exhausted, all that awaits them is to be buried in endless bones and eventually die of exhaustion. Even if upgrading brings recovery of physical strength and mana, there will be a time when they are exhausted. This is a level that purely tests your endurance. However, this seemingly unsolvable problem was perfectly overcome by Luo Feng. His main means of output is normal attack. This is the most basic skill for all professions, and it can be said that it has basically no consumption. After figuring this out, Luo Feng no longer had any worries. He completely let go and started a one-sided massacre in this sea of bones. Time passes by unknowingly. Luo Feng could no longer remember how long he had been fighting on this grayish-white plane. 1 hour? 2 hours? Long time? Or longer? He only knew that his level was constantly rising with each punch. Level 15. Level 18. Level 20. With each level up, the experience points required increase exponentially. Moreover, as he continued to go deeper, the dragon skeletons on the plane became stronger and stronger. Their levels, from the initial LV5, climbed all the way to LV10, LV15, LV20. Their bodies became larger and larger, and the color of their bones changed from the original dark white to a hard grayish white, and finally, even to a metallic blue-black color. However, in front of Luo Feng's One Punch Man, these changes are meaningless. No matter how strong or hard they become, they can still be dealt with one punch. Finally, when Luo Feng blasted the last batch of LV30 blue-black dragon skeletons into bone powder, only the last skeleton remained on the entire plane. It was a giant skeleton dragon as big as a mountain. Its entire body was as black as ink, with a faint blue sheen flowing on the surface of its bones, and 2 balls of soul fire burning in its eye sockets that jumped like will-o'-the-wisp. Roar! It opened its huge skeletal dragon mouth and let out an earth-shaking roar, the sound waves even creating visible ripples in the air. However, what awaited it was Luo Feng's unreasonable charge. Bang! With a deafening roar, it exploded. The huge giant skeleton dragon couldn't even put up any decent resistance. It was like a statue shattered by a finger of God, and instantly exploded into black bone powder all over the sky. Level up. Current level, LV25. With the giant skeleton dragon's sudden disintegration, the plane that was once covered with endless bones finally became empty. The whole world fell into silence again. Luo Feng slowly stood up and let out a long breath. The long and intense battle had made him feel a little tired. But beneath this fatigue, there is more of a refreshing pleasure brought by the rapid improvement of strength. Level 25. In a short period of time, he reached a level that an ordinary professional would need 10 years of hard work to reach. At this moment, spots of white light suddenly appeared on the empty plane. Those white lights gathered from all directions like living fireflies, and finally condensed into a dazzling golden road under Luo Feng's feet. Luo Feng looked along the light strip. At the end of the road, there is a looming giant mountain made entirely of bones. The mountain, towering into the clouds and reaching the sky, exudes an ancient and vast atmosphere. Luo Feng embarked on this golden road. This time, there was no unusual movement. After walking for an unknown amount of time, the looming mountain of bones finally became clear in his sight. However, the only path leading to the giant mountain was blocked by an enormous dragon bone wall made of countless dragon skeletons. That dragon bone wall was 100 meters high and unknown how wide it was, like a natural barrier that divided the entire world into two. On the wall, countless hideous dragon skulls are intertwined, and their empty eye sockets seem to be silently watching every creature that tries to approach, emitting a heart-pounding breath of death. Luo Feng stopped. He could feel that this wall was not dead. A powerful will, vague and filled with resentment and unwillingness, is lurking deep within this wall, forming an invisible mental pressure that is enough to make anyone with a weak will collapse instantly. Luo Feng did not rush to take action. He stood there quietly, carefully observing this magnificent and strange dragon bone wall. He was looking for a flaw. However, the entire wall was seamless, as if carved from a single huge dragon bone, and there was no place that could be called a weak point at all. At this moment, an old and majestic voice suddenly sounded in Luo Feng's mind. "Break the wall of size and you will be on the road to the summit." The voice seemed to come from the distant ancient times, carrying endless vicissitudes and sadness, and resounded directly in the depths of Luo Feng's soul. But the voice paused, and the tone became extremely solemn. "Attackers will be mentally assaulted by the resentment of the dragon race accumulated here for eons. At best, they will suffer insanity, and at worst, their souls will be shattered. Those who are unprepared latecomers don't try it lightly. Don't try easily?" Luo Feng was thinking silently in his mind. "Apart from charging forward head-on, do I have any other means? It seems gone. All my abilities are in these two fists. Then, just be reckless." As for the so-called Dragon's Grudge mental attack, Luo Feng remembered the skill description of One Punch Man, but it clearly stated 100% chance to ignore debuff. Although he also didn't know how wide the judgment range of this debuff was, and what mechanism this ignore was effective by. But how can you know if you don't try? Thinking of this, Luo Feng no longer had any hesitation. He took a deep breath, lowered his legs slightly, and instantly all the strength in his body accumulated to the extreme like a titan spring. Next second. Boom! The ground shook violently. Luo Feng's fist had turned into an afterimage that was almost impossible to capture with the naked eye. Like a cannonball fired from a gun, it smashed towards the magnificent dragon bone wall. Boom! This punch seemed to have triggered a violent earthquake. The entire earth was shaking violently, and countless hideous cracks, centered on the point where Luo Feng's fist landed, spread out madly like a spider web. The indestructible dragon bone wall began to tremble violently under this earth-shattering punch. Countless tiny pieces of dragon bone fragments fell from the wall like a rainstorm. Ah! A sharp and piercing roar filled with endless resentment and pain suddenly erupted from deep within the wall. The sound was not transmitted through the air, but acted directly on the soul. However, before the terrifying dragon resentment's spiritual impact could fully unfold, Luo Feng's second punch had already followed. Boom! The third punch. Boom! The fourth punch. One punch after another. Luo Feng's attack was like a violent storm, continuous, and gave the so-called dragon resentment no chance to breathe. In his sensory world, he could not hear any so-called sound of dragon resentment at all. There was only the dull yet blood-boiling roar of fists hitting bones. He didn't know whether it was the wall of size that was beaten so hard by him that it couldn't even scream, or the ignore debuff effect of One Punch Man that was constantly shielding him from all mental attacks. Anyway, Luo Feng knew that he had made the right bet this time. Chapter 039, Gaze from Purgatory. As Luo Feng's punch missed. Boom! With a deafening roar, it exploded. The wall of size, which had stood for countless years and carried the resentment of billions of dragon souls, was finally unable to withstand this extremely violent force any longer. It collapsed with a loud bang. Countless huge dragon bones, like knocked over building blocks, rumbled to the ground, stirring up bone powder and dust all over the sky. After the wall collapsed, a climbing path paved with huge dragon bones leading to the top of the mountain appeared clearly in front of Luo Feng. Luo Feng seemed to hear a sigh coming from somewhere. Seemingly there and not there. At the same time, a huge amount of extremely pure energy spots suddenly burst out from the countless dragon bone fragments scattered on the ground. Those light spots seemed to be pulled by some invisible force, turning into dazzling torrents, rushing into Luo Feng's body from all directions. Buzz! Luo Feng only felt an unprecedented, vast energy like the ocean, which instantly washed over his limbs and bones, nourishing every cell of his body. Level up!
Current level, LV26. Level up. Current level, LV27. Level up. Current level, LV28. Level up. Current level, LV29. Level up. Current level, LV30. 5 levels in a row. At this moment, his level soared to level 30. Luo Feng took a deep breath and slowly calmed down the energy in his body that was surging due to the 5 consecutive levels. He raised his head and looked at the climbing path leading to the top of the giant mountain of bones. He knew that the real trial had just begun. He took a step forward and stepped onto the road paved entirely with dark white dragon bones. With every step, the keel under your feet will make a slight crackling sound, as if telling the ancient sadness. The road winds upwards, and there is dead silence, with only the howling wind echoing in my ears. I don't know how long I walked, but the view ahead suddenly became clear. An extremely large circular platform altar made of black boulders appeared halfway up the mountain. In the center of the altar, a figure stood quietly. It was a giant knight who was 5 meters tall. He was wearing a heavy armor that was as black as ink and covered with hideous bone spurs. There was no trace of flesh and blood in the gaps of the armor, it was empty. Only behind his huge helmet visor, 2 balls of blue soul fire were burning quietly, emitting a cold and evil aura. Under his crotch was a huge skeleton dragon also made of bones. 2 balls of dark blue flames were also burning in the skeleton dragon's eye sockets. Its huge bone wings were folded on both sides of its body, and its sharp bone claws were deeply embedded in the black ground of the altar, filled with a sense of oppression ready to be unleashed. The moment Luo Feng stepped onto the altar, that ancient and majestic voice sounded in his mind again. This is a traitor of the Dragon Clan and a spy of mankind. The former Dragon Knight captain of the Dragon Empire Balgo. It was he who betrayed the trust of the Dragon Clan, colluded with the demons from Purgatory, and brought devastating disaster to this land. Defeat him. That voice was filled with endless anger and sorrow. Prove to us that you are worthy and can inherit our final will. However, Luo Feng was faster. He didn't give the other party any chance to show his power. He knows exactly where his strengths lie. It's about taking the initiative. It's about that unreasonable one-punch man. As long as the first attack is successful, the subsequent battle will most likely be over before the opponent has time to fully react. Almost at the same time as the skeleton dragon roared, Luo Feng's legs suddenly exerted force. Charge! At the same time, a line of purple information appeared above the head of the skeleton dragon knight. Dragon Trader Balgo LV50. Level 50. 20 levels higher than Luo Feng. But there was no fear in Luo Feng's eyes, only a burning desire to fight. So what if it's LV50? One punch man, the advantage is mine. The skeleton dragon knight's reaction did not seem to be fast. Perhaps it had slept for too long and its body was still a little stiff, or perhaps it simply didn't take the LV30 ant in front of it seriously. It just slowly and with a bit of contempt raised the huge lance in its hand. However, it was this moment of underestimation of the enemy that determined its fate. Luo Feng's figure turned into a purple lightning and collided with the huge skeleton dragon. Bang! With a deafening roar, it exploded. The arrogant skeleton dragon didn't even have time to flap its bony wings before it was instantly blown into flying bone powder like a piece of porcelain hit head-on by a battering ram. The skeleton dragon knight sitting on its back lost his mount, and his huge body lost balance in the air, falling heavily to the hard ground of the altar in a mess. Boom! The heavy body of the skeleton dragon knight slammed heavily on the altar, making a deafening noise. Behind his huge helmet, 2 balls of dark blue soul fire jumped violently. Obviously, he had never expected that the battle would start in such an incredible way. You. A hoarse, dry syllable, full of the decay of endless years, came from the hollow armor. This skeleton dragon knight can actually speak. However, Luo Feng was not interested at all in what he wanted to say. I'm not even interested. Kill you while you are sick. Almost at the moment the opponent landed on the ground, Luo Feng's figure had already followed him like a shadow and approached him in an instant. Broken ribs. He punched out, hitting the skeleton dragon knight's arm joint precisely as he tried to support himself on the ground. Crack! A crisp sound of bone breaking was heard. The skeleton dragon knight's action of getting up was suddenly interrupted. An invisible force instantly acted on it, making its huge body become slow and stiff. Now is the time. Bang! Bang! Bang!
Luo Feng's fist, like a violent storm, with the power to destroy the world, poured madly on the huge body of the skeleton dragon knight. Every punch that landed was accompanied by a dull, heart-pounding thud. Under the violent fist wind, the skeleton dragon knight's incomparably hard black armor was like a block of iron being repeatedly struck by a sledgehammer, constantly groaning under the heavy burden. "You are looking for death." Intermittent roars filled with endless anger and tyranny came from the hollow armor. The skeleton dragon knight struggled frantically. However, under Luo Feng's continuous and violent attacks, all its struggles seemed so pale and powerless. It didn't even have a chance to stand up again. Finally, boom! Accompanied by Luo Feng's last ordinary attack containing the power to destroy the world. The skeleton dragon knight's huge body suddenly stiffened, and then, as if all its support was taken away, it collapsed with a loud bang. The indestructible black armor cracked inch by inch, and eventually turned into countless black fragments and dissipated into the air. A huge amount of energy, more pure and powerful than any previous time, instantly poured into Luo Feng's body like a flood breaking through a dam. Level up. Current level, LV31. Level up. Current level, LV32. Level up. Current level, LV33. 3 consecutive promotions. After reaching level 30, the energy required for each level up increases exponentially. Even so, the massive amount of energy obtained after killing the skeleton dragon knight still allowed Luo Feng to level up 3 levels like a hot knife through butter, directly soaring to LV33. However, before he could recover from the pleasure of his strength leaping forward again, the old and majestic voice from before sounded again in Luo Feng's mind. This time, the voice carried a hint of fatigue and lament that was difficult to conceal. "Human, I acknowledge your courage. If you leave now, you will obtain the S-rank hidden job, Dragon Knight. This is the certificate of courage you earned by defeating the projection of that traitor." Or. The voice paused, as if carrying a hint of expectation and a hint of worry. "You want to continue proving yourself and move up? On it, there's the SS level, or even SSS level, professional certificate you've always dreamed of. But blessings and disasters have the same origin. The higher you go, the more dangerous the tests you face. If you're not careful, you'll end up with nothing. Have you thought about it?" Luo Feng stood on the empty altar, quietly digesting the information brought by the ancient voice in his mind. S-level hidden profession, Dragon Knight. This reward is quite generous. After all, an S-level hidden profession is enough to reach the top in one step and become a person admired by thousands of people. This is a consideration of gains and losses. However, Luo Feng did not hesitate at all. His gaze passed the altar and turned to the road of bones that continued to wind its way upwards and into the clouds. "I choose to continue." At this moment, a grand voice filled with endless evil and tyranny suddenly crossed the endless time and space and exploded directly above him. "This is just a projection of me within the Dragon Clan's resentful spirits. It's their endless fear of me. I am just the way I came. I'll remember you, human. You are fine." Before he finished speaking, an indescribable terrifying will filled with destruction and chaos seemed to cross countless dimensions and descend upon Luo Feng. Just when that will was about to touch Luo Feng's soul, a dragon roar filled with endless majesty and desolation suddenly sounded in this world of bones. Roar! The dragon's roar instantly dispersed the evil will. At the same time, deep in an unknown purgatory plane filled with sulfur and fire. A terrifying existence so huge that it could not be described in any words slowly opened its eyes that were like a giant lake of lava. It snorted coldly with disdain, a sound that was enough to make countless worlds tremble. "You won't rest in peace even after death, you little bug." Chapter 40, The Battle of the Dragon King. Luo Feng only felt as if he was stared at by some terrifying existence for a moment, and a chill that penetrated deep into his bones made his hair stand on end. But that feeling came and went quickly. As the majestic dragon roar rang out, all the discomfort disappeared. He knew that just now, it must have been that desolate voice that protected him in secret. Luo Feng also had a rough guess about this existence. Luo Feng took a deep breath and stopped thinking about it. He took a step forward and continued on the road to the top of the mountain. However, he had just taken the first step when something strange happened. An indescribable torrent of emotions filled with endless sorrow and despair, like a flood bursting through a dam, broke through his mental defenses without warning and submerged his consciousness in an instant. The scene before my eyes began to distort and blur. He is no longer Luo Feng. He seemed to have transformed into a giant dragon soaring in the sky.
His perspective became extremely lofty. He saw the vast and fertile land, the majestic city-states, and the countless tiny but vibrant humans who lived in harmony with the Dragon Clan and protected the world together. However, the beautiful scene did not last long. A disaster from the void has come. Grey fog, like a plague, seeped out from the cracks in the sky, polluting the earth and the human soul. The flames of madness and greed burned in the eyes of the former allies. They raised their butcher knives and pointed them at their former guardians. Betrayal, killing, destruction. Boundless resentment, anger, and despair, like the most vicious curse, instantly filled Luo Feng's entire mind. He could clearly feel that his consciousness was being assimilated and eroded by this huge negative emotion. No! Luo Feng roared in his heart. He knew it was fake. It was a mental attack. But this emotion was so real and so overwhelming that he couldn't block it out at all. At the critical moment when his consciousness was about to be completely devoured, he suddenly remembered the effect of One Punch Man. Ignore debuff. Without any hesitation, almost instinctively, he threw a punch at the void in front of him that was made up of illusions. Break it for me. Crack. A crisp sound, like breaking glass, rang in his mind. The tragic illusion that seemed so real just now was like a mirror hit by a heavy hammer. It was instantly covered with spiderweb-like cracks and then shattered. The hatred and revenge of the Dragon Clan have nothing to do with me. Clarity and determination returned to Luo Feng's eyes. I came here today to obtain the inheritance of the Dragon Blood Warrior. However, in the illusion just now, it was the Black Domain. In the history of the Dragon Clan in this unknown time and space, the Black Domain also appeared. And the powerful Dragon Clan was wiped out. But the humans on Blue Star successfully counterattacked. After figuring this out, Luo Feng was no longer confused. He took firm steps and continued to climb up the road of bones. Whenever a new illusion arises, whenever new negative emotions try to erode his will, he will swing his iron fist without hesitation. Boom! 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 Punch after punch. He used the purest and most domineering method to smash all the mental attacks that tried to block him. The resentment of the Dragon Clan that drove countless challengers insane and scared them to death has now become an experience value baby. It was unknown how long it had been, but when Luo Feng smashed the illusion in front of him with another punch, a stream of pure energy suddenly surged out from the broken illusion and poured into his body. Level up. Current level, LV34. While punching along the way, he actually reached another level. In this way, Luo Feng came to the second huge platform. In the center of the platform stands a huge stone monument that is completely black and 100 meters high. Countless thick, rusty iron chains, like ferocious poisonous snakes, extended from the stone tablet, tightly binding, entangling and piercing an equally huge dragon corpse. The corpse had long since decayed, leaving only a pitch-black skeleton, but it still exuded a terrifying and heart-pounding aura. Countless black resentments condensed from the dragon's resentment, visible to the naked eye, surrounded the stone tablet and corpses like ghosts, emitting bursts of shrill cries. At this moment, that old and majestic voice sounded again in Luo Feng's mind. This is the deputy leader of the Dragon Clan, the Shadow Dragon King. It was bewitched by the evil god and betrayed the Dragon Clan. In the name of research, it introduced pollution into the dragon nest, causing large-scale deformation of the Dragon Clan, infighting, and ultimately destruction. It has been trapped here for countless years just to atone for its sins. And now, it will serve as your touchstone for the final time. Come on, human. Destroy it. Accept our dragon race's vengeful spirit. However, just as the desolate voice fell, two balls of dark purple flame suddenly ignited in the empty eye sockets of the huge dragon skeleton that was tied tightly to the stone tablet. Immediately afterwards, a voice filled with endless resentment sounded directly in Luo Feng's mind. Another, deceived human. I am the true leader of the Dragon Clan. For countless years, countless self-righteous geniuses like you have been deceived by it, coming to destroy my projection and weaken my power. Their ultimate goal is to free the thief sealed on the mountaintop. The thief trapped on the 10,000 dragon throne on the mountaintop is the real evildoer, the Golden Dragon King. The next second, Luo Feng moved. Charge! Luo Feng's figure turned into an arrow shot from a bow, and slammed into the huge dragon bone that was tightly tied to the stone tablet with iron chains. Because the dragon bone was so huge, Luo Feng could only attack the base of its thick tail that was hanging on the ground of the altar. Bang! With a deafening roar, it exploded. The entire huge stone tablet shook violently under this violent impact.
Countless pieces of gravel fell from the steel, like a rain of stones.
The huge dragon bone tied on it let out a teeth-grinding, unbearable cry. The two purple flames burning in its empty eye sockets swayed violently, as if they would go out in the next second. Why?
The Shadow Dragon King's roar, filled with endless anger and disbelief, echoed over the entire platform, making the air buzz.
However, Luo Feng ignored its questioning.
His fists were like a violent storm, madly attacking the tail vertebrae of the huge dragon bone.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
Every time a punch landed, there was a terrifying sound of the air exploding. It was also accompanied by the wailing of the Shadow Dragon King's skeleton.
To Luo Feng's ears, this sound was as beautiful as a symphony.
Momentum, momentum, ah.
Repeat this cycle. Boom!
Finally, under Luo Feng's unreasonable ordinary attack, the huge stone tablet could no longer bear it. It began to crack inch by inch from the bottom and finally collapsed. At the moment the stone tablet collapsed, Luo Feng's skill was cooled down. He charged again, this time aiming directly at the huge dragon head that fell along with the stone tablet. The huge dragon bone head seemed to sense the danger and suddenly raised up, trying to dodge. As a result, Luo Feng's impact hit its fragile cervical vertebrae hard.
Bang! Another deafening bang. Ah!
The skeleton of the Shadow Dragon King let out an extremely shrill scream.
Stop! Stop! Even Shadow Dragon King Long was dumbfounded. This human, why is he so determined? Why, with so many questions in mind, didn't he even have the slightest desire to find the truth? Wait! 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 Wait!
The Shadow Dragon King's plea for mercy, filled with fear and unwillingness, rang in Luo Feng's ears. However, what greeted it was still Luo Feng's ruthless iron fist that contained the power to destroy the world. The dragon head is too big and too flexible, twisting around and making it difficult to hit.
But, try twisting your neck. Bang! Bang! Bang!
Each of Luo Feng's punches landed precisely on the cervical vertebrae that had just been cracked by charge.
Crack, crack.
The crisp sound of bones breaking, like the knell of death, rang continuously.
No, don't.
The Shadow Dragon King's consciousness screamed in extreme pain and despair.
It doesn't understand. This human, why? Finally, Luo Feng's last heavy punch landed. Boom!
The Shadow Dragon King's huge head was finally completely separated from its body, flew high into the air, drew an arc in the air, and fell heavily to the ground. As the huge head fell heavily to the ground, the two purple flames burning in its eye sockets dimmed and finally went out completely. However, Luo Feng's attack did not stop there. He rushed forward and punched the center of the huge dragon head. Crack! A slight crisp sound was heard, and an almost imperceptible crack appeared on the hard dragon skull. At the moment the crack appeared, the two balls of purple flames in the eye sockets that had been extinguished suddenly rekindled, and they were brighter and more violent than ever before.
Human!
The Shadow Dragon King's voice, filled with shock and disbelief, rang in Luo Feng's mind again.
How did you find out? Luo Feng did not answer. He just shook his head and punched the crack again and again. This Shadow Dragon King is a bit stupid. There are no prompts on my side, and no experience points to upgrade, so of course I am not dead yet. It's such an obvious trap, who are you trying to fool? Do you really think you are a fool? Chapter 041, Unique Level, Dragon Slayer Holy Soul. Boom! With a loud bang, Luo Feng finally smashed a big hole in the huge dragon skull. A visible, ink-like purple energy was trying to float out from the hole. The skeleton of the Shadow Dragon King no longer had the calmness and disguise it had before, and its voice was filled with unconcealable panic and fear. Is this your normal attack? Human! What kind of physique do you have? How can you possibly possess such terrifying power in a normal attack? Human, you are indeed the cancer of the universe. However, Luo Feng ignored its roar. The villain dies because he talks too much. He still understands this principle. Finally, under Luo Feng's violent attack, the extremely hard dragon skull could no longer withstand it and exploded. A huge amount of pure energy, several times more than the one he used to kill the skeleton dragon knight, instantly poured into Luo Feng's body like a volcanic eruption. Level up. Current level, LV35. Upgraded again. And in the broken dragon skull, a drop of blood, shining with a faint purple light and as crystal clear as obsidian, was quietly floating in the air. It exudes a powerful, ancient, and evil aura.
At this time, that desolate voice sounded in Luo Feng's mind again.
This time, there was a hint of relief in the voice. Very good, human. You passed the second test and were not deceived by lies and appearances.
This drop of Shadow Dragon King's blood is the reward you deserve.
Take it. It's one of the necessary resources to activate an SS level or even SSS level hidden job. Luo Feng was listening to the voice of the Golden Dragon King, but was thinking. He didn't completely believe it. One is tragic and majestic, the other is resentful and crazy. Each accuses the other of being a traitor and is trying to lead itself onto the path it desires. Maybe the truth is dog bites dog. However, Luo Feng didn't care whether it was true or not. Who is the traitor? What is the truth of the matter? It's none of my business. I, Luo Feng, have only one goal from the beginning to the end. That is, to break through here and obtain the SSS level hidden profession. As for the grudges and hatreds within your dragon clan, I have no interest in knowing, nor am I obligated to deduce them. Those who stand in my way die.
After collecting his essence and blood, Luo Feng once again set foot on the road of bones leading to the top of the mountain. This time, there were no more illusions or mental attacks. The whole road was eerily quiet. After walking for an unknown amount of time, when Luo Feng stepped onto the last step made of dragon bones, the scene before him finally became clear. On the top of the mountain is a huge platform that is more magnificent and broader than the previous two altars combined. In the center of the platform stands a huge throne made of countless intertwined and coiled dragon bones, full of primitive and desolate beauty. The throne of 10,000 dragons. And on the throne, a figure was sitting quietly. That figure was not a majestic dragon as Luo Feng had imagined.
But a human?
No, to be more precise, it is a being wearing gorgeous golden armor and with a body shape similar to that of an ordinary human. He sat quietly on the huge 10,000 dragon throne, his golden helmet covering his entire face, making it impossible to see his features. His hands rested naturally on the armrests of the throne, as if he had been sitting here for billions of years, and had become one with the entire throne and the entire world. An indescribable aura of terror, as vast as the ocean and as majestic as a prison, emanated from him. That aura was neither evil nor tyrannical. It is a pure, godlike majesty that transcends all living beings. You are here. That ancient and majestic voice sounded again. This time, it no longer came from the mind, but slowly came from the golden figure on the throne. He is the Golden Dragon King. Luo Feng could clearly feel that his level of LV-35 was as small as dust in front of this aura. He even had an illusion that he would be wiped out in an instant as long as the other party had a thought. Wait, an illusion? This is an illusion? A strong sense of disharmony suddenly rose from Luo Feng's heart. Almost instinctively, he threw a punch at the scene in front of him that seemed so real. Bang! A muffled sound. The majestic and sacred scene in front of him was like a mirror hit by a heavy hammer, and was instantly covered with spiderweb-like cracks. It starts to become unreal and distorted. Human! How dare you? Stop! The Golden Dragon King's roar, filled with endless majesty, exploded from the shattered illusion. However, this roar not only did not stop Luo Feng, but made him more certain of his judgment. He threw the second punch, the third punch even faster. Bang! 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 A series of ordinary attacks, seemingly hitting the empty air, completely broke the glorious and majestic scene before their eyes. The illusion fades like the tide. What replaced it was the most real and cruel scene on the top of the mountain. The 10,000 dragon throne is rotten, dilapidated, and filled with the breath of death. And, sitting on the throne, that skeleton with a dragon head and a human body, made entirely of golden bones. Tied up by countless iron chains with unknown words on them, passing through the ribs, through the leg bones, through every bone in the body, tied up tightly. This is the true face of the Golden Dragon King. You, how could you? Very good, human. You passed my test. The Golden Dragon King's majestic voice was initially filled with shock and disbelief, but soon, it forced itself to calm down and tried to regain the initiative. However, before it could finish its words, it was replaced by a terrified scream. What are you going to do? Bang! Luo Feng answered its question with the most direct and brutal charge. The moment the illusion was shattered, Luo Feng understood everything. When dogs bite each other, both get a mouthful of fur. Sure enough, these two guys are not good people. One was sealed, the other was suppressed. They are all trying to use themselves to achieve their own goals.
Why are you pretending to be a big shot? What test are you passing? Eat shit.
Luo Feng's figure slammed into the skeleton of the Golden Dragon King that was bound by countless chains.
Ah!
The skeleton of the Golden Dragon King also let out a shrill wail. Before it could finish its words, Luo Feng's fist, which contained the power to destroy the world, had already rained down on it like crazy.
What kind of normal attack is this? Its dragon might didn't react at all? Its keel is so fragile? You! How dare you attack me?
What answered it was an even more violent fist.
You're crazy. How are you going to complete your mission if you attack me? Wait. Stop it. Stop it.
However, Luo Feng ignored its plea for mercy. The health of these two bosses is much thicker than that of the world boss Black-Scaled Rock Lizard King encountered in the Black Domain before. But they tend more towards schemes and mental deception. If it weren't for the abnormal attributes of ignoring defense and ignoring debuff of One Punch Man, Luo Feng would probably have been played around by them.
But now, in the face of absolute power, all conspiracies and tricks are just paper tigers. Boom! No! As Luo Feng's last punch landed, the Golden Dragon King's skull exploded.
The massive golden energy torrent, like a galaxy bursting its banks, instantly submerged Luo Feng.
Level up! Current level, LV36. Moreover, a drop of dark golden blood was also left in the broken dragon skull.
Golden Dragon King's essence and blood. However, at this moment, something strange happened. The humanoid skeleton that had been sitting on the 10,000 dragon throne suddenly tugged at the countless chains on its body and slowly stood up. Luo Feng's heart was filled with alarm, as if he was facing a powerful enemy, and he suddenly retreated several steps.
Not dead yet?
However, the 10,000 dragon throne suddenly turned into ashes at this moment, and the countless iron chains wrapped around the human skeleton also broke into pieces, turning into wisps of mist and dissipating into the air. Luo Feng looked alert, staring at the humanoid skeleton, while silently counting the cooldown time of the charge skill in his mind.
The Golden Dragon King is not dead yet? That's not right.
Such a huge amount of experience points allowed him to level up.
You know, this is the level after level 30.
Outside, an ordinary professional may not be able to reach level 1 even if he fights in the Black Domain for 1 or 2 years.
Could it be, this is the final boss?
However, at this moment, a dense stream of human voices, as if millions of people were speaking at the same time, came out from the human skeleton.
Very good, this is what we humans are like.
For billions of years, there have been no more than 10 humans who have been able to resist temptation, remain steadfast in their original intentions, and reach this point. Very good, the mission has been completed.
Congratulations, you saved us. Although this is just an illusion, after billions of illusions, one day it will affect reality and become reality.
As he spoke, the humanoid skeleton waved at Luo Feng, and his entire body, as if weathered, turned into a ball of pure white light mist, actively and irresistibly rushing towards Luo Feng. Luo Feng wanted to block it, but found that the light mist directly penetrated his defense and merged into his body. Then, the 2 drops of the Dragon King's blood, which were shining with dark purple and dark golden light respectively, seemed to be attracted and turned into 2 streams of light, which instantly sank into his eyebrows. 3 completely different yet powerful forces originating from the same source intertwined, collided, and merged within his body.
Level up. Current level, LV37.
Congratulations, you have completed the S-level job transfer task.
Final mission rating, perfect.
You have successfully transferred to the unique hidden class Dragon Slayer Warrior.
Level 37, level 90. Obtain SSS level professional skills, Grudge of the Twin Dragon Kings. Obtain SSS level professional skills, Wrath of the Twin Dragon Kings. Obtain SSS level talent aura, Dragon Slayer Holy Soul.
As the pure white light mist completely merged into his body, a huge and real torrent of memories also flooded into Luo Feng's mind. He finally saw the final truth of this copy world.
Chapter 042, each with his own agenda.
The humanoid skeleton that spoke just now was not some human sage. It is the so-called divine body that the Golden Dragon King refined alive using the humans of an entire country. The Golden Dragon King was once one of the most powerful beings in this world. But by chance, it came into contact with knowledge from the void and glimpsed the secret of becoming a god. In order to achieve this goal, it went completely crazy. It betrayed its own race and its former allies. It deceived the Shadow Dragon King and took advantage of his greed and ambition to introduce the pollution of the void into the dragon's nest, causing the entire dragon clan to kill each other and ultimately to perish. It deceived mankind again, sacrificing all the humans in the entire world, regardless of gender, age, or status, and used their flesh, blood, and souls to refine this divine body that carries its ambition to become a god.
However, the ending of the Golden Dragon King is full of irony. Just when it was about to merge with the divine body and ascend to the throne of God, the overwhelming resentment generated by hundreds of millions of wrong human souls alarmed the guardians of all human worlds, who had been silently fighting against the human supreme in the void. Those human supreme beings possess terrifying powers comparable to those of the infernal devil and the void evil god. It is naturally easy to deal with a false god that has not yet fully formed. But the resentment of hundreds of millions of people is not so easy to resolve. Finally, the supreme being of humanity came up with a solution. With their supreme power, they sealed this tragic history into an independent time loop copy, which is the secret mission realm that Luo Feng experienced. They hope to exchange the fake for the real through repeated reincarnations of illusions, so that later challengers can end this tragedy with their own hands, thereby gradually eroding the overwhelming resentment. The funniest thing is that the Dragon Knight Captain Balgo, who was the first to be bewitched by the Golden Dragon King, defected to Purgatory, and betrayed everyone, was noticed by the demon god of Purgatory because of this merit, and eventually stepped into the realm of God and became one of the demon gods of Purgatory. The thing that the Golden Dragon King wanted but could not get was easily obtained by a human being who was just an ant in its eyes. Luo Feng slowly broke free from the huge and sad torrent of memories. An indescribable complex emotion surged in his heart. It turns out, this is the truth. He looked down at his hands, feeling the unprecedentedly powerful force within his body that was a fusion of the might of the twin dragon kings and the holy souls of hundreds of millions of human beings. A bold idea flashed through his mind like lightning. Could it be that the ultimate target of his unique hidden class, Dragon Slayer Holy Soul Warrior, is also the human supreme being who appeared in this period of history and fought against the void? Luo Feng shook his head and temporarily put this too far-fetched idea behind him. Everything happens step by step. First graduate from the black domain in your own world, then talk about it. At this moment, a strong feeling of dizziness suddenly hit me. The scene before my eyes began to distort and blur, and finally turned into a brilliant white light. When he regained consciousness and his feet stepped onto the familiar, muddy black ground again, he looked at the three women in front of him. Luo Feng knew that to them, he had only disappeared for a moment. However, to him, it seemed like a long, long time had passed. Looking at their familiar faces, Luo Feng felt as if he was in another world. Even though I spent such a long time in the secret mission realm and experienced so many things. But in the real world, only a moment passed. This feeling is wonderful. Cheng Xuani, Xin Lu, and Bai Jia also keenly noticed the change in Luo Feng's eyes. That look was no longer as sharp and overbearing as before. Instead, there is a touch of vicissitudes that they cannot understand, which has been accumulated over endless years. Their hearts skipped a beat. Success! He definitely succeeded. Team leader. Luo Feng. Boss. 3 different names were blurted out from the mouths of the 3 of them almost at the same time, with different emotions. The next second, an irresistible and gentle force came over. The 3 women screamed at the same time, and were all tightly and domineeringly embraced by Luo Feng's strong and powerful arms. The familiar yet unfamiliar softness and warmth instantly enveloped Luo Feng. 3 completely different, yet equally intoxicating fragrances linger on the tip of your nose. Luo Feng closed his eyes, buried his face in their hair, and took a deep breath. Very nice. The real world is better. The 3 women in his arms were caught off guard by this sudden and rough hug. Their bodies stiffened almost at the same time. What are you doing? A low growl filled with shame, anger, and panic was heard, and Cheng Xuani almost instinctively pushed hard with both hands and broke free from Luo Feng's domineering arms. She took 2 steps back and glared at Luo Feng with a look of shame and anger. 2 charming blushes instantly appeared on her pretty face stained with mud. Xin Lu and Bai Jia, who were still tightly held in Luo Feng's arms, were slightly stunned by this sudden change. Then, in a flash, their eyes met in the air. What's going on? How did she push it away? Why don't you be more reserved, pretend to struggle, and then push her away? Almost at the same time, the same thought came to the minds of both of them. They were all waiting for the other party to push Luo Feng away first. In this way, I can rightfully and exclusively possess this warm and secure embrace. However, time passed by second. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. Nothing happened.
Xin Lu was still clinging tightly to Luo Feng's left side, and even rubbed her cheek against his solid chest more intimately. Bai Jie also had no intention of leaving. Instead, she tightened her arms around Luo Feng's waist. The temperature on their cheeks was soaring at an alarming rate, becoming frighteningly hot. They could clearly hear each other's slightly rapid breathing due to nervousness and shyness, and could also feel the same hot temperature coming from each other. The atmosphere suddenly became subtle yet filled with the smell of gunpowder without the smoke of gunpowder. On the other side, Chang Xuani, who had just broken free, was immediately furious when he saw Luo Feng being surrounded by women and enjoying the happiness of having many wives.
Of course, she was not angry with Luo Feng, but with herself. Chang Xuani. You big fool. Is your brain filled with mush? Why push him away? If you push him away, won't that just give those two vixens who are eyeing you greedily an advantage? An intense, overwhelming feeling of regret and self-blame instantly overwhelmed her. She felt the anger in her body burning fiercely. Luo Feng naturally also felt Cheng Xuani's gaze, which was almost materializing and full of resentment and anger. He looked at the petite woman who had put herself in an embarrassing situation because of a momentary impulse, and felt both amused and helpless. He let go of Qin Lu and Bai Jia on his left and right. Then, he walked up to Cheng Xuani, who was still a little at a loss, reached out his hand, and rubbed her head with irresistible tenderness. Okay, Luo Feng's tone was full of doting. Pack up your things and go back. Hearing Luo Feng's gentle comfort again, all the regret and anger in Chang Xuani's heart disappeared in an instant. What replaced it was a great joy and peace of mind of regaining what had been lost. Xin Lu and Bai Jia, watching this scene, felt both angry and amused. This Chang Xuani is really good at acting. But they looked at the man, and the slight jealousy in their hearts was quickly replaced by a stronger emotion. Never mind. Anyway, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. The mountains of spoils were so huge in quantity. The hundreds of magic stones and dozens of blue and green equipment alone filled 10 huge cloth bags, which were extremely heavy. Fortunately, everyone is of 2-star or 3-star strength, so carrying these bags is not a problem. The three women now became hard-working laborers, carrying huge cloth bags that were almost taller than themselves, and followed Luo Feng closely, running towards the teleportation array. He was stared at by other professionals along the way, but no one dared to approach him. A team that can carry so much loot, and there are only 4 of them, must be a big boss here to fry fish. Moreover, Luo Feng's purple armor is a bit intimidating. In the eyes of the 3 women, that tall and straight figure was as reliable as a mountain. Bai Jia was walking at the back. She looked at Luo Feng's back, her bright eyes flashing with shrewdness and fanaticism. She had an idea and silently activated the most basic detection skill of the auxiliary profession towards Luo Feng's back. The next second, a purple halo that only she could see suddenly burst out from Luo Feng's body, instantly stinging her eyes. Bai Jia only felt that her heart was being tightly grasped by an invisible big hand, and it was almost stopping beating. She subconsciously took a breath, staggered, and almost fell to the ground. Purple. It's really purple. The purple air coming from the east represents S-level potential and qualifications. But, isn't this purple too deep? The color was as rich as insoluble ink, as deep as the abyss, and even had a hint of a mysterious color that was more noble than purple and almost black. She has been engaged in auxiliary professions for many years and has been fortunate enough to see several true S-level geniuses from afar. Although the purple halo on their bodies is dazzling, it is far less deep and heart-pounding than the one in front of her. Then, she vaguely caught a few key words in the vague information fed back by the detection technique. Occupation, warrior. Rating, 3 stars. Level, LV 37. Boom. Bai Jia's brain was completely blown. Samsung? Level 37? Is she dreaming? The captain, before he entered the secret realm of the job transformation, his professional rating was only 1 star and his level was only LV 10. How long has it been? In a moment. It really only takes a moment. After he came out, not only did his professional rating jump directly from 1 star to 3 stars, but his level also soared directly to LV 37? What kind of magical job change is this? What kind of incredible adventure is this? Bai Jia felt that her entire worldview was completely overturned at this moment. Bai Jia, what's wrong with you? Cheng Xuani, who was walking in front, noticed something strange behind her and turned around to look at her in confusion. She happened to see Bai Jia's distraught expression, as if she had seen a ghost. Nothing, nothing.
Bai Jia quickly came back to her senses, forcibly suppressing the turmoil in her heart, and forced out a smile that was uglier than crying. It's just. I slipped. Cheng Xuani glanced at her suspiciously, feeling that something was wrong with this woman, but he didn't ask any more questions. He turned around and continued on his way. Just like that, with the three women each harboring their own complicated thoughts, the group finally returned to the entrance and exit of the teleportation array on the first floor of the Black Domain. However, the scene before them made everyone's heart sink suddenly. I saw that the open space outside the teleportation array, which was supposed to be a safe zone, was now surrounded by people in 3 layers. Chapter 043 Yinglei cried. The dark crowd surrounded the place where they had piled up the spoils before, and noisy discussions and scolding were heard everywhere. The atmosphere was extremely tense. Through the gaps in the crowd, Luo Feng couldn't see Yinglei at all. Not good. The 3 women behind Luo Feng also immediately realized that something was wrong. Their expressions instantly became solemn, and almost subconsciously, they cast inquiring glances at Luo Feng. Luo Feng's brows were tightly furrowed, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. I'll go first, he said in a low voice filled with unquestionable authority. You guys hurry up and follow. Before he finished speaking, he put down the cloth bag without any hesitation. Then he took a big step forward, like a sharp blade cutting through the waves, and walked straight towards the crowded crowd. The center of the crowd. Yinglei's pretty face turned pale, and her petite body trembled slightly under the tremendous pressure. She was tightly surrounded by more than 20 female professionals with strong auras and unfriendly eyes, leaving no room for escape. Behind her was a mountain of spoils emitting an alluring glow. In front of her, 3 women were standing in a triangular shape, like 3 insurmountable mountains, completely blocking all her escape routes. These 3 people are none other than the 3 members of the Crazy Axe team who had managed to escape and brought in reinforcements. They are the captains of the other 3 2-star gold medal teams, a 3-star warrior, a 3-star archer and a 3-star mage. At this moment, the 3 women were looking down at Yinglei with a gaze as if they were examining their prey. The undisguised feeling of oppression almost suffocated Yinglei. Speak! The leading 3-star female warrior, her sword flashing with a cold light, the tip of the sword like a venomous snake's tongue, pointed directly at Yinglei's white throat. Where are your teammates? Where are they? I don't know what you're talking about. Yinglei gritted her teeth, suppressing the fear and trembling in her heart. She raised her head stubbornly and met the other party's aggressive gaze. These spoils are the legal gains of our team. What gives you the right to be gathered here? Legally earned? The 3-star female archer with a longbow on her back laughed a mocking laugh, as if she had just heard the funniest joke. Just you guys? A newly formed, white label team, and you dare to say you conquered the world boss? Do you think we're 3-year-olds? Yinglei was stunned. She subconsciously retorted, what world boss? This is the Mist Wolf King's trophy. Hearing this, the 3 female captains all turned their gazes to the 3 surviving members of the Crazy Axe team behind them. One of the female archers immediately stood up, pointed at Yinglei, and cried in anger, she's lying. We've already found out, she's from that team. We met the other 3 members of this team in the Black-Scaled Rock Lizard King's territory. That's clearly the spoils left behind by Lord Qinglan after he defeated the world boss. Lord Qinglan must have something urgent to do, and he'll send someone back to retrieve it soon. Our captain was kind-hearted. Seeing that they were of low level, he kindly reminded them not to move around. We were going to help Master Qinglan keep an eye on them. But the 3-star female mage frowned and keenly grasped the key point. So there are only 3 of you left? Where's your captain? Tears instantly filled the female archer's eyes, and her voice was filled with deep hatred and terror. Dead. Our captain and the other 6 sisters were all ambushed and murdered by those murderers. Killed him? The female warrior's brows knitted into a knot as she pressed on. What was his strength? Yinglei listened to their conversation, and a light bulb went off in her head. She roughly guessed what was going on. It's possible that the captain and his men stole the spoils of this team and killed most of them. But these 3 guys managed to escape and came back to find reinforcements. Now you come to me to cause trouble? Then the first thing to do is to distance yourself from the matter. The feuds between teams are none of her business. She, Yinglei, knows nothing. Yinglei quickly raised her hands and anxiously defended herself. I don't know anything. Look, gentlemen, these aren't the spoils of the world boss you mentioned, but drops from the Mist Wolf King. Look, there's even a Mist Wolf King suit. Stop quibbling. Our 3 teams are here today to seek justice for the sisters of the Mad Axe team. The 3-star female mage shouted sternly, with dangerous magical light condensing at the top of the staff in her hand, and purple arcs of electricity crackling in the air. You despicable thieves not only stole Lord Qinglan's spoils, but also ambushed and murdered 7 members of our crazy axe team. This blood debt must be repaid with your blood today. After the 3 deserters returned, they didn't dare to tell the truth that they were crushed by a 1-star male warrior. Instead, they turned black into white and made up a lie. They claimed that Luo Feng's team took advantage of Boss Qinglan's absence to get their hands on the spoils of the world boss. After being discovered by them, instead of repenting, he became angry and set a trap to ambush them. The crazy axe team was caught off guard and suffered heavy losses. Only the 3 of them managed to escape by fighting desperately. This lie is full of loopholes. But for these sister teams that are on good terms with the Mad Axe team, the truth is not important at all. What is more important is that they saw the mountains of spoils that were enough to make any 2-star team jealous. And from what the female assistant in front of me said, this is just the spoils of the Mist Wolf King. The other 3 people also have the spoils of the Black-Scaled Rock Lizard King. The profit is equivalent to that of 2 bosses. That's enough. No matter what, you must surrender now, sign this confession, and then hand over the spoils. The female warrior thrust her sword forward a little further, the cold blade almost touching Ying Lei's skin. Otherwise, don't blame us for being rude. Ying Lei trembled all over at the cold murderous aura. She also completely understood that the 3 2-star gold medal teams in front of them were eyeing these trophies. Everything else is just an excuse. What can we do? She is just a small assistant. Although the captain is handsome and capable, she is not going to risk her life for a man she has only known for one day. Just when Ying Lei was feeling desperate and almost giving up resistance, a calm yet cold voice, like thunder, exploded from outside the crowd. The voice was not loud, but it was clearly heard by everyone, carrying with it an unquestionable sense of arrogance and majesty. What are you doing? When Ying Lei heard this familiar voice, she was immediately delighted. The captain is finally here. She is finally saved. Immediately afterwards, a fear several times stronger than before instantly gripped her. Team leader. Why are you back? Run. You can't beat him. Even if you are really that powerful and can kill a 2-star gold medal team at level 10, there are 3 2-star gold medal teams here. And the 3 captains are all 3-star professionals. How do I fight this? That calm yet cold voice was like throwing a huge rock into a tranquil lake, instantly stirring up 1,000 waves. Everyone's movements froze at this moment. The noisy discussions came to an abrupt halt, and the tense atmosphere seemed to have been paused. Brush. Everyone present, whether it was the 3 aggressive female captains, the 20 or so eager team members behind them, or the growing crowd of onlookers gathered outside, all turned their heads and cast their gazes in the direction of the sound. The crowded crowd, like a tide split apart by an invisible force, automatically made way for a passage. At the end of the passage, a tall young man wearing purple armor was walking slowly towards them with leisurely steps. There was no trace of tension or panic on his face, and his deep eyes were as calm as water. The scene before him, which was enough to scare any 2-star professional, seemed to him to be nothing but a boring farce. The moment the 3 female captains saw Luo Feng, their pupils shrank slightly. What a handsome man! What a gorgeous armor! They exchanged a glance and understood instantly. Are you the murderous captain of the killing crazy axe team? The 3-star female warrior spoke first, her voice cold. She raised the long sword in her hand slightly and locked onto Luo Feng from a distance. You've come just in time, the female archer said with a cruel smile. It saves us from having to look for it again. However, facing the questioning and threats from the 3-star strongman, Luo Feng seemed to turn a deaf ear. He didn't even look at them, but just slowly took out his cell phone from his pocket in full view of everyone. Drop. He casually turned on the recording function on his phone and pointed the camera at the group of aggressive women in front of him. After doing all this, he slowly raised his head, and a cold smile finally appeared on his handsome face. Back off. He spoke clearly, word for word, retreat a distance of 100 meters. According to Article 72 of Chapter 3 of the Black Domain Basic Law, the spoils of war belong to the designated area. Outsiders are prohibited from entering without permission. These are the members of my team, and these are my team's equipment. This has automatically formed a temporary exclusive area for spoils of war. If you don't retreat a safe distance when I count down, I will have the right to attack you immediately. You will bear all the consequences at your own risk. These words were like thunder from the blue sky, exploding in everyone's ears. What? Attack?
Ying Lei was stunned. I'm about to cry. Captain, you are crazy. Although what you said is correct. But if you are killed here, if we are all killed here, who will speak for us when we go to the professional court? No matter how much compensation we get, we'll all be dead by then, is it worth it?
Just when everyone thought they had heard wrongly, Luo Feng's cold and emotionless countdown sounded throughout the venue.
3,